The Pirates of Malabar, and An Englishwoman in India 200 years ago. Illustration: Maratha grabs and gallivants attacking an English ship. The Pirates of Malabar and An Englishwoman in India 200 years ago by Colonel John Biddulph. 1907. Preface. For most people, interest in the doings of our forefathers in India dates from our wars with the French in the middle of the 18th century. Before then, their lives are generally supposed to have been spent in monotonous trade dealings in pepper and calico, from which large profits were earned for their masters in England, while their principal excitements were derived from drinking and quarreling among themselves. Little account has been taken of the tremendous risks and difficulties under which the trade was maintained, the losses that were suffered, and the dangers that were run by the company's servants from the moment they left the English Channel. The privations and dangers of the voyage to India were alone sufficient to deter all but the hardiest spirits, and the debt we owe to those who, by painful effort, won a footing for our Indian trade, is deserving of more recognition than it has received. Scurvy, shortness of water, and mutinous crews were to be reckoned on in every voyage. Navigation was not a science but a matter of rule and thumb, and shipwreck was frequent, while every coast was inhospitable. Thus, on the September 4, 1715, the Nathaniel, having sent a boat's crew on shore near Aden, in search of water, the men allowed themselves to be inveigled inland by treacherous natives, who fell upon them and murdered 12 out of 14 who had landed from the ship. Such an occurrence now would be followed by a visit from a man of war to punish the murderers. 200 years ago it was only an incident to set down in the ship's logbook. But all such outrages and losses were small in comparison with those to which traders were exposed at the hands of pirates. It is difficult to realize, in these days, what a terrible scourge piracy was to the Indian trade, 200 years ago. From the moment of losing sight of the Lizard till the day of casting anchor in the port of destination, an East India ship was never safe from attack, with the chance of slavery or a cruel death to crew and passengers, in case of capture. From Finisterre to Cape Verde the Moorish pirates made the seas unsafe, sometimes venturing into the mouth of the channel to make a capture. Farther south, every watering place on the African coast was infested by the English and French pirates who had their headquarters in the West Indies. From the Cape of Good Hope to the head of the Persian Gulf, from Cape Comorin to Sumatra, every coast was beset by English, French, Dutch, Danish, Portuguese, Arab, Malay, or other local pirates. In the Bay of Bengal alone, piracy on a dangerous scale was practically unknown. There was no peace on the ocean. The sea was a vast no-man's domain, where every man might take his prey. Law and order stopped short at low water mark. The principle that traders might claim protection and vengeance for their wrongs from their country had not yet been recognized, and they sailed the seas at their own risk. Before the close of the 17th century the buccaneers had passed away, but their depredations, in pursuit of what they called free trade, were of a different nature from those of the pirates who succeeded them. Buccaneer exploits were confined to the Spanish Main, where they ravaged and burnt Spanish settlements on the Atlantic and Pacific coasts, moving with large forces by sea and land. According to Esquemeling, Morgan sailed on his expedition against Panama with 37 sail and 2,000 fighting men, besides mariners and boys. But the Spanish alone were the objects of their attack. So long as Spain claimed a monopoly of South American trade, it was the business of Spain alone to keep the marauders away. Other governments were not disposed to assist her. Hardly had the last of the buccaneers disappeared from the western seas, when a more lawless race of rovers appeared, extending their operations into the Indian Ocean, acting generally in single ships, plundering vessels of every nationality, though seldom attacking places on shore. Of these men, chiefly English, the most notorious were Teach, Every, Kidd, Roberts, England, and two, but there were many others less known to fame, who helped almost to extinguish trade between Europe, America, and the East. Some idea of the enormous losses caused by them may be gathered from the fact that Bartholomew Roberts alone was credited with the destruction of 400 trading vessels in 3 years. In a single day he captured 11 vessels, English, French, and Portuguese, on the African coast. War in Europe, and the financial exhaustion that ensued, rendered it almost impossible for the maritime powers to put an effective check on the pirates either in the east or the west. With peace, their numbers increased by the conversion of privateersmen into freebooters. Slaver, privateersman, and pirate were almost interchangeable terms. At a time when every main road in England was beset by highwaymen, travelers by sea were not likely to escape unmolested. But the chief cause of their immunity lay in the fact that it was the business of nobody in particular to act against them, while they were more or less made welcome in every undefended port. They passed themselves off as merchantmen or slavers, though their real character was well known, but they paid royally for what they wanted, and, as gold, silver, and jewels were the principal booty from which they made their dividend, many a rich bale of spices and merchandise went to purchase the goodwill of their friends on shore, who, in return, supplied their wants, and gave them timely information of rich prizes to be looked for, or armed ships to be avoided. They prided themselves on being men of honor in the way of trade, enemies to deceit, and only robbing in their own way. The Malabar coast was scandalized when Kidd broke the rule, and tricked or bullied people out of supplies. Officials high in authority winked at their doings from which they drew a profit, and when armed squadrons were sent to look for them, the commanders were not always averse to doing business with the freebooters. The greatest sufferers among European traders in India were the English, for not only were the greater number of pirates of English blood, but pirate captains of other nationalities often sailed under English colors. The native officials, unable to distinguish the rogues from the honest traders, held the East India Company's servants responsible for the misdeeds of the picaroons, from whom they suffered so grievously. Still, whatever their nationality might chance to be, it is fair to say that the generality of them were courageous rascals and splendid seamen, who, with their large crews, handled their ships better than any merchantman could do. When a pirate ship was cast away on a desolate coast, they built themselves another. The spirit of the sea was in their veins. Whether building and rigging a ship, or sailing and fighting her, they could do everything that the most skillful seaman of the age could do. As was said half a century later of La Bourdonnais, himself a true corsair in spirit, their knowledge in mechanics rendered them capable of building a ship from the keel, their skill in navigation, of conducting her to any part of the globe, and their courage, of fighting against any equal force. Their lives were a continual alternation between idleness and extreme toil, riotous debauchery and great privation, prolonged monotony and days of great excitement and adventure. At one moment they were reveling in unlimited rum, and gambling for handfuls of gold and diamonds. At another, half starving for food and reduced to a pint of water a day under a tropical Sunday. Yet the attractions of the life were so great that men of good position took to piracy. Thus, Major Stede Bonnet, of Barbados, master of a plentiful fortune, and a gentleman of good reputation, fitted out a sloop and went pirating, for which he was hanged, together with 22 of his crew, in November 1718. Even women, like in Bonnie and Mary Red, turned pirates and handled sword and pistol. Desperate, reckless, and lawless, they were filled with the spirit of adventure, and were the forerunners of the men that Hawke, Nelson, and Dundonald led to victory. Long after they had disappeared from the seas, the Indian trade continued to be exposed to the ravages of native pirates, who were not finally coerced into good behavior till well into the 19th century. Of the European pirates, Kidd, the most ignoble of them all, is alone remembered, while the name of Angria is only recalled in connection with the destruction of Gharaya by Watson and Clive. The long half-century of amateur warfare waged by Bombay against the Angrian power is dismissed in a few words by our Indian historians, and the expeditions sent forth by Boone against Angrian strongholds are passed over in silence. An account of some of them is given in Clement Downing's curious little book, Indian Wars, valuable as the relation of an eyewitness, but the work, published in 1737, is inaccessible to the general reader, besides shewing many omissions and inaccuracies. The early records of the East India Company have furnished the foundation on which this neglected chapter of our Indian history has been compiled. If the Company's servants appear at times in an unfavorable light, the conditions of their service must be considered, while the low standard of conduct prevailing in England 200 years ago must not be forgotten. They were traders, not administrators, and the charter under which the company traded was of very insecure duration. Twice the Crown broke faith with them, and granted charters to rival associations. As the stability of the company became assured, the conduct of its servants improved. It is not intended in these pages to give an exhaustive account of all the pirates who haunted the Indian seas, but to present some idea of the perils that beset the Indian trade, perils that have so entirely passed away that their existence is forgotten. Scattered among the monotonous records of the company's trade are many touches of human interest. Along with the details relating to sugar, pepper, and shipping, personal matters affecting the company's servants are set down, treating of their quarrels, their debts, and too often, of their misconduct, as ordinary incidents in the general course of administration. At times a bright light is turned on some individual, who relapses into obscurity and is heard of no more, while the names of others emerge again and again, like a colored thread woven in the canvas, showing how much romance there was in the lives of the early traders. One such thread I have followed in the account of Mrs. Gifford from her first arrival in India till her final disappearance in the Court of Chancery, showing the vicissitudes and dangers to which an Englishwoman in India was exposed 200 years ago. To Mr. William Foster, of the India Office, I am especially indebted for aid in directing my attention to old documents that would otherwise have escaped notice, and who has generously placed at my disposal some of the results of his own researches into the history of the company in the 17th century, as yet unpublished. My thanks are also due to Sir Ernest Robinson for permitting me to use his picture of an engagement with Mahratta ships as a frontispiece. J.B. Chapter 1 Rise of European Piracy in the East. Portuguese pirates, Vicente Soter, Dutch pirates, Royal Filibustering, and Dim Porter's Venture, the Courten Association, the Indian Red Sea Fleet, John Hand, odium excited against the English in Surat, the Caesar attacked by French pirates, Danish depredations, West Indian pirates, Ovington's narrative, interlopers and permission ships, embargo placed on English trade, rovers trapped at Mungrel, John Steele. Every seizes the Charles II and turns pirate, his letter to English commanders, the Madagascar. Settlements, Libertatia, fate of Sawbridge, capture of the Gunj Saway, immense booty, danger of the English at Surat, Bombay threatened, friendly behavior of the Surat governor, embargo on European trade, every sails for America, his reputed end, great increase of piracy, mutiny of the Mocha and Josiah crews, Culliford in the Resolution, the London seized by Imam of Muscat. Chapter 2 Captain Kidd. Measures to suppress piracy, the Adventure fitted out, Warren's squadron meets with Kidd, his suspicious behavior, he threatens the Sydney, waylays the Red Sea Fleet, captures the Mary, visits Cawar and Calicut, his letter to the Factory, chased by Portuguese men of war, chases the Sedgwick, Chivers, action between Doril and Resolution, Kidd captures the Quetta merchant, dilemma of European traders at Surat, their agreements with the authorities, experience of the Benjamin, news of Kidd's piracies. Reaches England, dispatch of squadron under Warren, Littleton at Madagascar, Kidd sails for New York, arrested and tried, his defense and execution, justice of his sentence, his character, diminution of piracy, Loath and the Loyal Merchant, act for suppression of piracy, Captain Miller. Chapter 3 The Rise of Carnegie Angria. Native piracy hereditary on the Malabar coast, Marco Polo's account, Friar's narrative, the Kemp Sant, Arab and Sanganian pirates, attack on the President, loss of the Josiah, attack on the Phoenix, the Thomas captured, depredations of the Gulf pirates, director's views, Carnegie Angria, attacks English ships, destroys the Bombay, fortifies Canary, becomes independent, captures the governor's yacht, attacks the Somers and Grantham, makes peace with Bombay, his navy, great increase of European and native piracy. Chapter 4 An Active Governor. Arrival of Mr. Boone as governor, he builds ships and improves defenses of Bombay, desperate engagement of Morning Star with Sanganians, Alexander Hamilton, expedition against Vingorla, its failure, Hamilton made Commodore, expedition against Carwar, landing force defeated, successful skirmish, desertion of Goa recruits, reinforcements, landing force again defeated, the Raja makes peace. Hamilton resigns commodoreship, a noseless company, Angria recommences attacks. Abortive expedition against Garaya. Downing's account of it. Preparations to attack Canary. Chapter 5 The Company's Servants. The Company's civil servants. Their comparison with English who went to America. Their miserable salaries. The Company's military servants. Regarded with distrust. Shaxton's mutiny. Captain Keigwin. Broken pledges and ill treatment. Director's vacillating policy. Military grievances. Keigwin seizes the administration of Bombay. His wise rule makes his submission to the crown. Low status of Company's military officers. Lord Egmont's speech. Factors and writers as generals and colonels. Bad quality of the common soldiers. Their bad treatment. Complaint against Midford. Director's parsimony. Chapter 6 Expedition against Canary. Sivaji's occupation of Canary. A naval action. Minchin and Keigwin. Bombay threatened. The Siddhi intervenes. Kanaji Angria occupies Canary. Boone sails with the expedition. Manuel de Castro. Feudal proceedings. Force landed and repulsed. Second landing. Manuel de Castro's treachery. Gideon Russell. Bad behavior of two captains. Defeat. Attack abandoned. The St. George. The Fram. Manuel de Castro punished. Bombay wall completed. Angria makes overtures for peace. Boone outwitted. Chapter 7 Expedition against Garaya. Trouble with the Portuguese. Madagascar pirates again. Loss of the Cassandra. Captain McRae's brave defense. The one-legged pirate. Richard Lazenby. Expedition against Garaya. Mr. Walter Brown. His incompetency. Gordon's landing. Insubordination and drunkenness. Arrival of the Fram. General attack. Failure. The Kempson's alliance. Attack on Dioger. The Madagascar pirates. England and Taylor. Ignominious flight. Fate of the Fram. Brown dispatched south again. The pirates at Cochin. They take flight to Madagascar. Their rage against McRae and England. England marooned. Taylor takes Goa's ship. Rich prize. Governor McRae. Chapter 8 Expedition against Calabar. Measures taken in England against pirates. Woodes Rogers at the Bahamas. Edward Teach. Challoner Ogle. Bartholomew Roberts killed. Matthews sent to the East Indies. Naval officers' duels. Portuguese alliance. Expedition against Calabar. Assault. Defeat. A split in the alliance. Plot against Boone. His departure. Matthews' schemes. His insulting behavior. He quarrels with everybody. Goes to Madagascar. The King of Ranter Bay. Matthews goes to Bengal. Chapter 9 A troubled year in Bombay. Loss of the Hunter Galley. Quarrel with Portuguese. Alliance of Portuguese with Angria. War with both. A double triumph. Portuguese make peace. Angria cowed. Matthews reappears. Trouble caused by him. He returns to England. Court-martialed. The last of Matthews. Chapter 10 26 Years of Conflict. The case of Mr. Kirjanvan. Death of Kanaji Angria. Quarrels of his sons. Portuguese intervention. Samhaji Angria. Political changes. Disaster to Bombay and Bengal galleys. The Occam beats off Angria's fleet. The coolies. Loss of the Derby. Marathas expel Portuguese from Sulset. Captain Inchbird. Manaji Angria gives trouble. Dutch squadron repulsed from Garaya. Gallant action of the Harrington. Samhaji attacks Calabar. English assist Manaji. Loss of the Antelope. Death of Samhaji Angria. Tulaji. Angria. Capture of the Anson. Tulaji takes the Restoration. Power of Tulaji. Lyle's squadron. Building of the Protector and Guardian. Chapter 11 The downfall of Angria. Tulaji fights successful action with the Dutch. He tries to make peace with Bombay. Alliance formed against him. Commodore William James. Slackness of the Peshwa's fleet. Sevendrug. James's gallant attack. Fall of Sevendrug. Council postpone attack on Garaya. Clive arrives from England. Projects of the directors. Admiral Watson. Preparations against Garaya. The Council's instructions. Council of war about prize money. Double dealing of the Peshwa's officers. Watson's hint. Ships engage Garaya. Angrian. Fleet burnt. Fall of Garaya. Clive occupies the fort. The prize money. Dispute between Council and Puna Durbar. Extinction of coast piracy. Sevendrug Tower. An Englishwoman in India 200 years ago. Maratha grabs and Galavats attacking an English ship. Map of Malabar Coast. The Pirates of Malabar Chapter 1 Rise of European Piracy in the East. Portuguese pirates, Vicente Soter, Dutch pirates, Royal Filibustering, and dim importers venture, the Kuiten Association, the Indian Red Sea Fleet, John Hand, odium excited against the English in Surat, the Caesar attacked by French pirates, Danish depredations, West Indian pirates, Ovington's narrative, interlopers and permission ships, embargo placed on English trade, rovers trapped at Mungrel, John Steele. Every seizes the Charles II and turns pirate, his letter to English commanders, the Madagascar. Settlements, Libertatia, fate of Sawbridge, capture of the Gunj Sawai, immense booty, danger of the English at Surat, Bombay threatened, friendly behavior of the Surat governor, embargo on European trade, every sails for America, his reputed end, great increase of piracy, mutiny of the Mocha and Josiah crews, Culliford in the Resolution, the London seized by Imam of Muscat. From the first days of European enterprise in the East, the coasts of India were regarded as a favorable field for filibusters, the earliest we hear of being Vicente Soter, a companion of Vasco da Gama in his second voyage. Intercourse with heathens and idolaters was regulated according to a different code of ethics from that applied to intercourse with Christians. The authority of the Old Testament upheld slavery, and Africans were regarded more as cattle than human beings, while Asiatics were classed higher, but still as immeasurably inferior to Europeans. To prey upon Mohammedan ships was simply to pursue in other waters the chronic warfare carried on against Moors and Turks in the Mediterranean. The same feelings that led the Spaniards to adopt the standard of the cross in their conquest of Mexico and Peru were present, though less openly avowed, in the minds of the merchants and adventurers of all classes and nationalities who flocked into the Indian seas in the 16th and 17th centuries. With the decadence of buccaneering and the growth of Indian trade, there was a corresponding increase of piracy, and European traders ceased to enjoy immunity. In 1623, the depredations of the Dutch brought the English into disgrace. Their warehouses at Surat were seized, and the president and factors were placed in irons, in which condition they remained 7 months. This grievance was the greater, as it happened at the time that the cruel torture and execution of Captain Towerson and his crew by the Dutch took place at Amboina. It was bad enough to be made responsible for the doings of their own countrymen, but to be punished for the misdeeds of their enemies was a bitter pill to swallow. In 1630, just as peace was being concluded with France and Spain, Charles I, who was beginning his experiment of absolute government, dispatched the seahorse, Captain Quayle, to the Red Sea to capture the ships and goods of Spanish subjects, as well as of any other nations not in league and amity with England. There were no Spaniards in the Red Sea or the Indian Ocean, but international arrangements in Europe were not regarded when the equator had been crossed. Quayle captured a Malabar vessel, for which the company's servants at Surat were forced to pay full compensation. The Seahorse returned to England in 1633, but in view of the new field of enterprise opened up, and Dimon Porter, gentleman of the King's Bedchamber, embarked on a piratical speculation, in partnership with 2 London merchants, Bunnell and Canaston, with a license under the Privy Seal to visit any part of the world and capture ships and goods of any state not in league and amity with England. 2 ships, the Samaritan and Roebuck, were fitted out with such secrecy that the East India Company were kept in ignorance, and sailed in April, 1635, for the Red Sea, under Captain Cobb. The Samaritan was wrecked in the Comoro Islands, but Cobb, continuing his cruise with the Roebuck, captured 2 Mogul vessels at the mouth of the Red Sea, from one of which he took a large sum of money and a quantity of goods, though the vessel had a pass from the Surat factory. Again the company's servants at Surat were imprisoned, and not released till they had paid full compensation. Some small satisfaction was experienced when it became known that John Proud, master of the Swan, one of the company's ships, had encountered the Roebuck in the Comoro Islands, and had attacked the freebooter. He was unable to capture it, but succeeded in procuring restitution of the captured goods. The treasure, however, was carried off to London, where it must have seemed as if the days of Drake and Hawkins had come again. The company laid their grievance before the king, who expressed much concern, promising to write to the Great Mogul and explain matters. so the company commenced an action against Bunnell and Canaston in the Admiralty Court. Porter was too highly placed to be struck at. Bunnell evaded arrest and escaped to France, but Canaston was arrested and lodged in jail, upon which Charles ordered his release on bail, saying he would try the case himself at his leisure. But Porter's views went beyond a single piratical voyage. Hardly had Cobb started on his cruise, when he entered into partnership with Sir William Courtin for an association to establish a separate trade to the East Indies. A royal grant was obtained, and the king himself was credited with a share to the nominal extent of £10,000. The grant was a flagrant breach of faith, and was the inauguration of the system of interlopers that in after years caused so much loss and trouble to the company. 4 ships were equipped and sent out, and before long it became known that 2 vessels from Surat and Dio had been plundered by Courtin's ships, and their crews tortured. Again the company's servants at Surat were seized and thrown into prison, where they were kept for 2 months, being only released on payment of Rs.170,000, and on solemnly swearing to respect Mogul ships. The Civil War brought these courtly piracies to an end, and the decay of the Spanish power drew the more turbulent spirits of Europe and America to the Spanish Main, so that for a time there was a diminution of European piracy in Indian waters. As buccaneering became more dangerous, or less lucrative, adventurers of all nations again appeared in eastern waters, and the old trouble reappeared in an aggravated form. The Indian Red Sea fleet offered an especially tempting booty to the rovers. Lobo, a Jesuit priest, writing in the 17th century, tells us that so vast was the commerce of Jeddah, and so great the value of the ships trading to that place, that when, in India, it was wished to describe a thing of inestimable price, it was customary to say, "It is of more value than a Jeddah ship." Every year during the winter months, Indian traders, and pilgrims for Mecca, found their way in single ships to the Red Sea. On the setting in of the monsoon, they collected at Mocha, and made their way back in a single body. All Indian trade with the Red Sea was paid for in gold and silver, so that the returning ships offered many tempting prizes to freebooters. In 1683 John Hand, master of the Bristol, interloper, cleared his ship with papers made out for Lisbon and Brazil, and sailed for Madeira. There he called his crew together, and told them he intended to take his ship to the East Indies. Those who were unwilling were overawed, Hand being a mighty passionate man. He appears to have been half pirate and half trader, equally ready to attack other traders, or to trade himself in spices and drugs. On the Sumatra coast, finding the natives unwilling to do business with him, he went ashore with a pistol in his pocket to bring the black dogs to reason. The pistol went off in his pocket, and shattered his thigh, and that was the end of John Hand. In the same year 6 men, of whom 4 were English and 2 Dutch, while on passage in a native merchant's ship from the Persian Gulf to Surat, seized the ship, killing the owner and his 2 wives. The Lascars were thrown overboard, 6 being retained to work the ship. Their crews did not last long. Making for Honore, they threw the 6 Lascars overboard when nearing the port. The men managed to get to land, and reaching Honore, gave information of the would-be pirates to the local authorities, who seized the ship, and soon disposed of the rogues. 3 years later, 2 ships under English colors, mounting respectively 44 and 20 guns, were reported to have captured vessels in the Red Sea, to the value of Rs.600,000. The C.D. of Ginjira, who styled himself the Mogul's admiral, received a yearly subsidy of 4 lakhs for convoying the fleet, a duty that he was quite unable to perform against European desperadoes. Public opinion at Surat was at once excited against the English, and further inflamed by the Dutch and French, who were only too anxious to see a rival excluded from the trade. Sir John Child, to pacify the governor, offered to send a man of war to look for the pirates, but the Dutch and French factors continued to spit their venom till the governor laughed in their faces and asked why they did not join in sending vessels to look for the rogues, since the matter seemed to them so serious. In the same season a gallant engagement was fought against pirates, though not in Indian waters. The company's ship Caesar, Captain Wright, bound from England for Bombay, was chased off the coast of Gambia by 5 ships, carrying each from 20 to 30 guns, under French colors. Wright had no intention of yielding without a struggle, so put his ship before the wind, to gain time for getting into fighting trim. The Caesar was carrying soldiers, and there were plenty of men to fight the ship. The boats were cut away, the decks cleared, ammunition and arms served out, 3,000 pounds of bread which cumbered the gunroom were thrown overboard, and the tops were filled with marksmen. As soon as all was ready, the mainsail was furled, and the ship kept under easy sail. Before long the two smaller ships came up, hoisted the red flag, and began firing, one on the Caesar's quarter and one astern. Soon the three other ships, two of which Wright styled the Admiral and Vice Admiral, came up. The Admiral ranged up on the quarter and tried to board, but was obliged to sheer off, with the loss of many men and a bowsprit shot away. The Vice Admiral tried to board at the bow, but with no better success, losing a foreyard and mizzenmast. For 5 hours the engagement lasted, but the small-arm men in the Caesar's tops fired so well that the pirates could hardly serve their guns. The crew showed a wonderful spirits, cheering loudly at every successful shot, till the discomfited pirates bore up, leaving the Caesar to pursue her way to Bombay, much knocked about as to Hull, but having lost only 1 man killed and 8 wounded. In the following year came news to Surrey of 2 vessels, under Danish colours, that had stopped English ships and seized native ones between Surat and Bombay. The Phoenix, a British man-of-war, was at Surat at the time, so, together with the Kent, East Indiaman, it was dispatched to look after the marauders, taking with them also 2 small boys, sent to represent the French and the Dutch. In due time Captain Tyrrell returned, and reported that he had found a squadron of 4 vessels, that after a 2 days' chase he had brought them to, when they turned out to be 2 Danish ships, with 2 prizes they had taken. They showed him their commission, authorizing them to make reprisals on the Mogul subjects for affronts offered to Danish traders, so he left them alone. A few months later the Portuguese factory at Somme, in the Persian Gulf, was plundered by an English pirate. Another was heard of in the Red Sea, while Philip Babington, an Irish pirate, was cruising off Telechery in the charming Mary. By 1689 a number of sea rovers from the West Indies had made their appearance, and the factory at Fort St. George reported that the sea trade was pestered with pirates. The first comers had contented themselves with plundering native ships. Now their operations were extended to European vessels not of their own nationality. In time this restriction ceased to be observed. They hoisted the red or black flag, with or without the colors of the nationality they affected, and spared no vessel they were strong enough to capture. The Armenian merchants were loud in their complaints. An Armenian ship, bound from Goa to Madras, with 20,000 pagodas on board, was taken by a pirate ship of 200 tons, carrying 22 guns and a crew of 60 men. Another Armenian ship, with 50,000 zerafims, was taken near Bombay, on its voyage from Goa to Surat. Besides those that beset the Malabar coast, there were pirates in the Persian Gulf, at the mouth of the Red Sea, and in the Mozambique Channel, while 5 pirate vessels were cruising off Achin. During the next 10 years the losses caused by the pirates were prodigious. Ovington mentions that at St. Helena, 1689, they were told, by a slaver, of 3 pirates, 2 English and the other Dutch, so richly laden with booty that they could hardly navigate their ships, which had become weather-beaten and unseaworthy from their long cruises off the Red Sea mouth. Their worn-out canvas sails were replaced with double silk. They were prodigal in the expenses of their unjust gain, and quenched their thirst with Europe liquor at any rate this commander, the slaver, would put upon it, and were so frank both in distributing their goods, and guzzling down the noble wine, as if they were both wearied with the possession of their rapine, and willing to stifle all the melancholy reflections concerning it. Such an account was bound to fire the imagination of every seaman who heard it. The number of pirates was increased by the interlopers, merchant adventurers trading without a license, who, like John Hand, when they failed to get cargoes, plundered native ships. Their proceedings were imitated by the permission ships, vessels that held the company's license for a single voyage. Not seldom the crews of interlopers and permission ships rose and seized the vessel against the will of their owners and commanders and hoisted the Jolly Roger. Commissions were granted to the East India Company's commanders to seize interlopers, but the interlopers, as a rule, were remarkably well able to take care of themselves. As pirates and interlopers alike sailed under English colors, the whole odium fell on the English. In August 1691, a ship belonging to the wealthy merchant, Abdul Ghaffar, was taken at the mouth of the Surat River, with 9 lakhs in hard cash on board. A guard was placed on the factory at Surat, and an embargo laid on English trade. As the pirate had shown the colors of several nationalities, the authorities were loath to proceed to extremities. Fortunately for the English company, a member of the pirate crew was captured, and proved to be a Dane, so the embargo on English trade was taken off. Though they plied their calling at sea, almost with impunity, the pirates occasionally fell victims to Oriental treachery on shore. Thus, James Gilliam, a rover, having put into Mungrol, on the Kathiawar coast, was made welcome and much praised for the noble lavishness with which he paid for supplies. Soon there came an invitation to a banquet, and Gilliam, with some of his officers and crew, 20 in all, were received by the representative of the Nawab of Junagadh with excessive ceremony. Much polite curiosity was evinced about the noble strangers. Why did they always go armed? Were their muskets loaded? Would they discharge them to show their host the European method? The muskets were discharged, and immediately the banquet was announced. Delay to reload the muskets was inexpedient. It would be time to recharge their weapons after the feast. And then, when seated and defenseless, there was an eruption of armed men, and Gilliam, with his followers, were seized and fettered. For a year they lay at Junagadh, where 2 of them died. In vain Gilliam contrived to send a letter to the Surat factory, asking that they might be claimed as British subjects. President Harris knew that the least interest shown in the fate of the rovers would be fatal to the interests of the company, and was relieved when he heard that they had been sent to Aurangzeb's camp, after which they are heard of no more. In the beginning of 1692, authority was given to the company's commanders to seize pirates and hold them till the king's pleasure was known, but the measure was of small effect. The pirates were prime seamen, who outsailed and outfought the company's ships, while among the company's crews they had numerous sympathizers. The prizes to be gained were so great and the risks so small that the company could hardly restrain their own men from joining the sea rovers. Thus, in 1694, John Steele, 1, ran away with the long boat of the Ruby frigate. 16 others who had plotted to join him were detected in time, and clapped in irons. The French and Dutch gave passes to all who applied for them, so Steele placed himself under French protection, and for 2 years that rogue Steele finds frequent mention in the coast letters. 4 years later Steele was arrested in England. But though the directors had been supplied with many accounts of his misdeeds, no sworn evidence could be produced against him, so Steele escaped scot-free. All other pirates, however, were destined to be eclipsed in fame by Henry Every, alias Bridgeman, too, who now made his appearance in the Indian seas. His exploits, the great wealth he amassed by piracy, and his reputed marriage with a Mogul princess, continued to excite the public mind long after he had disappeared from the scene. Several biographies of him were written, one of them attributed to Defoe, all of them containing great exaggerations, and a play, The Successful Pirate, was written in his honor. His biographers generally give his name as John Avery, but it was as is here given. According to the account of Van Broek, a Dutchman, who was detained on board his ship for a time, and was on good terms with him, he was born at Plymouth, the son of a trading captain who had served in the Navy under Blake. Avery himself served in the Navy, in the Resolution and Edgar, before he got the command of a merchant ship, in which he made several voyages to the West Indies. In May 1694, he was first mate of the Charles II, one of the small squadron of English ships hired from Sir James Hublin, by the Spanish government, to act against French smugglers who were troubling their Peruvian trade. 3. The Spaniards were bad paymasters, and Hublin's squadron was detained at Corunna 3 or 4 months, while the crews became more and more discontented as their wages remained unpaid. As their sense of grievance increased, a plot was formed among the most turbulent spirits to seize a ship and turn rovers, under Avery's command. On the night of the May 30th, the captain of the Charles II was made prisoner while in bed. A boatload of men sent from the James to prevent the capture joined the mutineers. The cables were cut, and the ship ran out of harbor. The captain and all who were unwilling to join were put into a boat, and the Charles, renamed the Fancy, was headed south for the coast of Africa. The only man detained against his will was the doctor, as he was a useful man. Some months were spent on the Guinea coast, where some Negroes were captured, and 5 ships, 3 English and 2 Danish, were plundered and burnt. Before the end of the year Avery was east of the Cape, intent on the Red Sea traders. The first intelligence of him that reached Bombay was in May, 1695, when 3 outward-bound merchantmen reported that they had seen him at Johanna. Your Honour's ships going into that island gave him chase, but he was too nimble for them by much, having taken down a great deal of his upper works and made her exceeding snug, which advantage being added to her well sailing before causes her to sail so hard now, that she fears not who follows her. This ship will undoubtedly go into the Red Sea, which will procure infinite clamours at Surat. Accompanying this report came the following characteristic letter from Avery. February 28, 1695-4. To all English Commanders, let this satisfy that I was riding here ATT this instant in Y.'s ship Fancy, man of war, formerly the Charles of Y.'s Spanish expedition, who departed from Crony Y. 7th of May. 94. Being and am now in a ship of 46 guns, 150 men, and bound to seek our fortunes. I have never as yet wronged any English or Dutch, nor never intend whilst I am commander. Wherefore, as I commonly speak, WTH all ships I desire whoever comes to Y perusal of this to take this sign, all that if you or any whom you may inform are desirous to know we are ATT a distance, then make your antiant VP in a ball or bundle and hoist him ATT YE mizzen peak YE mizzen being furled. I shall answer a WTH YE same and never molest you. For my men are hungry, stout, and resolute, and should they exceed my desire I cannot help myself. As yet an Englishman's friend. Henry Avery. Here is 160 odd French armed men now ATT Mohilla, who waits for opportunity of getting an A ship. Take care of yourselves. 4. According to Van Broek, he was a man of good natural disposition, who had been soured by the bad treatment he received at the hands of his relations. The letter shows him to have been a man of some education, and during his short but active career in the Indian seas he appears to have attacked native ships only. The company's records do not mention the loss of a single English ship at Avery's hands, a circumstance that no doubt told heavily against the English in native opinion at Surat. The same ships that brought Avery's letter to Sir John Gayer brought intelligence of a well-known French pirate having got aground at Mohilla. The 3 company's ships watering at Johanna heard of the occurrence, and proceeded to the spot, burnt the French ship after taking out what treasure was on board, and captured 6 of the Frenchmen, who were brought to Bombay. Avery's friendly warning about the 160 odd French armed men evidently referred to the wrecked crew. The value of Param, or Bab's Key, as it was then called by mariners, to command the trade of the Red Sea, was at once perceived by Avery, who attempted to make a settlement there. After some unprofitable digging for water, he abandoned the project, and established himself in Madagascar, which had before this become known as a pirate resort. During the next 30 years the only traders who dared show themselves on the Madagascar coast were those who did business with the pirates, owing to the number of pirate settlements that sprang up at different points, the best known being at St. Mary's Island, St. Augustine's, Port Dauphin, and Charnock's Point. They built themselves forts and established a reign of terror over the surrounding country, sometimes taking a part in native quarrels, and sometimes fighting among themselves, dubbing themselves kings, and living in squalid dignity with large seraglios of native women. Captain Woodes Rogers, who touched at Madagascar for slaves 16 years after Avery's time, described those he met as having been on the islands above 25 years, with a motley crowd of children and grandchildren. Having been so many years upon this island, it may be imagined their clothes had long been worn out, so that their majesties were extremely out at the elbows. I cannot say they were ragged, since they had no clothes, they had nothing to cover them but the skins of beasts without any tanning, but with all the hair on, nor a shoe nor stocking, so they looked like the pictures of Hercules in the lion's skin, and being overgrown with beard and hair upon their bodies, they appeared the most savage figures that a man's imagination can frame. 5. One remarkable settlement was founded in the north, near Diego Suarez, by Misson, a Frenchman, and the most humane of pirates, with whom was allied too the English pirate. Misson's aim was to build a fortified town, that they might have some place to call their own, and a receptacle, when age and wounds had rendered them incapable of hardship, where they might enjoy the fruits of their labor and go to their graves in peace. The settlement was named Libertatia. Slavery was not permitted, and freed slaves were encouraged to settle there. The harbor was strongly fortified, as a Portuguese squadron that attacked them found to its cost. A dock was made, crops were sown, a Lord Conservator was appointed for 3 years, with a parliament to make laws. The colony was still in its infancy when it was surprised and destroyed by the natives, while Misson was away on a cruise, and so Libertatia came to an end. Two succeeded in escaping to his sloop with a quantity of diamonds and gold and bars. On Misson rejoining him, they determined to go to America. Misson's ship foundered in a storm, while Two made his way to Rhode Islands, and lived there for a time unquestioned. But the fascinations of a rover's life were too much for him. He fitted out a sloop and made again for the Red Sea, and was killed in action there with a Mogul ship. From their Madagascar settlements the pirates scoured the east coast of Africa, the Indian Ocean as far as Sumatra, the mouth of the Red Sea, where the Mocha's ships offered many rich prizes, the Malabar coast, and the Gulf of Oman. From time to time, ships from New England and the West Indies brought supplies and recruits, taking back those who were tired of the life, and who wished to enjoy their booty. European prisoners were seldom treated barbarously when there was no resistance, and the pirate crews found many recruits among captured merchantmen. Their worst cruelties were reserved for the native merchants of India who fell into their hands. They believed all native traders to be possessed of jewels, as was indeed often the case, and the cruelest tortures were inflicted on them to make them surrender their valuables. One unhappy Englishman we hear of, Captain Sawbridge, who was taken by pirates, while on a voyage to Surat with a shipload of Arab horses from Bombay. His complaints and expostulations were so annoying to his captors that, after repeatedly telling him to hold his tongue, they took a sail needle and twine and sewed his lips together. They kept him thus several hours, with his hands tied behind him, while they plundered his ship, which they afterwards set on fire, burning her and the horses in her. Sawbridge and his people were carried to Aden and set on shore, where he died soon after. Before long, Every made some notable captures. Off Aden he found 5 pirate ships of English nationality, 3 of them from America, commanded by May, Farrell, and Wake. In the Gulf of Aden he burned the town of Mehet on the Somali coast because the people refused to trade with him. In September, while cruising off Socotra with the Fancy, 2 sloops, and a galley, he took the Futtah Mahmud with a valuable cargo, belonging to Abdul Kuffer, the wealthiest and most influential merchant in Surat. A few days later he took off Sunjun, north of Bombay, a ship belonging to the emperor, called the Gunj Sawai, exceeding treasure. This was the great capture that made Every famous. According to the legend, there was a granddaughter of Aurungzebe on board, whom Every wedded by the help of a mullah, and carried off to Madagascar. But the story is only the most sensational of the many romantic inventions that have accumulated round Every's name. The native historian, Six, who relates the capture of the Gunj Sawai, and who had friends on board, would certainly not have refrained from mentioning such an event if it had occurred, nor would the Mughal emperor have failed to wreak vengeance on the English for such an insult to his family. The Gunj Sawai was the largest ship belonging to the port of Surat. It carried 80 guns and 400 matchlocks, besides other warlike implements, and was deemed so strong that it disdained the help of a convoy. On this occasion it was returning from the Red Sea with the result of the season's trading, amounting to 52 lakhs of rupees, 7, in silver and gold, and having on board a number of Mohammedan ladies returning from pilgrimage to Mecca. In spite of the disparity of force, Every bore down and engaged. The first gun fired by the Gunj Sawai burst, killing 3 or 4 men and wounding others. The main mast was badly damaged by Every's broadsides, and the Fancy ran alongside and boarded. This was the moment when a decent defense should have been made. The sailor's cutlass was a poor match for the curved sword and shield, so much so that the English were notorious in the East for their want of boldness in swordplay. But Ibrahim Khan, the captain, was a coward, and ran below at the sight of the white faces. His crew followed his example, and the vessel was taken almost without resistance. So rich a prize was not to be relinquished without a very complete search. For a whole week the Gunj Sawai was rummaged from stem to stern, while the crew of the Fancy indulged in a horrible orgy, excited beyond measure by the immense booty that had fallen into their hands. Several of the women threw themselves into the sea or slew themselves with daggers. The last piece of silver was sought out and carried on board the Fancy, the last jewel torn from the passengers and crew, and then the Gunj Sawai was left to find its way to Surat as it best could. The vials of long accumulated wrath were poured out on the English. Instigated by Abdul Ghaffar, the populace of Surat flew to arms to wreak vengeance on the factory. The governor, Itamad Khan, was well disposed to the English, but popular excitement ran so high that he found it difficult to protect them. Guards were placed on the factory to save it from plunder. A mufti urged that the English should be put to death in revenge for the death of so many true believers, and quoted an appropriate text from the Quran. Soon came an order from Aurangzeb directing the CD to march on Bombay, and for all the English in Surat and Broach to be made prisoners. President Annesley and the rest, 63 in all, were placed in irons, and so remained 11 months. To make matters worse, news arrived of every having captured the Rampura, a Cambay ship with a cargo valued at Rs.170,000. "It is strange," wrote Sir John Gayar, "to see how almost all the merchants are incensed against our nation, reproaching the governor extremely for taking our part, and as strange to see that notwithstanding all, he stems the stream against them more than well could be imagined, considering his extreme timorous nature." The strangeness of the merchants' hostility is hardly apparent, but it is not too much to say that Itamad Khan's friendly behavior alone saved English trade from extinction. The Dutch, always hostile in the East, whatever might be the relations between Holland and England in Europe, strove to improve the occasion by fomenting popular excitement, and tried to get the English permanently excluded from the Indian trade. In the words of Sir John Grayar, they retained their Edomitish principles, and rejoiced to see Jacob laid low. But Itamad Khan knew that the pirates were of all nationalities, and refused to hold the English alone responsible. To propitiate the governor, Sir John Gayar made over to him the 6 French pirates taken at Mohilla, not without qualms at handing over Christians to Mohammedan mercies. He fully expected that the treasure taken out of the wreck would also be demanded of him, but Itamad Khan was not an avaricious man, and no such demand was made. "His contempt of money is not to be paralleled by any of the king's umbrahs or governors," Sir John wrote, a year later, when Itamad Khan was dead. To forestall the Dutch with the emperor, Gayar sent an agent offering to convoy the Red Sea fleet for the future, in return for a yearly payment of 4 lakhs a year. The offer was refused, but it served to place the English in a more favorable light, and to procure the cancelling of orders that had been given for attacking Bombay and Madras. Had it been accepted, the CD would have been added to the number of the company's enemies. The Dutch, not to be outdone, offered to perform the same service in return for a monopoly of trade in the emperor's dominions. This brought all other Europeans into line against the Dutch proposal, and the intrigue was defeated. The embargo on all European trade at Surat was maintained, while the Dutch, French, and English were directed to scour the seas and destroy the pirates. It was further ordered that Europeans on shore were not to carry arms or use palanquins, and their ships were forbidden to hoist their national flags. The Dutch and French hung back. They would not send a ship to sea without payment, except for their own affairs. Sir John Gayar, more wisely, sent armed ships to convoy the Mocha fleet, at the company's charge, and so the storm passed off. Meanwhile every, glutted with booty, made up his mind to retire, ate, with his enormous gains. According to Johnson, he gave the slip, at night, to his consorts, sailed for Providence in the Bahamas, where his crew dispersed, and thence made his way to England, just at the time a royal proclamation offering £500 for his apprehension was published. The reward was doubled by an offer of 4,000 rupees from the company, 8 rupees being the equivalent of £1 at that time. Several of his crew also straggled home and were captured, but before he left the Indian coast, 25 Frenchmen, 14 Danes, and some English were put ashore, fearing to show themselves in Europe or America. This fact would seem to throw some doubt on the account of his having left his consorts by stealth. On the October 19, 1696, 6 of his crew were tried and sentenced at the Old Bailey, and a true bill was found and an indictment framed against every himself, though he had not been apprehended. According to Johnson, 9, every changed his name and lived unostentatiously, while trying to sell the jewels he had amassed. The merchant in whose hands he had placed them, suspecting how they had been come by, threatened him. Every fled to Ireland, leaving his jewels in the merchant's hands, and finally died in Devonshire in extreme poverty. But the authority for this, as for most of the popular accounts of Every, is extremely doubtful. That he was cheated out of some of his ill-gotten gains is probable enough, but it is in the highest degree improbable that he was known to be living in poverty, and yet that the large reward offered for his apprehension was not earned. What is alone certain is that he was never apprehended, and that in a few months he carried off an amount of plunder such as never before was taken out of the Indian seas by a single rover. For long he was the hero of every seaport town in England and North America. Innumerable legends gathered round his name, and an immense impulse was given to piracy. A few months after his departure, there were 5 pirate ships in the Red Sea, under English colors. 2 more, each mounting 14 guns, were in the Persian Gulf, and another was cruising off Tellicherry. At Madagascar others were coming in fast. The news of Every's great booty had spread from port to port, and every restless spirit was intent on seeking his fortune in this new Eldorado, as men nowadays flock to a new gold field. The company's sailors were not proof against the temptation. While on the way from Bombay to China, the crew of the Mocha frigate mutinied, off the coast of Achin, killed their captain, Edgecombe, and set afloat in the pinnace 27 officers and men who refused to join them. The Mocha was then renamed the Defense, and for the next 3 years did an infinity of damage in the Indian Ocean. At the same time, the crew of the Josiah Ketch from Bombay, while at anchor in the Madras roads, took advantage of the commander being on shore to run away with the ship. The whole thing had been planned between the 2 crews before leaving Bombay, their intention being to meet off the coast of Sumatra, and cruise in company. The piratical career of the Josiah did not last long. Making first for the Nicobars, the crew flocked on shore, and were soon involved in quarrels with the natives, leaving on board only 2 men, one of whom was James Cruff, the armorer, who had been forced to join them against his will. The other man was but a lukewarm pirate, and Cruff prevailed on him to join in an attempt to carry off the ship. They cut the cable, and by great good fortune, without any knowledge of navigation, succeeded in carrying the ship into Achin. Stout's command of the Defense, once Mocha, quickly came to an end. According to one account, he was put to death by his comrades, at the Laccadives, for trying to desert them. According to another account, he was slain by some Malays. His place was taken by Culliford, who had been the leader of the mutineers of the Josiah. He changed the ship's name to the Resolution, and proved himself one of the most daring rovers of his day. The untrustworthiness of his crews placed Sir John Gayer in an awkward dilemma. He had to report to the directors that he dared not send ships to convoy pilgrims lest the crews should mutiny, that a boat could not be manned in Bombay harbor for fear of desertion, while, on shore, he had not a soldier fit to be made a corporal. A powerful French squadron had appeared on the coast, and the Surat president calculated that the company's recent losses on captured ships sailing from Surat amounted to £1,000,000. The losses of the native merchants were even more serious. Trade was almost at a standstill, while 3 more pirate ships from New York appeared in the Gulf of Cambay, and captured country ships to the value of 4 lakhs of rupees. Every letter along the coast at this date speaks of the doings of the rovers. Every ship coming into harbor told of pirates, of chases and narrow escapes, and of reported captures. These pirates spare none but take all they meet, and take the Europe men into their own ships, with such goods as they like, and sink the ships, sending the Lascars on rafts to find the shore. So bold were the marauders that they cruised in sight of Bombay harbor, and careened their ships in sight of factories along the coast. To avenge their losses, the Muscat Arabs, in April 1697, seized the London, belonging to Mr. Affleck, a private merchant. The Arabs were engaged in hostilities with the Portuguese at the time, and forced the crew of the London to fight for them. Those who were unwilling were lashed to masts exposed to Portuguese fire, from which they did not escape scatheless. In vain the commanders of 2 of the company's vessels assured the Imam that the London was not a pirate. "You have sent me a letter," he wrote, "about my people taking one of your ships. It is true that I have done so, in return for one you English took from me, so now we are even and have ship for ship, for this one I will not surrender. If you wish to be friends, I am willing to be so, if not, I will fight you and take all the ships I can." One pirate ship was reported to have chased 2 Tsong ships, capturing one and forcing the other ashore, where it became a total wreck. What influence this may have on the Artihan Company's affairs, God alone knows, wrote the Surat president mournfully. Soon he was in better spirits. The same pirates had landed and plundered Tsong, but, allowing themselves to be surprised, 56 of the crew had been set upon and killed. With few exceptions, the English pirates came from the American colonies. Every year, from New York, Boston, Jamaica, and the Bahamas, ships were fitted out, nominally for the slave trade, though it was no secret that they were intended for piracy in the eastern seas. Whatever compunction might be felt at attacking European ships, there was none about plundering Asiatic merchants, where great booty was to be gained with little risk. Sometimes the governors were in league with the pirates, who paid them to wink at their doings. Those who were more honest had insufficient power to check the evil practices that were leniently, if not favorably, regarded by the colonial community, while their time was fully occupied in combating the factious opposition of the colonial legislatures, and in protective measures against the French and Indians. The English government, absorbed in the French war, had no ships in the Indian seas, but the straits to which English trade in the East had been reduced, and the enormous losses caused by the pirates, at last forced some measures to be adopted for coping with the evil that had assumed such gigantic proportions. 1. It appears likely that this was the John Steele mentioned by Drury as his uncle in Bengal. There is very little doubt that much of Drury's alleged slavery in Madagascar was spent among the pirates. 2. It would appear that he assumed the name of every on taking to piracy. 3. Sir James Hublin was an alderman of London, and a governor of the Bank of England at the time. 4. The letter appears to have been left by every with the natives of Johanna, who gave it to the merchant captains who brought it to Bombay. 5. The quotation is taken from Johnson's History of the Pirates. In his cruising voyage round the world, Woodes Rogers did not touch at Madagascar. On that occasion, 1711, he met 2 ex-pirates at the Cape, who had received pardons, and told him that the Madagascar settlements had dwindled to 60 or 70 men, most of them very poor and despicable, even to the natives, and possessed of only 1 ship and a sloop. But, he adds, if care be not taken, after a peace, to clear that island of them, and hinder others from joining them, it may be a temptation for loose straggling fellows to resort thither, and make it once more a troublesome nest of freebooters. 6. Eliot's History of India as told by its own historians. Muntakaba Lubab of Kafi Khan. 7. Equal to £534,000 at that day. 8. According to the statement of a Lascar, taken in the Futtah Mahmud and carried to Madagascar, every sailed for the Bahamas in the autumn of 1695, so that his career in the Indian seas lasted only 6 months. On reaching Providence, every presented the governor with 40 pieces of 8 and 4 pieces of gold for allowing them to come and go in safety. 9. Johnson's General History of the Pirates, 1724. Chapter 2. Captain Kidd. Measures to suppress piracy. The Adventure fitted out. Warren's squadron meets with Kidd. His suspicious behavior. He threatens the Sydney. Waylays the Red Sea Fleet. Captures the Mary. Visits Cawar and Calicut. His letter to the factory. Chased by Portuguese men of war. Chases the Sedgwick. Chivers. Action between Doril and Resolution. Kidd captures the Quetta merchant. Dilemma of European traders at Surat. Their agreements with the authorities. Experience of the Benjamin. News of Kidd's piracies. Reaches England. Dispatch of squadron under Warren. Littleton at Madagascar, Kidd sails for New York, arrested and tried, his defense and execution, justice of his sentence, his character, diminution of piracy, Loathed the Loyal Merchant, Act for suppression of piracy, Captain Miller. War with France was being actively prosecuted by land and sea. In 1695 the nation was still smarting under reverses in the Low Countries and the repulse of the Brest expedition. At sea the navy was holding its own, though English commerce suffered terribly under the attacks of French corsairs of Dunkirk and St. Malo. The company applied for a ship to be sent to the Indian seas to deal with the pirates. But Lord Orford, the head of the Admiralty, refused to spare one. It was the fashion for wealthy men to obtain letters of marque for privateering, and a syndicate was formed, to which the Chancellor, Lord Somers, Lord Orford, Lord Bellamont, and other Whig nobles were parties, to send out a privateer against French commerce. For this purpose the Adventure galley was purchased and fitted out, and the command was given to William Kidd, who was suggested to Lord Bellamont as a fit person for the task. Kidd was an old privateersman who had gained some reputation in the West Indies during the war. Lord Bellamont had been appointed Governor of New York, though he did not proceed there till 2 years later. The king had charged him to use his utmost endeavors to put a check on the pirates who sailed from New England, and nothing better occurred to him than to obtain a commission for Kidd to act against the rovers. A general reward of £50 was offered for the apprehension of each pirate, and £100 for every, increased in the following year to £500. In December, a commission under the Admiralty seal was issued to Kidd, authorizing him to proceed against French shipping. He was to keep a journal of his proceedings, and any ship captured was to be carried into the nearest port and legally adjudged by a competent court. If condemned, he might dispose of it according to custom. 6 weeks later, a second commission under the Great Seal was granted him, in his capacity of a private man of war, to apprehend all pirates, freebooters, and sea rovers, the names of Thomas II, John Ireland, Thomas Wake, and William Mays, or Mace, being specially mentioned. Again, he was enjoined to keep an exact journal of his doings, and the pirate ships he captured were to be proceeded against according to law, in the same manner as French captures. A subsequent warrant was granted to the syndicate, who figure in it as the Earl of Bellamont, Edmund Harrison, William Rowley, George Watson, Thomas Reynolds, and Samuel Newton. Under these unpretentious names were hidden Lords Orford and Somers, and other Whig nobles. They were to account for all goods and valuables captured in the rovers' possession. 1/10 was to be reserved for the Crown, the rest being assigned to them to recoup their expenditure. The Adventure carried 30 guns and rowed 26 or 30 oars. In May, 1696, Kidd sailed from Plymouth for New York with a crew of about 70 men. On the way he captured a small French vessel, which was properly condemned, and the proceeds helped to complete the equipment of the Adventure. In New York he filled up his crew to 155 men, and people shook their heads when they saw the men of doubtful character that he enlisted. It was felt at the time that either his intentions were dishonest, or he was taking a crew that he would be unable to control. The men were promised shares of what should be taken, while Kidd himself was to have 40 shares. Nothing was said as to the share of the owners or the Crown. In September he sailed for the Cape. There were plenty of pirates and French trading ships close at hand on the American coast, but he did not waste a day in looking for them. Within a few days of Kidd's leaving Plymouth, a royal squadron consisting of the Windsor, Tiger, Advice, and Vulture, under Commodore Warren, sailed from Sheerness to visit the harbors and watering places used by East India ships, as far as the Cape, and clear them of pirates. The squadron, with 5 East Indiamen under convoy, made its way slowly along the African coast, losing many men from sickness. 200 leagues west of the Cape they sighted a strange sail that seemed to wish to avoid them. Warren gave chase and forced it to heave to. On being signaled to come on board, the commander proved to be Kidd, in command of the Adventure. Asked to account for himself, he told how he was engaged to look for every and destroy pirates, and showed his commission. Apparently, this was the first that Warren had heard of him, but there was no gainsaying the royal commission, so the usual hospitality was shown him, and he was bidden to keep company as far as the Cape. Warren had lost many men on the Guinea coast, and asked Kidd to spare him some. No better opportunity could have been found for getting rid of troublesome men, but Kidd declined to part with a single one. As Warren's wine told on him, his true character showed itself. He boasted of the feats he was going to do, and the wealth he would get, till Warren was filled with disgust and suspicion. The Adventure wanted a new mainsail. Warren could not spare him one. No matter, he would take one from the first ship he met, and he was finally sent back to the Adventure, reeling drunk. For 6 days he sailed in company with the squadron. Then a calm came on, and at night, making use of his oars, Kidd stole away, and was nearly out of sight when the sun rose. On reaching the Cape, Warren could get no news of him, but to the captains of the company's ships he communicated his suspicions of Kidd. 3 of them, bound for Johanna in the Comoro Islands, the Sydney, the Madras Merchant, and the East India Merchant, agreed to sail in company for mutual protection. The Sydney, being the faster sailer, reached Johanna in advance of her consorts, and found the Adventure at anchor in the roadstead. As the Sydney came to anchor, Kidd sent a boat to Captain Gifford, ordering him to strike his colors, and threatening to board him if he refused. Gifford prepared to defend himself. 2 days later the East India Merchant and the Madras Merchant appeared, making for the anchorage, and Kidd lowered his tone. He then invited the 3 captains to come on board the Adventure, which they refused to do, letting him plainly see that they distrusted him. Soon they had to warn him regarding his ill treatment of the Johanna people, for which they threatened to call him to account. This unlooked-for attitude on the part of the 3 captains made Kidd uneasy, and finding that they would not leave the anchorage till he had gone, he made sail and departed. Some of the crew of the Adventure had, however, used suspicious language, saying they were looking for an East India ship. When asked if they would attack a single one, they answered evasively, while continuing to boast of the things they were going to do. These early proceedings of Kidd effectually disposed of the plea that his intentions were at first honest, and that he only yielded to the coercion of his crew in taking to piracy, after reaching the Indian seas. The truth is that Kidd was resolved on piracy from the first, and had little difficulty in persuading the majority of the crew to join him. It can hardly be doubted that the accounts of the great wealth acquired by every had turned his head. There were a number of men on board the Adventure who were unwillingly coerced into piracy, and who remained in a chronic state of discontent, but Kidd was not one of them. Long before he had made a single capture, it was reported in the ports of Western India that Kidd was a pirate. From Johanna he shaped his course for Madagascar, but the pirates were all away in search of prey, so he continued his cruise in the Mozambique Channel and along the African coast. He is said to have met Indian ships at this time without molesting them, which was afterwards cited to show that his intentions were then honest. It is more likely that he was only doubtful as to his own power, being unacquainted with the weakness of Asiatics, and reserving himself for the rich prey offered by the Mocha fleet. Cruising northwards, he landed at Mabar on the Somali coast, and took some corn from the natives by force, his first bit of filibustering. Then making for Perim, he anchored to await the Mocha fleet. 3 times he sent a boat to look into Mocha harbor, and bring notice when the Indian ships were ready to sail. As the fleet in scattered array emerged from the straits, he singled out a large vessel and began firing at it. This at once attracted the attention of the Sceptre frigate that Sir John Gayer had sent as a convoy, and Kidd took to his heels. If Every had been in his place, he would have followed the fleet across the Indian Ocean, and have picked up a straggler or 2, but the sight of the Sceptre and a Dutch man-of-war had been enough for Kidd, and he left the Pilgrim fleet alone. Without molesting them further, he made his way eastward, and, on the August 29th, off Sunjun, north of Bombay, he took the Mary Brigantine, a small native vessel from Surat. This was Kidd's first capture on the high seas. Thomas Parker, the master of the Mary, was forced on board the Adventure to act as pilot. A Portuguese was taken to act as interpreter, and the Lascars of the Mary beaten and ill-treated. A week later he put into Karwar for provisions, flying English colors, but his character was already known. The Sunda Raja and the factory stood on their guard while he was in harbor. Harvey, the chief of the factory, demanded the surrender of Parker, but Kidd vowed he knew nothing about him. 8 of his crew deserted, and told their story. They had no desire for the piratical life into which they had been trepanned, and reported that many more of the crew would leave him if they could get the chance. While off Carwar, he careened the Adventure on a small islet in the harbor, which was long known as Kidd's Island. A month later he was off Calicut, where his ever-recurring trouble about supplies is shown in the following letter to the factory. Adventure Galley, October Y4T, 1697. Sr. I can't but admire white wire people is so fearful to come near us, for I have used all possible means to let them understand white I am an Englishman and a FFRD, not offering to molest any of their canoes, so think it convenient to write this white you may understand whom I am, which I hope may end all suspicion. I come from England about 15 mo's agone with Y King's commission to take all pirates in these seas, and from Carwar came up a month agone, so do believe white you have heard whom I am before white, and all I come for here is wood and water. Whh, if you will be pleased to order me, shall honestly satisfy for why same or anything that they'll bring off, which is all from him who will be very ready to serve you in what lieth in my power. William Kidd. They knew who he was only too well, so he sailed for the Laccadives, whence news was soon received of his barbarous treatment of the natives, and that he had killed his quartermaster. 2. The letter is characteristic of Kidd's methods. From his first entrance into the Indian seas his conduct had aroused suspicion. Owing to the large amount of coasting trade and the frequent necessity of calling at many places for water, the news of the sea spread from port to port with great rapidity. At the moment of his writing this letter he had the master of the Mary a prisoner under hatches, and the factory chiefs of Carwar and Calicut were well aware of it. But to the end he believed that he could throw dust in the eyes of the company's officials by making play with the Royal Commission. While he was on the coast, Kidd was chased by 2 Portuguese armed vessels, a grab and a sloop. The grab was a poor sailor, and Kidd had no difficulty in eluding it, but the sloop, a better sailor, allowed itself to be drawn on in chase, till Kidd, shortening sail, was able to give it several broadsides, which reduced it to a total wreck, after which he showed a clean pair of heels. At Kidd's trial it was stated he had 10 men wounded in this business. In April, 1698, the Sedgwick, arriving at Fort St. David, reported that on its way from Anjengo it had been chased for 3 days and nights by Kidd, but had been saved by a stiff breeze springing up. On its return voyage the Sedgwick was less fortunate, being captured off Cape Comorin by Chivers, a Dutchman, in the Soldado, otherwise known as the Algerine, of 250 tons and carrying 28 guns. The cargo of the Sedgwick not being to Chivers' liking, and being put into good humor with sundry bowls of punch, he let the Sedgwick go, taking out of her only sails and cordage. The year 1698 saw the company's trade almost extinguished owing to the depredations of the sea rovers and the hostility aroused against Europeans. Every letter brought accounts of the pirates, and the losses occasioned by them. In small squadrons they swept the coast from Madras to the mouths of the Indus, and haunted the sea from Cape Comorin to the Straits of Malacca. In July, the company's ship Doral, bound for China, was attacked in the Straits of Malacca by the Resolution, late Mocha, commanded by Culliford, and, after a hot engagement of 3 hours, made the pirates sheer off, with heavy losses on both sides. Bowen in the Speedy Return, for the taking of which Green was, with doubtful justice, hanged, Chivers in the Soldado, North in the Pelican, Halsey, Williams, White, and many others of less fame, were plundering and burning everywhere with impunity. Early in the year, Kidd captured the Quetta Merchant, a country ship bound from Bengal to Surat, belonging to some Armenian merchants who were on board. The captain was an Englishman named Wright, the gunner was a Frenchman, and there were 2 Dutchmen. This was the best prize made by Kidd, and yielded some £10,000 or £12,000, which was at once divided among the crew of the Adventure, Kidd's 40 shares being 1/4 of the whole. Able seamen got 1 share, landsmen and servants a half share only. The Surat factory was filled with alarm, not without good reason. In vain Sir John Gayer wrote to the governor, and sent an agent to the emperor to disclaim responsibility. In August came an imperial order directing that the English, French, and Dutch should be held responsible for all losses, and that for the Quetta merchant alone the English should pay 2 lakhs of rupees. Guards were placed on the factories. All communication with them was forbidden. Their Mohammedan servants left them, and their creditors were made to give an account to the governor of all debts owing by Europeans. The Dutch and French tried to exonerate themselves by laying all the blame on the English, but the governor refused to make any distinction, and called on the 3 nations to pay 14 lakhs of rupees as a compensation for the losses occasioned by piracy. Sir John Gayar was a man of action. Like Macrae, to be mentioned later in these pages, he had first brought himself into notice as a sea captain, and as governor of Bombay had upheld the company's interests for 4 years, in circumstances of no ordinary difficulty. The time for some decided action had arrived if the company's trade was to continue. On receiving intelligence of these occurrences, he appeared off Surat with 3 armed ships, and sent word to the governor that he would neither pay any portion of the 14 lakhs, nor give security. At the same time he intimated that he was ready to furnish convoys for the Mocha ships, as he had already done, and, in proof of goodwill in acting against the pirates, pointed out that, now the war in Europe was at an end, a royal squadron was on its way to the Indian seas to extirpate them. The European traders on the west coast had always been so submissive to the emperor's authority that this unexpected display of vigor astonished the governor. He moderated his tone. The Dutch declared they would abandon the Surat trade rather than pay, so the governor consented to make no demand for past losses, if the English would engage to make good all future losses by piracy. This was also refused. Finally, the English, French, and Dutch agreed to act in concert to suppress piracy, and signed bonds by which they jointly engaged to make good all future losses. Onerous as these terms were, the agreement came not a moment too soon. The news of it reached Aurangzeb just in time to procure the reversal of an order he had issued, putting a final stop to all European trade in his dominions. He told the Surat governor to settle the matter in his own way. In pursuance of the agreement, the Dutch convoyed the Mecca pilgrims and patrolled the entrance to the Red Sea, besides making a payment of Rs.70,000 to the governor. The English paid Rs.30,000 and patrolled the South Indian seas, while the French made a similar payment and policed the Persian Gulf. An experience of the Benjamin yacht at this time showed that pirates were not prone to wanton mischief, where there was no plunder to be gained. In November, the yacht lay at Honore, taking in a cargo of pepper, when the well-known pirate ships Pelican, Soldado, and Resolution came into harbor for provisions. Seeing the Bombay governor's yacht, they naturally concluded that some attempt would be made to prevent the natives from supplying their wants. They at once sent word to the master of the Benjamin that they had no intention of molesting him, unless he hindered them in getting provisions, in which case they would sink him. The master of the yacht was only too glad to be left alone. The pirates got their provisions, and in recognition of his behavior, presented him with a recently captured Portuguese ship. Sir John Gayar, in much fear lest he should be accused of being in league with the pirates, quickly made it over to the Portuguese authorities. When the intelligence of Kidd's piracies reached England, there was a storm of indignation in the country. Party feeling was running high and with unusual violence. The majority in the House of Commons desired the ruin of Somers and Orford while aiming at the king. The charge of abetment in Kidd's misdeeds was too useful a weapon to be neglected, so it was added to the list of accusations against them. It must be admitted that the circumstances of the Lord Chancellor, the head of the Admiralty, and other prominent men using their influence to forward a venture from which they were to profit, under fictitious names, and that had created such a scandal, demanded inquiry. It was hardly sufficient to say that they had lost their money. Such an answer would justify any illegal enterprise in the event of its failure. The French war had come to an end, so in January, 1699, a royal squadron of 4 men of war, the Anglesey, Harwich, Hastings, and Lizard, sailed from Portsmouth for Madagascar under Warren. 3. They carried with them 4 royal commissioners and a proclamation offering a free pardon, from which every and Kidd were accepted, to all pirates who voluntarily surrendered themselves before the end of April, 1699. The pardon related only to acts of piracy committed east of the Cape of Good Hope, between the African and Indian coasts. After calling at St. Augustine's Bay, where several pirates made their submission, the squadron reached Tellicherry in November. As it came to its anchorage, Warren died, and was buried on shore the following day. He was succeeded in the command by Littleton. In the following May, Littleton was on the Madagascar coast, where he remained till the end of the year before returning home. During the whole time he was in communication with the pirates. His dealings with them brought him into disrepute in shipping circles. Hamilton tells us that, for some valuable reasons, he let them go again, and because they found a difficulty in cleaning the bottoms of their large ships, he generously assisted them with large blocks and tackle falls for careening them. Possibly Hamilton's remark was due to the conduct of Captain White of the Hastings, whose behavior excited such suspicion that Littleton placed him under arrest, fearing he would make his ship over to the pirates. Littleton remained on the Madagascar coast for 8 months without firing a shot. When he first reached St. Mary's, the pirates greeted him with a salute of 9 guns, to which he responded with 5, and he was in close and daily communication with them. Whether any pirates made their submission to him does not appear, but it is probable that his presence strengthened the resolution to obtain pardon of those who had previously engaged themselves to Warren, among them Culliford and Chivers. The fact is that piracy was looked upon then more leniently than we should now regard it. Plundering and ill-treating Asiatics was a venial offense, and many a seaman after a cruise with the pirates returned to his calling on board an honest merchantman, without being thought much the worse for it. Among all the naval officers sent to the Indian seas at that time, Warren appears to have been the only one who really tried to protect the company's interests. Littleton quarreled with Sir Nicholas Waite, and had questionable dealings with the Madagascar pirates. Richards and Harland quarreled with Sir John Gayer, and crippled the company's ships by forcibly pressing their sailors to fill up their own crews, while Matthews exceeded them all in outrageous behavior, as will be recounted in its place. After capturing the Quedagh Merchant, Kidd shaped his course for Madagascar, where he found Culliford in the Resolution, who at first treated him with suspicion, hearing that he had a commission to capture pirates. But Kidd soon reassured him over sundry cups of bombo, protesting with many oaths that his soul should fry in hell sooner than that he should hurt a hair of one of Culliford's crew, and, as a proof of goodwill, presented him with 2 guns and an anchor. Then, finding the Adventure had become unseaworthy, he abandoned her, and sailed for New England in the Quedagh Merchant. In June, 1799, he reached Boston. Before his arrival, he heard he had been proclaimed a pirate, so he deputed a friend to approach Lord Bellamont on his behalf. The Quedagh Merchant was disposed of, and his plunder placed in a safe place. By assurance, and by a valuable present to Lady Bellamont, he thought he could face matters out. Bellamont appears to have been puzzled at first how to treat him. He was unwilling to believe all that was said. At the end of 3 weeks he made up his mind and arrested Kidd. For 8 months he lay in Boston jail, and was then sent to London for trial, remaining in Newgate for more than a year. 11 of his crew were also arrested, 2 of them being admitted as king's witnesses. In the interval the storm against the Whig ministers had gathered strength, and articles of impeachment against Somers, Orford, and others were being prepared by the House of Commons. On the March 27, 1701, Kidd was brought to the House to be examined, but he said nothing to inculpate any of the owners of the Adventure, so a resolution was passed that he should be proceeded against according to law. On the 8th and May 9th he was brought up for trial at the Old Bailey. The first indictment against him was for the murder of Moore, the gunner of the Adventure. There had been a quarrel in which Moore accused Kidd of having ruined them all, on which Kidd called him a lousy dog, to which Moore replied in a rage, that if he was a dog it was Kidd who had made him one. At this Kidd hurled a bucket at him and fractured his skull. The jury found him guilty. He was then tried, together with 9 of his crew, for the taking of the Quedagh Merchant. His line of defense was that it was sailing under a French pass, and therefore a lawful prize, but he evaded actually saying so. He declared that Lord Bellamont had some French passes of ships he had taken, but would not produce them. That Kidd had captured some ships under French passes, and that the passes were in Bellamont's hands, is extremely probable. But it is incredible that a French pass for the Quedagh Merchant was in Bellamont's hands, and that he held it back. He had been accused of complicity in Kidd's piracies, and threatened with impeachment. Every consideration of private and political interest alike prompted him to clear himself of the charge, and confound those who accused the leading men of his party as well as himself. Kidd tried to get the witnesses, some of them favorable to him, to say they had seen the French pass, but all they could say was that they had heard him declare there was one. The adverse witnesses deposed that he had feigned to believe that the French gunner of the Quai Merchant was the captain, though they all knew he was not. When asked, "Captain Kidd, can you make it appear there was a French pass aboard the Quai Merchant?" he replied, "My lord, these men say they heard several say so." One of the Armenian owners was in court, but he did not examine him, nor could he say why he had not had the ship properly condemned, like the French ship taken between Plymouth and New York. His only reply was that he was not at the sharing of the goods, and knew nothing of it. For his attack on the Mocha fleet he offered no explanation. He was found guilty, and was then tried for the captures of a Moorish ship, Parker's, a Moorish ketch, and a Portuguese ship. Culliford and 2 others were next tried for taking a ship called the Great Mahomet. 3 of Kidd's crew were acquitted, the rest of the prisoners were found guilty, and sentenced to be hanged. Culliford was respite, having made his submission to Warren. 3 of Kidd's crew had hard measure dealt to them. They had made their submission under the King's proclamation, but not to one of the commissioners appointed for the purpose, so their submission went for nothing. On the May 12th, Kidd, with 6 of his crew and 2 of Culliford's, was hanged at Execution Dock, the common place of execution for pirates. It is impossible to follow Kidd's career, and to study his trial, without coming to the conclusion that he deserved his fate. There is no sign that he was sacrificed to political expediency. Directly the House of Commons failed to bring home the responsibility for Kidd's piracies to the leaders of the Whig party, he ceased to be of any importance for political purposes. The charge of complicity with him was only one of 10 charges against Orford, one of 14 against Somers. The court is said to have dealt hardly with him, but courts of justice were not very tender to any criminals in those days, and the jury did not hesitate to acquit 3 of those tried with him. Criminals were not allowed the aid of counsel, except on a point of law. Kidd did raise a legal point, and was allowed the aid of a counsel to argue it. His intention was clear from the day he left New York. The 4 pirates named in his commission were then on the American coast. He made no effort to look for them, but steered at once for the Cape. If he could not control his crew, he could have invoked Warren's help, instead of which he stole away in the night. His threats to the Sydney at Johanna, his attack, after 3 weeks' waiting, on the Mocha fleet, his detention of Parker, to say nothing of his dealings with Culliford, can only be interpreted in one way. During his whole cruise he never put into Surat, Bombay, or Goa, but cruised like any other pirate. The legend of his buried treasure has survived to our own day, owing to the fact that he had buried some of his booty before putting himself in Bellomont's hands, but the record of his trial shows that, beyond what was obtained from the Quai Merchant, his plunder consisted mostly of merchandise. That some of his ill-gotten gains were recovered at the time seems clear from an Act of Parliament passed in 1705, enabling the Crown to dispose of the effects of William Kidd, a notorious pirate, to the use of Greenwich Hospital, which institution received accordingly 6,472 to 1. The scandal caused by Kidd's piratical doings under a commission from the Crown, the political use made of it in Parliament, and the legend of a vast hoard of buried treasure, have conferred on him a celebrity not justified by his exploits. As he appears in the company's records, he showed none of the picturesque daredevilry that distinguished many of the sea rovers whose names are less known. No desperate adventure or hard-fought action stand to his credit. Wherever we get a glimpse of his character it shows nothing but mean, calculating cunning, and to the end he posed as the simple, innocent man who was shamefully misjudged. His crew were always discontented and ready to desert. He had none of the lavish open-handedness that made the fraternity welcome in so many ports. Every, Teach, England, and a dozen others in his place, would have thrown the commission to the winds, and sailed the seas under the red flag. Kidd's ruling idea appears to have been that he could hoodwink the world as to his doings under cover of his commission, so that when he heard of the charges against him he believed he could disarm his accusers by sheer impudence. At his trial he attempted to lay all the blame on his crew, and vowed he was the innocentest person of them all, and all the witnesses were perjured. Whatever touch of misdirected heroism was to be found in any pirate, it was certainly not to be found in Kidd. He was altogether a contemptible rascal, and had no claims to be a popular hero. Though Littleton's squadron captured no pirate ships, its presence till the autumn of 1700 had a salutary effect. For, some made their submission, and the number who continued to ply their trade was greatly reduced. Many of them were glad to leave a calling that had now become hazardous, in which they had been unwillingly forced to join, while the renewal of the war in Europe furnished a more legitimate outlet for the most turbulent spirits, in the shape of privateering. North, after making his submission to Littleton, thought better of it, seeing the date of grace had expired, and refused to leave Madagascar. There he remained for several years, fighting and subduing the natives round St. Mary's, till he was finally killed by them. His comrades continued the war for 7 years till they had completely subdued the country round. On the December 18, 1699, the loyal merchant, Captain Loth, East Indiaman, lying in Table Bay, saw a small vessel of 60 tons enter the harbor under English colors. This proved to be the Margaret of New York. Loth's suspicions being awakened, he sent for the captain and some of the crew, who confessed the whole matter, and were promptly put in irons. The Margaret was seized, in spite of Dutch protests. 2 days later came in the Vine Pink, from St. Mary's, with a number of passengers on board. These were pirates on their way to New England, to make their submission, among them Chivers and Culliford. Loth would have seized them also, but the Dutch interfered, and the behavior of the Dutch admiral became so threatening that Loth cut short his stay and made sail for Bombay, which he reached safely, taking with him the Margaret and 18 prisoners. On reaching England, Culliford was tried and condemned, but respited, as has already been mentioned. While Kidd lay in Newgate awaiting trial, an act was passed for the more effectual suppression of piracy. Experience had shown that it was useless to issue proclamations against individuals, but that some new machinery must be created to deal with the gigantic evil that threatened to become chronic. Under a former act, passed in the reign of Henry VIII, the Lord High Admiral, or his lieutenant, or his commissary, had been empowered to try pirates, but the procedure had long fallen into abeyance. It had been found almost impossible to bring offenders in distant seas to justice, to say nothing of the cost and trouble of bringing them to England for trial. Now it was enacted that courts of 7 persons might be formed for the trial of pirates at any place at sea or upon land, in any of His Majesty's islands, plantations, colonies, dominions, forts, or factories. It was necessary that at least one of the 7 should be the chief of an English factory, the governor or a member of council in a plantation or colony, or the commander of a king's ship. These courts had powers of capital punishment, and also had power to treat all persons who gave assistance or countenance to pirates as accessories, and liable to the same punishments as pirates. The act was to be in force for 7 years only. In 1706 it was renewed for 7 years, and in 1714 again for 5 years. The amnesty granted to some pirates, the hanging of others, 5, and the new Act of Parliament, caused a great abatement of the evil. The Madagascar settlements still flourished, but for a time European trade was free from attack. Littleton's squadron had gone home, and was replaced by 2 royal ships, the Severn and the Scarborough, which effected nothing against the pirates, but served by their presence to keep them quiet. The Severn and Scarborough sailed from England in May, 1703, under Commodore Richards, who died at Johanna in the following March. The command was then taken by Captain Harland, who visited Madagascar and Mauritius, where 2 men were arrested, who afterwards made their escape at Mohilla. The 2 ships returned to England in October, 1705. Hamilton tells us how a Scots ship commanded by one Miller did the public more service in destroying them than all the chargeable squadrons that have been sent in quest of them, for, with a cargo of strong ale and brandy, which he carried to sell them, in anno 1704, he killed above 500 of them by carousing, although they took his ship and cargo as a present from him, and his men entered, most of them into the society of the pirates. 1. This was probably a village near Ras Mabur, about 165 miles south of Cape Gardafui. 2. In ships of this class the quartermaster was next in importance to the captain or master. The incident refers to the death of Moore, the gunner of the Adventure, who was killed by Kidd in a fit of anger for saying that Kidd had ruined them all. The killing of Moore was one of the indictments against Kidd at his trial. 3. Warren had returned from his first cruise in the autumn of 1697. 4. One small Arab vessel that rashly attacked the Harwich, mistaking it for a merchant vessel, was disposed of with a broadside. 5. 20 were condemned and hung in one batch, in June, 1700, one of the Mocha mutineers among them. This was probably Gillam, to whom Kidd had given a passage to America from Madagascar, and was supposed to have been the man who stabbed Captain Edgecombe. Chapter 3: The Rise of Carnegie Angria. Native piracy hereditary on the Malabar coast. Marco Polo's account, Fryer's narrative, the Kempsant, Arab and Sanganian pirates, attack on the President, loss of the Josiah, attack on the Phoenix, the Thomas captured, depredations of the Gulf pirates, director's views, Carnegie Angria, attacks English ships, destroys the Bombay, fortifies Canary, becomes independent, captures the governor's yacht, attacks the Somers and Grantham, makes peace with Bombay, his navy, great increase of European and native piracy. Europeans were not the only offenders. The Delhi emperor, who claimed universal dominion on land, made no pretension to authority at sea. So long as the Mocha fleet did not suffer, merchants were left to take care of themselves. There was no policing of the sea, and every trader had to rely on his own efforts for protection. The people of the Malabar coast were left to pursue their hereditary vocation of piracy unmolested. The Greek author of the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, who wrote in the 1st century of our era, mentions the pirates infesting the coasts between Bombay and Goa. 200 years before Vasco da Gama had shown the way to India by sea, Marco Polo had told Europe of the Malabar pirates. And you must know that from this kingdom of Malabar, and from another near it called Guzarat, there go forth every year more than 100 corsair vessels on cruise. These pirates take with them their wives and children, and stay out the whole summer. Their method is to join in fleets of 20 or 30 of these pirate vessels together, and then they form what they call a sea cordon, that is, they drop off till there is an interval of 5 or 6 miles between ship and ship, so that they cover something like 100 miles of sea, and no merchant ship can escape them. For when any one corsair sights a vessel, a signal is made by fire or smoke, and then the whole of them make for this, and seize the merchants and plunder them. After they have plundered they let them go, saying, "Go along with you and get more gain, and that mayhap will fall to us also." But now the merchants are aware of this, and go so well manned and armed, and with such great ships, that they don't fear the corsairs. Still mishaps do befall them at times. 1. From the Persian Gulf to Cape Comorin the whole coast was beset by native pirates, and, with the rise of the Maratha power, the evil increased. Petty chiefs sometimes levied blackmail by giving passports to those who would pay for them, claiming the right to plunder all ships that did not carry their passes. But often the formality was dispensed with. Owing to the paucity of records of the early days, and the more serious hostility of the Portuguese and Dutch, we hear little of the losses sustained from native pirates, except when some ship with a more valuable cargo than usual was captured. Fryer tells us how, in his day, a rock off Mangalore was known as Sacrifice Island, in remembrance of a bloody butchery on some English by the pirate Malabars. He further tells us how, in 1674, between Goa and Vingorla, he took part in an attack on a pirate ship that they came on as it was plundering a prize it had just taken, while the Dutch watched the engagement from the shore. We soon made him yield his prize to engage with us, which they did briskly for 2 hours, striving to board us, casting stinkpots among us, which broke without any execution, but so frightened our rowers, that we were forced to be severe to restrain them. They plied their chambers and small shot, and slung stones, flourishing their targets and darting long lances. They were well manned in a boat 10 times as big as our barge, and at least 60 fighting men besides rowers. We had none to manage our small gun. the gunner having deserted at Goa. However, the pirates were beaten off, and Fryer and his companions were mightily praised by the Dutch. These pirates hailed probably from Vingorla, where the Solwent-Wary chief, known in those days as the Kemsant, too, carried on a brisk piratical trade. The name was a corruption of Kemsawent, a common name of the Vingorla chiefs. The Portuguese changed it into Quemer Santo, the Saint Burner, on account of his sacrilegious treatment of their churches. There were no more determined pirates than the Arabs of Muscat and the Sanganians of Bait and Varka, who, between them, intercepted the trade of the Persian Gulf, while the coolie rovers of Gujarat took their toll of the plunder. In 1683 the company's ship President was attacked by the Muscat Arabs with 2 ships and 4 grabs, and fought a gallant action. The grabs, 3, were generally 2-masted ships, from 150 to 300 tons burden, built to draw very little water, and excellent sailors, especially in the light winds prevalent on the western coast. They had no bowsprit, but the main deck was continued into a long overhanging prow. The favorite mode of using them was for 2 or 3 of them to run aboard their victim at the same time, and attack, sword in hand, along the prow. Being built for fighting, and not for trade, they could sail round the clumsy merchantmen that hailed from the Thames, and if pressed, could find safety in the shallow bays and mouths of rivers along the coast. 3 grabs grappled the President at once, but the boarders were beaten back, and all 3 were blown up and sunk, on which the rest of the squadron made off. The President was set on fire in 16 places, and lost 11 men killed and 33 wounded. In the following year the Josiah Ketch was attacked by the Sanganians while at anchor, and in the heat of the engagement blew up. A few of the crews saved themselves in a skiff, but the greater number perished, among them the commander, Lieutenant Pitts, whose father was known in Bombay as the Drunken Lieutenant. In September 1685, the Phoenix, a British man-of-war that had been sent for a 2 years' cruise in Indian waters, was attacked by a Sanganian vessel that mistook her for a merchantman. It was almost a calm, and Captain Tyrrell hoisted out his boats to capture the Sanganian ship, but they were beaten off, so he sunk her with a couple of broadsides. 41 of the pirates were picked up, but many of them refused quarter, and 107 were killed or drowned. The Phoenix had 3 men killed, 1 wounded, and 2 drowned. According to Hamilton, Sir George Byng, the first lieutenant, was dangerously wounded, but the log of the Phoenix is silent on that point, though it gives the names of the casualties. 3 years later, the Thomas, Captain Lavender, was less fortunate. Attacked by 4 bait ships, after a brave resistance, the Thomas took fire, and all on board perished. Their depredations were not confined to the sea. In 1697 some bait pirates landed and plundered a village within sight of Broach. But the losses occasioned by native pirates were at first nearly lost sight of in the more serious losses occasioned by European corsairs. As for those Sanganians and those Malabars and professed pirates, wrote the directors in 1699, we see no cause why you should not wage an offensive as well as a defensive war against them when they fall in your way. But it is hardly worth the while to keep small vessels to look after them, for they are poor rogues and nothing to be got of them to answer any charge. In 1707, the year of Aurungzeb's death, the pirates of the Persian Gulf made a great haul of plunder. A squadron of them made their way to the Red Sea, waylaid the Mocha fleet, and returned home laden with booty. In the following year, a squadron of 14 Arab ships from the Gulf, carrying from 30 to 50 guns, and with 7,000 men on board, appeared on the Malabar coast and surprised Honore, Mangalore, and Balasore, but the people, having lately been plundered by the CD, were ready with their arms, and beat them off with the loss of 400 or 500 men. The Arab insolencies are often in the thoughts of the court, wrote the London directors, but the court fears they shall not be able to do anything effectually to check their growing strength during the present war, which finds employment for all our naval force. Further, the court sympathizes with Madras on their severe losses by the pirates, which puts a damp on the company's trade, and affects their revenues. Annoying as were the losses that were suffered from the chronic depredations of the Arabs and Sanganians, they sank into insignificance when compared with the troubles experienced on the rise to power of Kanhoji, Angria. the growth of the Maratha power under Shivaji had been accompanied by the formation of a formidable fleet which harried the coast of the Konkan, and against which the Sidi chief, the emperor's representative afloat, could hardly maintain himself. In 1698 Kanaji Angria succeeded to the command of the Maratha navy, with the title of Darya Saranga. In the name of the Satara chief he was master of the whole coast from Bombay to Vingorla, with the exception of the Sidi's territory. Defenseless towns as far south as Travancore were attacked and plundered, while, at sea, vessels of native merchants were preyed upon. For a time he seems not to have meddled with the company's vessels. As the size of his ships increased, he grew bolder, and in 1702, his doings began to excite apprehension. In that year he was addressed to release a small trading vessel from Calicut with 6 Englishmen on board that had been seized and carried into one of his harbors. What had roused his anger against the English does not appear, but a month later we find him sending word to Bombay that he would give the English cause to remember the name of Kanaji Angria, a threat that he carried out only too well. 2 years later we find him described as a rebel independent of the Raja Shivaji, and Mr. Reynolds was deputed to find him and tell him that he could not be permitted searching, molesting, or seizing vessels in Bombay waters, to which he returned a defiant answer, that he had done many benefits to the English, who had broken faith with him, and henceforth he would seize their vessels wherever he could find them. In 1707 his ships attacked the Bombay frigate, which was blown up after a brief engagement, and for the next half-century Angrian piracy was a scourge to the European trade of the west coast. In 1710 Kanaji Angria seized and fortified Canary, and his ships fought the Godolphin for 2 days, within sight of Bombay, but were finally beaten off. He had now grown so powerful that, in 1711, the directors were told he could take any ship except the largest Europe ones. Along the coast from Surat to Dabul he takes all private merchant vessels he meets. Owing to the minority and imprisonment of Shivaji's grandson Sahuji IV, the Marathas were torn by internal divisions, in which Kanaji Angria played his part. On the death of Aurangzeb, Sahuji regained his liberty, and was seated on the Guddi of Satara. Owing to his want of hardihood and weakness of character, the dissensions continued, and Shivaji's kingdom seemed to be on the point of breaking up into a number of independent chiefships. Among those aiming at independence was Kanaji Angria. In 1713, an army sent against him under the Peshwa, Bhaira Punt, was defeated, and Bhaira Punt taken prisoner. It was reported that Kanaji was preparing to march on Satara. Balaji Rao, who afterwards became Peshwa, was placed at the head of such troops as could hastily be collected together, and opened negotiations with Kanaji. An accommodation was arrived at, by which Kanaji agreed to acknowledge allegiance to Satara, in return for which he was confirmed in command of the fleet, with the title of Sirkile, and granted 26 forts and fortified places with their dependent villages. 5. The first result of this treaty was a war with the Sidi, who had enjoyed some of the places in question for a number of years. Kanaji was supported by the Satara arms, and the Sidi was forced to submit to the loss. To all intents and purposes, Kanaji was now an independent chief. He was the recognized master of a strip of territory between the sea and the western Ghats, extending from Bombay harbour to Vingorla, excluding the Sidi's territories, a tract, roughly speaking, about 240 miles in length by 40 miles in breadth. With his harbors strongly fortified, while the western Ghats made his territories difficult of access by land, he was in a position to bid defiance to all enemies. Moreover, he was the recognized chief of the hardy coast population of hereditary seamen, who to this day furnish the best lascars to our Indian marine. Angria's exploits on land had not interfered with his interests at sea. In November 1712, he captured the governor of Bombay's armed yacht, together with the Ankech from Karwar. 6. In the engagement, Mr. Chown, chief of the Karwar factory, was killed, and his young wife, a widow for the second time at the age of 18, became Angria's prisoner. A month later, the Somers and Grantham, East India men, on their voyage from England to Bombay, were attacked by a grab and a galavat belonging to Angria, off the coast north of Goa. Owing to there being a calm at the time, the East India men were unable to bring their guns to bear. For which reason, and by earnest intercession of whole ship's company to captain, the boats of the Somers and Grantham were hoisted out, and an attempt was made to board the pirates. The attack was beaten off with the loss of 4 men killed and 17 wounded, but the pirates found the entertainment so little to their liking that they made off. On hearing of the capture of the governor's yacht, the Portuguese wrote to propose a joint attack on Angria. A few months before, he had captured the greater part of a Portuguese armado, and disabled a 30-gun man-of-war that was convoying it. Governor Willoughby declined the Portuguese offer, but it had the effect of bringing Angria to terms. Thinking it politic to make peace with the English, while his affairs with the Rajah of Satara were still unsettled, he sent a messenger to Bombay, offering to deliver up all vessels, goods, and captives taken from the company, if an Englishman of credit was sent to him to settle on terms of peace for the future. Willoughby demanded that in future English ships should be free from molestation, that no ships of any nation coming into Bombay should be interfered with between Mahim and Canary, that English merchants should have liberty of trade in Angria's ports, on payment of the usual dues, and that Angria should be responsible for any damage done in future by the ships belonging to his Mahratta superiors. In return, the governor engaged to give passes only to ships belonging to merchants recognized by the company, and to allow Angria's people full trading facilities in Bombay, on the usual dues being paid. To these terms Angria agreed, but failed to get the governor's consent to additional terms of an egregious nature, that he should be supplied by the company with powder and shot on payment, that a place should be assigned to him to make powder in, that if pressed by his enemies, he should be assisted by the company, that merchant ships should not be convoyed in or out of Bombay harbor. There remained the duty of sending him an Englishman of credit to deliver him the articles. The council, knowing him to be a man of ill principles, thought it improper to order any man on such a risky service, but Lieutenant Mackintosh, in consideration of a gratuity of 1,000 rupees, undertook to go, and departed for Calabar, with Rs.30,000 as ransom for the European prisoners, the convention sealed with the council's seal, and ships to bring back the restored goods. And so for a time there was security from Angria's attacks, but with his hands free on the Satara side, and in a more secure position than ever, it was not likely that the peace would be of long continuance. With a fleet of armed vessels carrying 30 and 40 guns apiece, with Canary Island in his possession within sight of Bombay harbor, Angria and his successors continued to be a menace to the existence of Bombay, while the Angrian territory became the Alsatia of the Indian seas, where desperadoes of all nationalities were made welcome. The next few years saw an enormous increase of piracy in the Indian seas. Angria was practically secure in his fastnesses along the coast, and plundered every ship not strong enough to defend itself. His finest vessels were commanded by Europeans, generally Dutch. The signing of the Peace of Utrecht brought a fresh swarm of European adventurers to reap the harvest of the seas. The privateersmen, disregarding the peace, under pretense of making war on France and Spain, plundered ships of all nations. Condon, Seven, White, England, Taylor, and many others, made Madagascar their headquarters, and emulated the feats of Evry and Kidd. The bait pirates were as mischievous as ever, while the Muscat Arabs could muster, in 1715, a ship of 74 guns, 2 of 60, 1 of 50, 18 carrying 32 to 12 guns each, and a host of smaller vessels carrying never less than 4 guns. The company was forced to rely on its own exertions, as there was not a single king's ship in Indian waters. The few armed vessels belonging to Bombay convoyed the more valuable vessels along the coast. The larger ships, that made the ocean voyage between India and Europe, sailed in company for mutual protection. 1. Yules, Marco Polo. 2. The Kempison and King Kemshu of Downing. 3. From the Arabic Gorab, a raven. 4. Known in the English annals of the time as the Sau Raja, and the South Raja. 5. The principal forts were Canary, Calabar, Severndrag, Viziadrug or Garaya, Jayagur, Diogar, Manikdrug, Fudagar, Oachigar, and Yeswantdrug. 6. See page 264. 7. The name of this pirate is also given as Congdon and Connet. Chapter 4. An active governor. Arrival of Mr. Boone as governor. he builds ships and improves defenses of Bombay. Desperate engagement of Morning Star with Sanganians, Alexander Hamilton. Expedition against Vingorla. Its failure, Hamilton made Commodore. Expedition against Karwar. Landing force defeated. Successful skirmish. Desertion of Goa recruits. Reinforcements. Landing force again defeated. The Raja makes peace. Hamilton resigns commodoreship. A noseless company. Angria recommences attacks. Abortive expedition against Garaya. Downing's account of it. Preparations to attack Canary. On the December 26, 1715, Bombay was en fete. The East Indiamen Stanhope and Queen had arrived from England, bringing the new governor, Mr. Charles Boone, and 3 new councillors. His predecessor, Mr. Illaby, had sailed for England in October. At the landing place the newcomers were met by the late council and the principal inhabitants and merchants of Bombay. 31 pieces of ordnance greeted them with a salvo, and, as they put foot on shore, 3 companies of soldiers saluted them with 3 volleys of small arms. Boone was a man of very different stamp from his predecessors. The quarrels, intrigues, and self-seeking that had been so disastrous a feature during the tenure of office of Child, Waite, and Gayer were abhorrent to him. He was a zealous servant of the company, whose interests he did his best to promote with the inadequate means at his disposal. In coming up the coast he had touched at the places where the company had factories, and by the time of his arrival in Bombay he had fully realized that the pirate question demanded serious treatment. Bombay was then an open town, only the factory being fortified. Soon after receiving Bombay from the Crown, the directors had ordered it to be fortified, but had refused to employ skilled officers, because we know that it is natural to engineers to contrive curiosities that are very expensive. The only protection to the town was such as was afforded by a number of martello towers along the shore. 19 years before Boone's time the Muscat Arabs had made a descent on Salsette, ravaging, burning, and plundering as they pleased, killing the Portuguese priests and carrying off 1,400 captives into slavery. Since then the formidable power of Angria had arisen, but nothing had been done to improve the defenses of the settlement. Boone's first care was to trace out an enclosing wall, the building of which was to be paid for by contributions from the native merchants. At the same time he set to work to build fighting ships. Within a few months of his arrival, the Britannia, 18 guns, built at Karwar, the Fame, 16 guns, built at Surat, and the Revenge, 16 guns, built at Bombay, were flying the company's flag. It was easier to build ships than to get sailors to man them, in view of the miserable pay given by the company, and the attractions of service under native chiefs. Many of the crews were foreigners, who were ready enough to take service with Angria, if the inclination took them, and the bulk of the crews were Indian Lascars. A few months later, the Victory, 24 guns, was launched, and 2 years after his arrival, Boone had at his disposal a fine fleet consisting of 19 frigates, grabs, ketches, gallavats, and rowing galleys, carrying 220 guns, besides a bomb vessel and a fireship. With such a force much ought to have been accomplished, but throughout his tenure of office Boone's efforts were crippled by the incompetency and indiscipline of those on whom he depended to carry out his designs, while the efficiency of the ships was diminished by their employment to carry cargoes along the coast. In March, 1717, Bombay was stirred by the arrival of a private ship, the Morning Star, which had escaped the bait pirates after a long and severe encounter. The affair is described by Hamilton, but he modestly conceals the fact that he was himself in command of the Morning Star, of which he was chief owner. The ship was on its way from Gombran to Surat, with a valuable cargo, of which the pirates had intelligence, and 2 squadrons were fitted out to waylay her. On the March 20th she was assailed by 8 pirate ships, the largest of which was of 500 tons, 3 others being of nearly 300 tons each, and the rest galleys and shy bars, or half-galleys. Between them they carried about 2,000 men. On board the Morning Star there were only 6 Europeans, a number of native merchants, and about 35 or 40 Lascars, about half of whom were trustworthy. The first attack was made by the largest of the pirate ships alone, and was beaten off with loss to the assailants. In the fight, Hamilton had his thigh pierced through with a lance. For the rest of that day and the whole of the following no further attack was made, but the pirates hung around planning another assault. On the 22nd it was delivered. The two largest pirates ran the Morning Star aboard, one on her bow and one on her quarter, while three others poured their crews across the decks of their comrades. For 4 hours a desperate combat ensued, the 6 vessels being locked together. In the heat of the fight the native merchants went on board the pirates to try and ransom themselves, and were accompanied by half the Lascars who deserted their commander. Only the Europeans and 17 Lascars remained to fight the ship. She caught fire in 3 places, the poop and half-deck being burned through. The 2 pirate ships likewise caught fire, which caused them to slacken their efforts. In the confusion Hamilton managed to disengage his ship, and made sail, the 5 pirate ships being so entangled together that they were unable to pursue, and 2 of them so injured as to be in a sinking condition. So Hamilton brought off his ship in safety, after as gallant a feat of arms as was ever performed. 7 of his men were killed, and about the same number wounded, and finding no surgeon in Surat, he came on to Bombay. The native merchants who were carried off by the pirates were made to pay a ransom of £6,000, and brought back word that great slaughter had been done on the pirates, while their commodore lost his head, on returning to Bate, for allowing so rich a prize to escape. In April, Boone sent down the Fame and the Britannia, under Commodore Weeks, to attack Vingorla. They carried a company of sepoys under Stanton, one of the company's military officers. On the way they were joined by the Revenge, and they also had with them 10 or 12 gallivats. Weeks appears to have been timid and incompetent, while the force was altogether insufficient for the purpose. Several days were spent in trying to find a landing place, without success, on the rocky, surf-beaten shore, while the fortress was bombarded from different points. A violent quarrel occurred between Weeks and Stanton, and the expedition returned to Bombay. This was the first, but not the most serious, of Boone's failures. It was characteristic of all the warlike expeditions he sent out, that while he was indefatigable in preparing armaments, all other details requisite to success were left to chance. The council resolved that Weeks was unfit to be commodore, and deposed him. To fill his place the veteran Alexander Hamilton, whose recent defense of the Morning Star had shown his fighting capacity, was induced to relinquish his private trade, and made commander-in-chief of all the company's frigates on a salary of Rs.80 a month. His ship, the Morning Star, was also hired by the council. As soon as the monsoon was over, he was required to conduct an expedition to relieve the Karwar factory, which was beleaguered by the Sunda Raja. The chief of the factory at this time was Mr. George Taylor. In the spring of 1717, a Bombay merchant ship carrying an English pass and flying English colors had been seized by the Rajah, who imprisoned the crew. Demands for their surrender were being made, when, in May, the Elizabeth, belonging to Mr. Strutt, a private merchant at Surat, with £15,000 worth of treasure on board, went ashore near Karwar. Before more than half the treasure could be removed in safety to the factory, the Rajah sent down an armed force to seize the ship as jetsam, imprisoned the captain and crew, and laid siege to the factory. So Hamilton was sent down with a small squadron and some troops. Fortunately, the factory was exceptionally well provisioned. On the August 30th, the Morning Star, with 5 gallivats and a sloop, arrived off Karwar, and blockaded the harbor till the arrival of Hamilton and the rest of the force on the September 12th. In command of the land force was Midford, one of the company's factors. On the 13th, the troops were landed, under Midford and Stanton, in a heavy surf which drove the gallivats, on shore and upset them, throwing the whole party into the water. Midford, with some of his men, struggled on shore, but Stanton was taken out of the water senseless. 2. In the midst of this scene of confusion they were suddenly charged by the Rajah's horsemen. Half drowned, undisciplined, and with their ammunition spoiled by water, they could make only a feeble resistance. Midford and his English sergeant, Hill, were desperately wounded and made prisoners, together with 5 Europeans and 47 Topasses, while 60 men were killed and 2 gallivats lost. The wretched Topasses had their noses cut off, 5 European heads were stuck up in derision before the factory, while Mitford and Hill were alternately cajoled and threatened to induce them to take service with the Rajah. In consequence of this disaster, the factory sued for peace, but the Rajah's terms were so humiliating that they were rejected, and it was decided to await further reinforcements from Bombay, but 2 months elapsed before their arrival. Meanwhile, a post of 400 men was established on shore to guard the water supply required for daily use. This gave rise to a skirmish, which put some heart into the invaders. Early one morning the post was attacked by the enemy, who found, to their surprise, that they had come under fire of the guns of some small vessels Hamilton had anchored close inshore. After an hour's cannonade, they broke and fled, pursued by the party on shore, who accounted for some 200 of them. Encouraged by this success, Stanton continued to harass the Rajah by small night attacks, and by burning some of his villages, while at sea they did him more damage by intercepting his ships laden with salt and other necessaries, and especially 3, bringing Arab horses from Muscat, though the captors were much troubled in providing water and provender for them. Meanwhile, the factory, which was 5 or 6 miles up the river, on the north bank, continued to be invested, and in order to prevent any communication with the squadron, a boom was laid across the river, commanded by a battery on the south side. In spite of this, communication was kept up through the Portuguese factory, and more than once, Lieutenant Forbes contrived to pass in and out in a rowing boat, but it was impossible to send in provisions. About this time we find Hamilton reporting to Bombay. The recruits from Goa had a skirmish at break of day, on 28th September, with the enemy, wherein they behaved themselves bravely, but that on an attempt to burn some villages afterwards, they advised the enemy of it, and deserted with some arms and granados. At last the look for reinforcements arrived from Bombay, under Captain Gordon, raising the whole strength of the expedition to 2,250 men, including seamen, and a landing in force was determined on. 2 of the prizes had been equipped as floating batteries, with shot-proof bulwarks, and were laid ashore to engage the Rajah's batteries. At 4 o'clock in the morning of the November 16th, 1,250 men were put ashore, under Gordon, without hindrance from the enemy, who were ready to take to flight before such a force. Gordon's idea was to advance in a hollow square, which, in spite of Hamilton's sneer at him as a freshwater land officer, was a good enough formation in the circumstances. But so much time was consumed in getting the men into the required formation, owing to the inexperience and want of discipline among both officers and men, that the enemy took heart again and advanced to meet them. When the square at last moved forward, with Gordon at their head, they were met with a hot fire, and Gordon was a mark for every aim. Before long he fell, shot in the breast, and Captain Smith, commonly called Old Woman, on whom the command devolved, at once gave the word to retreat. According to Hamilton, he pulled off his red coat and vanished. The Rajah's horsemen charged down, sword in hand, on the disordered ranks. The men threw down their arms and fled to the boats, leaving some 250 of their number dead on the field. Fortunately, the floating batteries covered the embarkation, and prevented the enemy, who had suffered some loss, from gathering the spoils of the fallen. 80 seamen were sent on shore, and brought back about 200 muskets that had been thrown away in flight, most of them loaded. Thus ingloriously ended the attempts at landing. The factory was by this time reduced to great straits for food, and this fresh disaster made peace imperative. The Rajah, in spite of his success so far, was anxious to come to an accommodation. The expense of maintaining so many armed men threatened to ruin him. The sea blockade and the detention of the horses were events on which he had not reckoned, and worse still, his northern borders were harried by the Salbaja, which made him incline very much towards a peace. So an agreement was quickly arrived at, and on the November 29th, peace was proclaimed on easy terms for both parties. The expedition had cost the company Rs.68, 372 in hard cash. The inability of the landing force to advance beyond range of the ship's guns bears witness to their military incapacity. His short experience of 6 months under the company had completely disgusted Alexander Hamilton. Immediately on his return to Bombay he resigned his post as commander-in-chief of their ships of war, and resumed business as a private trader. His relations with the military officers during the expedition appear to have been satisfactory, but against Taylor, the head of the Karwar factory, he formulated a series of charges, accusing him of having been the cause of the trouble with the Raja, through his indiscretion and bad faith. Taylor retaliated by accusing Hamilton of not having taken proper measures to relieve the factory. The council investigated the charges, and contented themselves with cautioning Taylor to behave better in future. The unfortunate Topasses, who had had their noses cut off, were formed into a company of Marines, and had their pay augmented to Rs.5 a month. 3. In this odd way the Bombay Marine Battalion appears to have had its origin. We get some idea of the Sundar Rajas of the period in a letter from Karwar, dated the January 20th, 1698. He, the Sundar Raja, is so excessive craving after money, that he is about sacrificing 12 men and 12 women with child, to get 2 pots of treasure which one of his magicians tells him lies buried near his palace. While these events were taking place at Karwar, Boone found himself involved in trouble with Angria. For some time after the treaty made by Ilabi, Angria had respected Bombay trading ships, but of late he had begun to show his teeth again. In the beginning of 1716 he had made prize of a company's boat in sight of the harbor, and of another belonging to a private merchant. 4 private ships from Mahim, valued at 30,000 zirafim, were also captured by him, and his ships trading to Bombay refused to pay harbor dues. While Hamilton was engaged at Karwar, Angria's fleet attacked and took the Success, East Indiaman, on its way from Surat. With an impoverished exchequer, a force weakened and disorganized by the Karwar adventure, and no ammunition in his magazine, Boone found himself in no condition to take active measures for the present. In the vain hope of bringing Angria to reason, a letter of expostulation was written, which met with a hostile response, quickly followed by the capture of the Otter, a Bengal ship. A second letter of defiance was received, so, on the May 7th, in spite of inadequate resources, the council resolved on striking a blow. An expedition against Garaya was determined on, and 20 gallavats were sent down, manned with sepoys, to retake, if possible, the captured vessels. If they were attacked, to repel force by force, and if possible plunder his country. The official record of the expedition is as follows. June 4th. 2 gallavats returned having plundered a town in Angria's country, and brought away 16 prisoners. June 9th. Returned our gallavats, having by mismanagement of the chief officer lost about 50 men and destroyed 1 town of Angria's. Downing, who was present, gives an account of the attack on Garaya, though he makes a mistake as to the date. As it is the only account we have of what took place, it will be better to give it in his own words. On the 10th of the same instant the President reviewed the land forces on shore, and saw all things put in good and sufficient order. Major Vane, chief engineer for the company, had tried all the mortars and cohorns, then fitted and stocked for the expedition. Mr. John Minims was appointed chief engineer for the direction of these mortars and cohorns, which did great service. We proceeded down the coast for Giri, which is not above 12 hours' sail from Bombay, where we with all our navy soon arrived, and run boldly into the harbor. Captain Bellew, Commodore, and ranged a line from the easternmost part of the fortifications to the outer part of the harbor, keeping all our small galleys and galliwats on the off-side under shelter. But they had strong fortifications on both sides, so that we left our strongest ships in the harbor, to make a breach in the walls, in order to storm the castle. The rocks were very high, and so slippery that one could hardly stand without a staff, and consequently not a place convenient to draw men up in any posture of defense. We endeavored to get the fireship in, but could not, for on the east part of the fort they had a cove or creek, where they had laid up a great part of their fleet, and had got a strong boom across the same, so that we could not annoy them any otherwise than by throwing our bombs and cohorns very thick into the garrison, which we did for a considerable time, and were in hopes after the first and second day's siege, that we should have drove them out of that strong castle, but we soon found that the place was impregnable. For as we kept throwing our shells as fast as we could in regular time, cooling our chambers before we loaded again, after we had beat over 2 or 3 houses in the castle, the shells fell on the rocks in the inside the castle, and their weight and force of falling would break them without so much as their blowing up. As to storming the walls, they were so high that our scaling ladders would not near reach the top of them. After the second day we landed all our forces, taking the opportunity of the tide. We got them all on shore, and marched up the country, without molestation. Only now and then the castle would let fly a shot or two, which did us small damage. We attempted to march the army down to their shipping, and to set them on fire. But when we came within a mile of the place, the land was all swampy, and so very muddy by the spring tides flowing over that we could not proceed. On our retreat they galled us very much by firing from the castle, we being obliged to come near the castle walls to take our forces off again. Here the gallant Captain Gordon was slightly wounded again. I question whether there were 100 men in the castle during the time of the siege. We drew off our forces on the April 18th, and went up to Bombay to repair our frigates and take care of our wounded men, of whom we had a considerable number. In no way discouraged by the failure, Boone at once set to work to prepare for a fresh attack on Angria. This time it was determined that Canary, within sight of Bombay harbor, should be the object of attack, and all through the monsoon preparations were made. 1. Gallywats, or gallavats, were large rowing boats with 2 masts, of 40 to 70 tons, and carrying 4 to 8 guns. 2. In a letter 3 years later on the conduct of military officers, it is stated that Stanton was drunk the time he should have gone upon action at Karwar. 3. Bombay Consultations, January 22, 1718. Chapter 5. The Company's Servants. The Company's civil servants, their comparison with English who went to America, their miserable salaries, the Company's military servants, regarded with distrust, Shaxton's mutiny, Captain Keedwin, broken pledges and ill treatment, Director's vacillating policy, military grievances, Keedwin seizes the administration of Bombay, his wise rule, makes his submission to the Crown. Low status of Company's military officers, Lord Egmont's speech, factors and writers as generals and colonels, bad quality of the common soldiers, their bad treatment, complaint against Midford, Director's parsimony. It may be useful here to consider the difference in the men sent out, by England, to the East and West Indies during the 17th and part of the 18th centuries. To the West Indies went out representatives of the landed gentry from every county in England. Charters were obtained from the Crown, conferring estates, and sometimes whole islands, on men of ancient families. Slaves were cheap, and sugar cultivation brought in great wealth. The whole machinery of English life was reproduced in the tropics. Counties, parishes, sheriffs, rectories, tithes, an established church, etc. The same causes that sent the Cavaliers to Virginia, sent a smaller migration to the West Indies. At the Restoration, the men who had conquered Jamaica for Cromwell were unwilling to return to England. Monmouth's rebellion and the expulsion of the Stuarts produced a fresh influx. But whether Cavaliers or Roundheads or Jacobites, they came from the landholding class in England. The evidence may still be read in old West Indian graveyards, where the crumbling monuments show the carefully engraved armorial bearings, and the inscriptions record the families and homes in England from which those whom they commemorate had sprung. In the East Indies nothing of the kind was possible. The acquisition of land for agriculture was out of the question. Trade was the only opening, and that was monopolized by the Company. Except as a servant of the Company, an Englishman had no legal status in the East. The chief profits went to the shareholders in London. If at the end of 25 years or so a Company's servant could return to England with a few thousands made by private trade, he was a fortunate man. Private traders and a few of the governors were alone able to make fortunes. The shaking of the pagoda tree did not begin till after Plassey. The result was that the men who went to India were of a totally different class from those who went to America and the West Indies. They were young men from small trading families in London, Greenwich, and Deptford, or from seaport towns like Bristol and Plymouth. Among them were some restless and adventurous spirits, who found life in England too tame, or too burdensome. For such men India was long regarded as a useful outlet. If you cannot devise expedients to send contributions, or procure credit, all is lost, and I must go to the Indies, wrote William III, in bitter humor, at a desperate crisis in his affairs. Fryer tells us, 1698, how the company had entertained bluecoat boys as apprentices for 7 years, after which time they were to be made writers, if able to furnish the required security. The salaries they received from the company were only nominal. A Bombay pay list of January, 1716, shows us the official salaries at that time. The governor received £300 per annum. Next to him came 8 merchants, who with him constituted the council, and received respectively £100, £170, £250, and £440 each. Below them came 3 senior factors at £30 each, 3 junior factors at £15, and 7 writers at £5. 1. The tale is completed by the accountant and the chaplain, who received £100 each. A writer on entering the service had to find security for £500, which was increased to £1,000 when he rose to be a factor. The unmarried servants of the company were lodged at the company's expense. The married ones received a lodging allowance, and a public table was maintained. In fact, the company treated them as if they were apprentices in a warehouse in St. Paul's churchyard, and when the conditions of their service are taken into account, it is not surprising that there was a considerable amount of dishonesty among them. These conditions apart, they were neither worse nor better than the men of their time. As the original company gained stability by the incorporation of its upstart rival established in 1698, too, which put an end to a condition of affairs that promised to be ruinous to both, and by the grant of perpetuity issued in the year following incorporation, there was a gradual improvement in the quality of their civil servants. Though no increase in the salaries of junior officers took place for many years afterwards, the greater facilities opened to them, for trade, attracted better men into the service, among them some cadets of good family. Miserable as was the display of military incompetency at Carwar and on subsequent occasions, it is hardly surprising when the condition of the company's soldiers is considered. The company's policy was to keep officers and men in a state of degrading subjection, to prevent the officers from having any authority over their men, while pledges as to pay were often broken. When the company first received Bombay from the Crown, the royal troops in the island were invited to remain in the company's service on the same rank and pay, on the condition that they might resign when they pleased, a condition that made discipline impossible. The greater number of them accepted the terms. 2 years later, a company was sent out under Captain Shaxton to fill vacancies. Shaxton was evidently a man of good abilities and position, one who had been trained in the stern military school of the Civil Wars. He was to be a factor in addition to his military command, and if, after trial, his qualifications would admit of it, he was to hold the office of deputy governor. The men were engaged for 3 years. By the time he had been 2 years in Bombay, Shaxton found that, under the penurious rule of the company, efficiency was impossible, while the 2 European companies maintained for the defense of the island could only be kept up to strength by filling the vacancies with natives. 4 years later, a mutiny broke out, in which Shaxton supported the demands of his men. They complained that a month's pay, promised to them on engagement, was due to them, and claimed their discharge, as their time of service had expired. President Ongir behaved with prudence and firmness. He pacified the men by granting their demands, and brought the ringleaders to trial by court-martial. 3 of them were condemned to death, of whom one, Corporal Fake, was shot, and the other 2 pardoned. Shaxton was then brought to trial, found guilty of some of the charges, and sent to England for punishment according to the king's pleasure. 2 years later a troop of horse was formed, and sent out under Captain Richard Keigwin, who was to command the garrison on a salary of £120 a year. Keigwin was a man of good Cornish family, who had entered the King's Navy in 1665, and taken part in Monk's memorable 4 days' battle against the Dutch in the following year. When St. Helena was recaptured from the Dutch, 1673, he had distinguished himself in command of the boats that made the attack, and was left as governor of the island till it was taken over by the East India Company. As a reward for his services, the company made him their military commandant at Bombay. 2 years later again, the company, in a fit of economy, reduced their military establishment to 2 lieutenants, 2 ensigns, and 188 rank and file. The troop of horse was disbanded, Keigwyn was discharged from the service, and 30 soldiers, who had been detached to Surat to defend the factory against Sivajee, were refused any extra allowance, which caused much discontent. Before long the directors became alarmed at the defenseless state of Bombay, and sent out Keigwyn again with troops and artillery, to have the chief military command and the third seat in council. To meet the expense, the other officers were made to suffer in rank and pay, and the whole of the small force fell into a dangerous state of discontent. Among other reductions in the pay of their military force, the directors reduced the rate of exchange, a measure that affected the men as well as the officers, and, not content with making these changes prospective, insisted that the officers should refund the surplus of what they had received. Keigwyn also had his personal grievance. He claimed subsistence money, like the rest of the merchants and factors, the company's table having been abolished. For, after much altercation, a grant was made to him, on the condition that it would have to be refunded if disallowed by the directors. He was sick of the company, with their greed and their selfish economies at the expense of their servants, their broken pledges and stupid changes of policy in military affairs, the intrigues of Sir John Child at Surat, and the schemes of his brother, Sir Josiah Child, in England. Like many other Englishmen, he considered the company was an anomaly, dangerous to the authority of the crown, and his distrust was increased by the mismanagement and corruption that existed among their servants in the East. On the December 27, 1683, he seized Mr. Ward, the deputy governor, and such of the council as sided with him, assembled the troops, and issued a proclamation declaring the company's authority at an end, and that the island was henceforth under the king's protection. By general consent he was elected governor, and at once proceeded to restore order. The troops and inhabitants were called on to take an oath of allegiance to the king, and to renounce their obedience to the company, a demand that was universally complied with. Officials were appointed, grievances were redressed, and trade was encouraged, to be carried on without molestation so long as Keigwyn's authority was not challenged. Money arriving from England was lodged in the fort, with the declaration that it would be employed only in defense of the island, and letters were addressed by Keigwyn to the king and the Duke of York, stating his determination to hold the island for the king till His Majesty's pleasure should be known, together with the causes that had led to the revolt. One of them being the necessity of preserving it from becoming a conquest to the native powers. Never had Bombay been so well governed as it was during the 11 months of Keigwyn's rule. The CD sent a friendly deputation to him. From the Rajah of Satara he obtained confirmation of the articles agreed on by Sivajee, a grant for the establishment of factories at Kudlur and Thevanapattam, an exemption from duties in the Carnatic, and the payment of 12,000 pagodas in compensation for losses sustained at different places formerly plundered by the Marathas. There was no disorder or bloodshed, the only thing of the kind that has been recorded being a wound received by Keigwyn himself in a quarrel at table. So great was the enthusiasm for Keigwyn, that when, first commissioners, and then Sir John Child himself, came from Surat to try and re-establish the company's authority, it was with difficulty that the crews of their vessels could be prevented from joining Keigwyn and his adherents. 5. It was well for the company that he was a man of solid character and not an adventurer. On the arrival of Sir Thomas Grantham from England in November, 1684, Keigwyn surrendered the island to him, as a king's officer, on condition of a free pardon for himself and his associates, and proceeded to England. 6. The company's treasure was intact, and except for the dangerous spirit against the company that had been aroused, Bombay was in a better state than it had been at the time of the revolt. After this the company decided to have nothing more to do with professional soldiers. It was the time when the great feeling of hostility to a standing army was growing up in England, under the mischievous preaching of agitators, which reached its height 13 years later. They took into their service men of low origin, devoid of military training, who would have no influence over their men, and who would submit to any treatment. Boone, writing to the directors in 1720, says, "It is well known the company's servants, in all the settlements I have been in, seldom keep company with the military, especially the council. Now and then they may invite one to take a dinner, which is a favor, but the men which he distinguishes are not company for your second." The social status of the company's officers appears later, when an act was passed to extend the Mutiny Act to the East Indies and St. Helena, in consequence of the company's right to exercise martial law having been questioned. In opposing the bill, the Earl of Egmont said, "If I am rightly informed, there are some of the company's officers of a very low character. One of them was formerly a trumpeter at a raree show in this country, and when he was discharged that honorable service he listed himself in the company's service as a common soldier, and I suppose was made an officer by one of those governors for trumpeting to him better than any other man could do it in the country. Another, I am told, was a low sort of barber, one of our shave for a penny barbers, here in London. And another of them was a butcher here, and when he is not upon duty I am told he still exercises his trade there. Can we think that such officers will not be despised by gentlemen who have the honor to bear His Majesty's commission?" He based his opposition to the bill on the unfitness of the company's officers to exercise authority, and to the bad relations sure to arise between them and the king's officers. 7. In quarters they were not allowed to give any orders to their men, or to have any control over them, the most trivial matters being kept in the hands of the merchants and factors. To such an extent was this carried, that for 50 years afterwards no military officer was allowed to give out the parole and countersign. 8. Their only duties were to command the men when under arms. Commissions were granted and taken away by the council without reference to the directors. Under such treatment there could be neither self-respect nor pride in their profession. Of their general behavior, we may gather some idea from an entry concerning Lieutenant Parker at this time. He was arraigned before the council for drinking, brawling with his men, and frequenting base houses, for which the council deprived him of his commission, but as he was an extraordinary person in disciplining, drilling, soldiers, he was appointed adjutant of the regiment till he should give a specimen of improved behavior. When there was fighting to be done, the command was taken by factors and writers, who were given temporary commissions as captains, colonels, etc. Midford, Brown, Cowan, and others we hear of in command of troops, were only soldiers for the occasion. So far back as 1676 the directors had enjoined on their civil servants to acquire a knowledge of military discipline, that in the event of any sudden attack they might bear arms. Clive was far from being the first of the company's servants to lay down the pen for the sword, but he was the first to do so permanently. The inferior quality of the company's officers through the first half of the century is reflected in the fact that among the many who distinguished themselves in the hard fighting that went on from 1751 to 1764, we find only 2 who had not graduated in the king's service. These were Clive, who entered the company's service as a writer, and Preston, who was sent to India as a civil engineer. Of the company's purely military officers we hear little or nothing. The men were worse than the officers. Instead of the sturdy agricultural laborers and farmers' sons that filled the ranks of the king's regiments, they were the refuse of the vilest employments in London, as Orme described them 50 years later, the worst of their kind, according to Clive. Of all nationalities, ages, and colors, badly armed, badly fed, and badly paid, they were almost without discipline. The native chiefs vied with each other in getting Europeans into their service, so that none but the most wretched would stay to serve the company. At the best they were only factory guards, and maintained for purposes of escort and display, and it was always the company's practice to retain officers and men in their service up to any age. On one occasion we find Boone writing to the directors that it would not do to discuss the men too much. Miserable as was their pay of 16 lares, 9, a month, we find them complaining to the council that Midford had kept back 2 lares a month from each man. To which Midford replied that he never received nor took any more profit from the soldiers than what other officers did, all through the island of Bombay, with which answer the council was apparently satisfied. The real grievance of the men appears to have been that Midford, not being a military officer, was not entitled to make the deduction. The directors were careful in enjoining that powder was not to be wasted at exercise. But sometimes the men must be used to firing, lest in time of action they should start at the noise or the recoil of their arms. To bring such officers and men into the field was to invite disaster. Soldiers are not made by dressing men in uniform and putting muskets into their hands. Illustration map 1. According to the company's instructions in 1675, writers were to receive no salary at all for the first 5 years, and after that £10 a year. In 1699 the Court of Directors settled the salaries of merchants at £60, factors at £40, and writers at £20 per annum, Bruce. But in 1716 the salaries were as above stated. 2. The London Company and the English East India Company were amalgamated in 1708. 3. 1674. 4. It was afterwards re-established, and again abolished in Boone's time. 5. Bombay was subordinate to the Surat factory till 1685. 6. For years after returning to England, Keigwin was given the command of a frigate. In 1690 he accompanied the expedition against the French in the West Indies, and fell at the head of his men in the assault of Basse-Terre, St. Christopher's. Dick. Nat. Bio. 7. Hansard, 1754. 8. The first general order issued by the Commander-in-Chief in Madras was dated the November 22, 1772. 9. The lari was the well-known hook money of the Persian Gulf. It was worth about 6 pence. Chapter 6 Expedition against Canary. Sivaji's occupation of Canary, a naval action, Minchin and Keigwin, Bombay threatened, the Sidi intervenes, Kanaji Angria occupies Canary, Boone sails with the expedition, Manuel de Castro, feudal proceedings, force landed and repulsed, second landing, Manuel de Castro's treachery, Gideon Russell, bad behavior of 2 captains, defeat, attack abandoned, the St. George, the Fram, Manuel de Castro punished. Bombay wall completed, Angria makes overtures for peace, Boone outwitted. The islet of Canary, about 10 miles from the mouth of the harbor, and 3 from the mainland, had long been a thorn in the side of Bombay trade. At the time of the first occupation of Bombay it was uninhabited. In 1679 it was suddenly occupied by Sivaji, who began to fortify it. The danger of this to Bombay was at once seen, and part of the garrison was sent in small vessels, afterwards reinforced by the Revenge frigate, to intercept the communication between Canary and the mainland. On the October 18th, the Maratha fleet bore down and engaged. In half an hour the Dove, Grab, hauled down its colors and was captured, and all the smaller vessels made sail for Bombay, leaving the Revenge, like its more famous namesake, alone amidst its foes. Fortunately, there were on board 2 sturdy Englishmen, Minchin, the company's commodore, and Keigwin, the commander of the garrison. Undismayed by the odds against them, Minchin and Keigwin gallantly fought their ship. All attempts at boarding were repelled with loss, 5 of the Maratha gallavats were sunk, and, at last, the whole Maratha fleet took to flight, pursued by the Revenge, and sought refuge in the shallow waters at the mouth of the Nigatna River. 2 days later, they came out again, but found Keigwin and Minchin so ready to engage, that they desisted from the attempt to reach Canary. In this way, for some time, a partial blockade of the Nigatna River was maintained by the Revenge, which had been reinforced by the Hunter frigate, and a number of small vessels from Bombay. In spite of all efforts, a few Maratha vessels from time to time evaded the blockade, and kept Canary supplied with provisions and arms. This unexpected opposition from a company of traders stirred Sivaji to settle the matter by an attack on Bombay, which was in no condition to make any resistance. He marched 5,000 men to Kalyan, and demanded permission of the Portuguese to land at Thana and march on Bombay. The permission was refused, but the Bombay Council were so alarmed lest the Portuguese should ultimately give way, that they opened negotiations with Sivaji. Meanwhile, his seizure of Canary had alarmed the Sidi, who sent his fleet into Bombay harbor, and offered his cooperation to the President, who accepted it with some misgivings. Before long, it was discovered that the Sidi intended to keep Canary for himself, if he could capture it, which seemed to the council as bad as if it were in Sivaji's hands, so the English squadron held aloof, while the struggle for Canary continued between the Sidi and the Marathas. Sivaji was too much occupied with other matters to trouble about Bombay, and in March, 1680, a treaty of peace was made. His struggle with the Sidi for the possession of Canary went on, with results that are not recorded, but eventually both parties appear to have left the place to itself. In 1710, Kanaji Angria seized the islet and fortified it. By the end of October all was ready. The ships from England, with the merchandise and money for the yearly investment, had arrived, and joined in the expedition. In order to put an end to the quarrels among commanders that had marked the failure of former expeditions, Boone resolved to take the command himself. So, on the November 1st, he hoisted his flag on board the Addison, East Indiaman, having with him Mr. Walter Brown and other factors and writers. There was at this time in the service a renegade Portuguese, one Manuel de Castro, who had been in Angria's service before Boone had given him employment. He had been present at Hamilton's attack on Cawor, when his misbehavior had been such as to make all present distrust him. By his boasts of his knowledge of Angria's harbors he had gained the confidence of the council, and had been appointed commodore of the company's gallivats. But several of the English captains refused to serve under him, protesting that they knew his character better than the governor did, so Boone contented himself by giving him command of only 5 gallivats. On the 2nd, the squadron weighed anchor, and, on the following day, anchored off Canary. It consisted of the Addison and Dartmouth, East Indiamen, the Victoria frigate, the Revenge and Defiance grabs, the Fame galley, the Hunter ketch, 2 bomb ketches, and 48 gallivats. On the 6th they were joined by the Morris, and on the 12th by the Stanhope, East Indiamen. Directly after anchoring, a futile bombardment was opened on the Canary fort, but the distance was so great that nothing was effected but waste of ammunition. The ships then stood in closer, and opened fire again, while the Dartmouth ran in and fired several broadsides. While this was going on, the Victory and Revenge were signaled to attack 2 grabs that were seen coming out of the harbor, but, on 14 gallivats coming out to assist the grabs, they were recalled. The 4th was spent in preparations for a landing, and the gallivats rowed round the island to choose a landing place. It was finally arranged that the soldiers and marines should land to windward, while the sepoys, covered by the fire of grabs and gallivats, should land at the opposite side of the island, to leeward. But when the moment arrived, next morning, the sepoys absolutely refused to land, in spite of the severest measures. The soldiers and marines, 300 in number, landed, but were beaten back with a loss of 18 killed and 50 wounded. More by ye force of stones hoven from ye rocks than fair arms. Some loss was occasioned by the bursting of a gun on board one of the gallivats. Manuel de Castro, with his squadron of gallivats, had been ordered to lie off the mouth of the harbor and prevent reinforcements reaching Canary. Notwithstanding, he allowed 5 of Angria's gallivats to slip in with ammunition and provisions for the besieged, of which they were believed to stand much in need. The 6th was occupied in making preparations for another attack, and volunteers were called for from among the sailors, for which service they were to receive 40 rupees each, which, at the existing rate of exchange, was reckoned equal to £5 sterling. The loss of a leg or arm was to be recompensed by a sum of £30 on return to England, and employment for life under the company. The married men were promised, if killed, that their widows should receive £30, with £10 for each child. These offers procured some 40 volunteers, who were to be led by Gideon Russell, mate of the Morris. Early next morning the attacking party were put into the boats, to land under cover of the fire of the Britannia, Fame and Revenge, when it was found that a strong current prevented disembarkation, and the boats were forced to lie off under a heavy fire, until the tide changed. To make matters worse, Manuel de Castro ran 2 of his gallivats ashore under the guns of the castle, so that 50 or 60 men were killed or wounded before a landing was effected. At 10 o'clock the boats pulled for the landing place, but the tide was still running so strongly that they were thrown into confusion, and many of the attacking party never landed at all. The sepoys again refused to land. A small party of seamen, headed by Gideon Russell, attacked the gateway under a shower of shot and stones, and before long, Russell fell, grievously wounded. He was carried back to the Morris, where he died next day. The seamen continued their attack under Clement Downing, backed by Major Stanton, Captain Coxedge, and the soldiers. John Steele, the carpenter's mate of the Morris, with his broad axe hewed at the gate, and nearly effected an entrance, when the cowardice of 2 of Stanton's captains caused the attack to miscarry. One of them threw down his sword, which was carried to Boone, who, on return to Bombay, ordered him to be broke at the head of the garrison. The other, somewhat more courageous, came boldly up to the gate and fired his pistol, but the bullet rebounded and struck him on the nose, upon which he ordered the drums to beat a retreat, and the soldiers got back to the boats, leaving a small handful of seamen to prosecute the attack. These, in turn, seeing the hopelessness of any further attempts, retreated to their boats, and rowed off under a heavy fire, leaving many wounded to be massacred by the enemy. It was the old story, repeated so often on these occasions, a badly planned attack carried out half-heartedly by undisciplined men, under one or two resolute leaders. As soon as the leaders were disabled, the rest retreated with more or less loss. A desultory bombardment was continued for some days, and some shots were fired against Calabar. But Kenry was now well provided with ammunition, and could return 2 shots for every one fired by the Bombay squadron. On the 11th, Angria sent a flag of truce to offer terms, which were rejected. On the 14th, Boone returned to Bombay in the Dartmouth, seeing that nothing more could be effected, and on the 24th, the whole squadron made sail for Bombay, after exhausting all their ammunition. Their return seems to have been hastened by the appearance of Angria's fleet from Garaya, which had Bombay for a time at its mercy. The failure of the attack on Kenry, under his own eyes, taught Boone that, without some assistance from England, he could hope to accomplish little against Angria, whose ships now lay off the harbor, making it difficult for trading vessels to go in or out. 3 times the Morris got under way, and 3 times had to return, before she could start on her return voyage to Europe. In consequence of Boone's representations, the directors sent out the St. George, a 60-gun ship, to act as a guardship for the harbor. Her arrival only served to show the incompetency of many of the company's naval officers at that time. In laying the ship on shore to scour its bottom after the voyage from England, its back was broken, and the St. George became a total wreck. Meanwhile, with an eye to a future campaign against Angria's strongholds, Boone set to work to build a floating battery. The Fram, as it was called, was designed with shot-proof sides to carry 1248 PDRS. But, as will appear before long, its fate was as ignominious as that of the St. George. His own observation had convinced Boone of the treachery of Manuel de Castro. On his return to Bombay, the renegade was put in irons, and shipped off to St. Helena. There he was detected in fomenting a mutiny among the convicts and slaves. He was deported, and before long made his way back into Angria's service. Meanwhile, the wall round the town, the building of which had been one of Boone's earliest projects, was nearing completion. It was built entirely, or almost entirely, by contributions from the native merchants, and Boone reported to the directors that, when the whole space was built over, the ground rents would realize Rs.8890 a year for the company's treasury. The church also, the building of which had been started by Ilaby, was finished about this time. The original chapel inside the factory was no longer able to accommodate the increasing English population, besides being in a ruinous condition. Like other chiefs along the coast, the Bombay authorities gave passes to traders living under their protection, and in their warfare with Angria they had adopted the practice of other chiefs, of not recognizing the immunity of vessels that did not carry passes from themselves. We find at this time the Kadiawar traders complaining of 2 ships having been seized that held protective passes from Angria. In reply they were told that they must have English passes. The company was at war with Angria, and his power was increased by those who paid him for protection. So, like all neutrals, they had to suffer in a war with which they had no concern. Apprehensive of a fresh attack after the monsoon, Angria opened delusive negotiations for a treaty of peace, through his feudal lord, Sahuji. Boone was regularly taken in, and announced with satisfaction, to the directors, that a treaty had been made, under which Angria contracted to restore all ships and vessels he had taken, except the Success, which was hopelessly decayed, for which he was to pay Rs.10,000, or to restore goods to that amount. In lieu of captured cargoes he was to pay Rs.50,000, or to give goods of equal value, and within 2 years he was to pay Rs.10,000 more, for which payment Sahuji undertook to be surety. Boone reported that he had captured from Angria prizes to the value of Rs.9785, which, together with the above payment, and a 2%, war tax on the people of Bombay, would go some way to recoup the company for their losses and the cost of the expeditions. Altogether, the prospects of increased trade were brighter, but, so long as Angria held Calabar, he considered there could be no permanent peace. He was soon undeceived. As soon as Angria saw that he was safe from attack for another season, he repudiated the treaty, and by the beginning of the new year his piratical doings were renewed. 1. Killed and wounded several of them, but all to no purpose. Log of the Addison. Chapter 7 Expedition against Garaya. Trouble with the Portuguese. Madagascar pirates again. Loss of the Cassandra. Captain McRae's brave defense. The one-legged pirate, Richard Lazenby. Expedition against Garaya. Mr. Walter Brown. His incompetency. Gordon's landing. Insubordination and drunkenness. Arrival of the Fram. General attack. Failure. The Kempson's alliance. Attack on Dioger. The Madagascar pirates. England and Taylor. Ignominious flight. Fate of the Fram. Brown dispatched south again. The pirates at Cochin. They take flight to Madagascar. Their rage against McRae and England. England marooned. Taylor takes Goa's ship. Rich prize. Governor McRae. In addition to other embarrassments, Boone became involved, at this time, in a quarrel with the Portuguese. The surrender of Bombay to the English had, from the first, been extremely distasteful to the Goa authorities, who understood the value of the place better than did the authorities in Lisbon, and they had so interpreted the treaty that gave Bombay to the English that, at the time of transfer, they had managed to retain everything except the island of Bombay. The English had been obliged to renounce all claim to Salsette and other dependencies of Bombay, or to exclusive possession of the harbor, and to agree that the Portuguese residents should be exempted from the payment of customs, and have full liberty of trade with the Portuguese establishments in Salsette. This last condition had been repudiated in England, but continued to be claimed by the Portuguese, who harassed the position of the English by levying duties and impeding the passage of supplies, while they gave asylum to deserters and runaways of all kinds. By the treaty, toleration for the exercise of the Roman Catholic religion had been secured, and there had remained in Bombay a large establishment of Franciscan friars, who made no efforts to conceal their hostility to the company's government. In addition to other treacherous acts, Boone had to complain of the friars tampering with his soldiers and slaves, and encouraging them to desert. In order to put an end to the evil, he banished all the Portuguese friars, and installed in their place an Italian bishop and some Italian Carmelite friars. This was held by the Goa authorities to be an infringement of the rights of the King of Portugal. In retaliation, all Roman Catholics in Bombay were forbidden to recognize the authority of the Italian bishop and friars, and the Portuguese general of the north was ordered to prohibit all intercourse with Bombay, and to inflict the severest penalties on all persons attempting to go there or to leave it. Those who are captured shall be whipped and put in the galleys for 5 years, and if of noble birth, they shall pay the sum of 1,000 ziraphims in lieu of working in the galleys, and shall be transported for 5 years to the fortress of Dio. 1. It seemed as if Boone was to have a Portuguese war added to his other troubles. Fortunately, more moderate counsels prevailed, and in September, a conciliatory letter was written to Boone by the Viceroy, announcing his approaching departure. A few days later, the new Viceroy, Francisco José de Sampaio y Castro, arrived in Goa. While the quarrel was in progress, a native ship from Surat, bound for Jeddah, was captured off Bassein by a European pirate ship. This was probably England's ship, Victory, of which we shall hear more directly. The ship and cargo, valued at 12 lakhs, were carried off, and the passengers and crew put ashore at Malabar Hill. A month later, Boone received intelligence of a serious loss to the company's trade from the Madagascar pirates. On the August 7th, the Greenwich, Captain Kirby, and the Cassandra, Captain James McRae, bringing the usual yearly investment for Bombay and Surat, were in Johanna Roads, engaged in watering. At anchor, near them, was an Ostend ship that had called for the same purpose. A few days before, they had received intelligence that a French pirate, Oliver La Bouche, too, had run on a reef off Mayotta, and lost his ship, and was engaged in building a new one. Thinking that the opportunity of catching the pirates at a disadvantage should not be lost, McCrae and Kirby agreed to go in search of them and attack them. They had just completed their arrangements when two strange sails hove in sight. They proved to be the Victory, a French-built ship of 46 guns, commanded by the well-known pirate, Edward England, and the Fancy, a Dutch-built ship of 24 guns, commanded by Taylor. McCrae and Kirby prepared to give them a hot reception, the Ostend ship promising to stand by them. So far were they from simply trying to make their escape, that they looked forward to the handsome reward the company would give them for the capture of the pirates. From what followed, it is easy to see that McCrae's was the guiding spirit in this. Cables were cut, and they stood out to sea, but, owing to the light baffling winds, made little way. By next morning the pirates had closed, and bore down with a black flag, skull and crossbones, at the main, a red flag at the fore, and the cross of St. George at the ensign staff. The Greenwich and the Ostender, having a better wind than the Cassandra, had got some distance away. In vain McCrae fired gun after gun at the Greenwich to make Kirby heave to. In a most dastardly way the captain of the Greenwich pursued his course, taking the Ostender with him, till he had got well to windward, when, at a distance of 2 or 3 miles, he hove to and watched the fate of the Cassandra. The Cassandra was a new ship of 380 tons, on her first voyage. McCrae was a thoroughly good seaman, with a fine crew that were attached to him, and was resolved to fight his ship to the last. Early in the engagement he gave the Victory some shots between wind and water, which made England keep off till he had stopped the leaks. Taylor got out the boats of the Fancy and tried to tow her alongside, to carry the Cassandra by boarding, but such good practice was made by the Cassandra's marksmen that the design was given up. At the end of 3 hours the Victory had repaired damages, and was closing again. McCrae had lost so many of his crew, that, giving up all hope of assistance from Kirby, he determined to run his ship ashore. The Fancy, which drew less water, followed with the intention of boarding, but got aground within pistol shot, with her bows towards the Cassandra's broadside, and the action recommenced hotter than ever. There the two ships lay, both fast aground, pelting each other furiously, till the crew of the Fancy, finding the Cassandra's fire too hot for them, left their guns and ran below. Had Kirby come to his assistance at this moment, McCrae's triumph would have been assured, but this was the moment chosen by Kirby to bear up and shape his course for Bombay. England in the Victory, seeing that the Greenwich might be disregarded, sent 3 boats full of men to reinforce the Fancy, by which time there had been so many killed and wounded on board the Cassandra, that the crew, losing heart, refused to fight the ship any longer. 13 had been killed and 24 wounded, among the latter McCrae himself, who had been struck by a musket ball on the head, so, some in the long boat and some by swimming reached the shore, leaving on board 3 wounded men who could not be moved, and who were butchered by the pirates. Not deeming it safe to linger on the coast, McCrae and his crew hastened inland, reaching the town of the local chief, 25 miles off, the following morning. Exhausted with fatigue and wounds, almost naked, they were in a pitiable condition. The natives received them hospitably, supplied their wants to the best of their ability, and refused to surrender them to the pirates, who offered a reward for them. After the first rage of the pirates, at the heavy losses they had sustained, had abated, and soothed, no doubt, by the capture of a fine new ship with £75,000 on board in hard cash, McCrae ventured to open communications with them. Several among them had sailed with him, and his reputation for considerate treatment of his men was well known. With all their faults, they were not all of them men to resent greatly, after their first fury had cooled, the loss that had been suffered in fair fight. So England gave him a promise of safety, and he ventured himself among them. The Cassandra and the Fancy had been floated, and McCrae was entertained on board his own ship with his own liquors and provisions. His position was not without danger, as there were many brutal fellows among the pirates. England, who had a reputation for good treatment of prisoners, befriended him, but Taylor, whose influence was greatest among the most brutal of the rovers, insisted he should be made an end of. In the midst of the quarrel, a fierce-looking fellow with a wooden leg and his belt full of pistols intervened, asking with many oaths for McCrae, who thought his last moment had come. 3. He was pleasantly surprised when the ruffian took him by the hand, and swore with many oaths that he would make mincemeat of the first man that hurt him, and protested, with more oaths, that McCrae was an honest fellow, and he had formerly sailed with him. So the dispute ended. Taylor was plied with punch till he was prevailed on to consent that the Fancy, together with some of the Cassandra's cargo, should be given to McCrae, and before he could recover from his carouse, McCrae had got safe to shore again. As soon as the pirates had left the coast, in the Victory and the Cassandra, McCrae set to work to patch up the much battered Fancy, and in a few days sailed for Bombay, with 41 of his ship's company, among whom were 2 passengers and 12 soldiers. After 48 days of terrible sufferings, almost naked, half-starved, and reduced to a daily pint of water each, they reached Bombay on the October 26th. It would have been well for the company if they had had more captains like McCrae. His arrival brought much obloquy on Kirby, whose shameful desertion was now made known. The pirates only detained one of the Cassandra's crew, Richard Lazenby, the carpenter's mate, whom they forced unwillingly to go with them. There is still extant a curious account by Lazenby of his cruise with the pirates. He tells of the cruel tortures inflicted on all captured natives, how on the Malabar coast they had friends, especially among the Dutch at Cochin, who bought their plunder, supplied them with provisions, and gave them information of armed ships to be avoided, and rich prizes to be intercepted. Those who wished to retire from the trade were given passages to Europe with their ill-gotten gains, in French ships, and finally, after witnessing the capture of the Portuguese viceroy, to be related presently, he was put ashore at Bourbon, whence, in time, he made his way to England. Since the renewal of war by Angria, at the beginning of the year, Boone had resolved to strike another blow against Guraya, and all through the monsoon preparations had been made for action in September. Great things were expected of the Fram, which was, however, not ready when the expedition sailed. The direction of affairs was, on this occasion, entrusted to Mr. Walter Brown, who was styled for the occasion Admiral of the Fleet, and Commander-in-Chief of all the forces. On the September 13th anchor was weighed, and on the morning of the 19th they arrived off Guraya. At Debull, where they had called in for news, they learned that the Fram and the Chandos might soon be expected, but that there was no prospect of Captain Johnson's machine being ready to take part in the expedition. What Captain Johnson's machine was we do not learn, but the intelligence mightily disconcerted the soldiery. The squadron consisted of the London, which acted as flagship, the Victory frigate, the Revenge and Defiance grabs, the Hunter galley, 2 gallavats, a bomb-ketch, a fire-ship, and a number of fishing boats for landing troops. The troops for the expedition consisted of 350 soldiers and topasses and 80 chosen sepoys. Brown appears to have been thoroughly incompetent for such a command, and the undertaking was destined to add one more to the dismal list of failures. His first act was to make the London exchange useless shots with the fort at a mile distance. The following day, the bomb-ketch was ordered to run close and within pistol shot, and bombard the place at night. 1 shell and 1 carcass were fired, either of which went halfway, by reason of the mortars being so faultily constructed that the chambers could not contain a sufficient charge of powder. This misfortune set the people a-grumbling. On the 21st, Brown held a consultation of his officers, and proposed to land 300 men, at night, a mile from the town, so as to surprise it at daylight. The officers protested against the scheme. They justly remarked that it would be folly to make such an attack before the arrival of the whole force. The Fram and the Chandos, with the platoons of Europeans, were still to come. They represented that the garrison of the fort alone was 1,000 strong, to say nothing of the small walled town which must be taken before the fort could be attacked. Such a proposal was not likely to increase their confidence in Brown. Sickness had already set in among the troops, and that evening Captain Jeremiah Easthope died of fever. Brown was all for immediate action, without having any definite plan. On the 22nd, Gordon was ordered to land with 50 men, and occupy a small building on the top of a hill on the north side of the river. What he was expected to do there does not appear. Soon, a number of boats full of men were observed crossing from the fort to engage Gordon, so a reinforcement of 50 men was sent to him. On reaching the hill, Gordon found that what had been taken for a building consisted only of a natural pile of loose stones, such as are to be frequently seen on the Deccan hills, and there was nothing for it but to re-embark. He managed his retreat to the landing place in good order, followed by the enemy at musket-shot distance. Several times he faced about, but the enemy always shrank from close quarters. Nothing had been done to cover the place of embarkation, and it was only after the strongest remonstrances from those on board that Brown was prevailed on to order the Revenge and the Hunter to stand in and cover the re-embarkation of Gordon's party. In spite of this precaution, a lieutenant, a sergeant, a quartermaster of the London and 6 men were killed, and about 20 men wounded. It is difficult to imagine anything feebler and more aimless than the whole proceeding. The next day the bomb-ketch was again sent in to bombard the fort, with the same result as before. The proceedings were enlivened by the punishment of Sergeant Passmore, who was reported by Gordon for cowardly behavior. He was sent round the fleet to receive 10 lashes alongside each ship. The next 3 days were spent in idleness, awaiting the Fram, from which so much was expected. On board ship there was no discipline, but plenty of hard drinking. In order to make the men fight well, Brown's idea was to supply them with unlimited rum. The officers kept pace with the men in their libations, and what little discipline existed soon disappeared. Orders were disobeyed, while drunkenness, violence, and insubordination reigned unchecked. When remonstrances were addressed to Brown, he refused to stop the supply of liquor, saying that the people must not be put out of humor at this juncture, and they must drink as they pleased, all which is duly recorded by Captain Upton of the London. The enemy meanwhile was observed busily constructing new batteries, and boats full of armed men were constantly crossing the river, but nothing was done to intercept them. At last the Chandos, Pelham, and Fram arrived, having spent 10 days in their voyage from Bombay. Nothing better occurred to Brown than to send the Fram at once to engage the fort. On opening fire, it was found that her ports were so low and the gun carriages so high that her guns could only be fired when depressed so as to strike the water 20 yards off. So she was brought out again with 1 man mortally wounded, and the officers and soldiers so mightily discouraged that they declared, unless she could be made serviceable, it was useless to attempt anything further. The ship's carpenters were set to work on the Fram, while the dejection and drinking increased. 50 men of the Chandos who had not yet had an opportunity of gauging Brown's incapacity volunteered, for 40 rupees a head, to join a landing party, but not a single seaman in the squadron would consent, upon any consideration whatsoever, to go on board the Fram, till an increased bounty secured the services of the Chandos sailors. By the 29th all was ready for the grand attack. 2 landing parties, one of 340 soldiers under Captain Stanton, and the other of 237 seamen under Captain Woodward, were held in readiness, and soon after midday the fleet stood into the inner harbor, with the exception of the Fram, which engaged the fort from the outer harbor. Lieutenant Wise had been selected as a fit person to command and point the Fram's guns, which he did so badly that his shot mostly fell in the inner harbor. The Marathas were quite ready for them, and all the afternoon the cannonade went on, till sunset put an end to it. 5 men on board the Fram were wounded, but it had engaged at too great a distance to do or suffer much harm. Brown, in the London, had kept out of action, and contented himself with sending 6 dozen of wine and arrack to the men on board the Fram, together with orders to Stanton, who was on board, to warp into the harbor at night and renew the action next morning. The following day firing recommenced, and it was found necessary to displace Lieutenant Wise, he being continually drunk, and to allow the sailors to point their own guns. The closer range caused numerous casualties on board the Fram. Among the soldiers, Mr. Tulladay and 4 men were killed, and a great number wounded. The seamen also had several killed and wounded. Many of the casualties were caused by the bursting of a gun on board the Fram. The explosion fired the gun on the opposite side of the deck, which was loaded with grape, and pointing over a boat full of tapasses. The flame from the gun ignited their cartridge boxes, and the poor wretches were terribly scorched and injured. The fire of the ships in the inner harbor was successful in destroying a number of Angria's ships that had sought refuge in the river, one of 500 tons, one of 200 tons, and 10 smaller ones were set on fire and burnt. By nightfall, all hands thought they had done enough, and told Stanton so, and in spite of Brown's messages of expostulation, they took advantage of a land breeze to come out. At midnight came Captain Woodward of the Revenge to report, in a panic, to Brown that he had left his ship on the rocks close to the fort, and that both vessel and crew were as good as lost. Half an hour after, the Revenge was seen coming out with the other vessels. She had not been ashore at all, and the only conclusion was that Woodward was frightened out of his senses, so he was put in irons for his cowardice. Thus came to an end the grand attack, and nothing better was to be expected. I have continual disturbances in the ship daily by the officers' excessive drinking, and no manner of command carried, wrote Captain Upton, of the London. A few days later he records how Captain S. and Mr. D. fought with their fists in the roundhouse before Mr. Brown, who took no notice of it. The next few days were spent in repairing damages. While thus employed, messengers came from the Kempsant, offering to join hands with the English in attacking Angria. A quarrel had arisen between the two chiefs, owing to Angria having plundered some of the Kempsant's ships. But he stipulated that Angria's fort at Dioger, 7 leagues to the south, should be first attacked, so, on the October 7th, part of the fleet was sent down to reconnoiter. On the 16th, fresh stores of arrack, water and provisions having been received from Goa, Brown called a consultation of the officers on board the Addison, and proposed another landing under the Fram's guns. But the officers were disheartened, undisciplined, and under no control. One objection after another was raised, and the council of war came to an end by other officers of the squadron, who had learned what was going on, coming aboard, and conveying to Brown in no measured terms that they would have nothing to do with it. One of them in a passion told Brown he was mad, and did not know what he was about, which was true enough. The next day, a foolish show of landing was made, and then Brown decided to abandon the attempt and transfer his attack to Dioger. Dioger, or, as it was sometimes called, Taumana, was one of the 10 principal forts ceded to Angria in 1713. It commanded the small but good harbor formed by the Taumana River. This was Angria's southernmost stronghold. The name Taumana is still to be found at a small place 10 miles up the river. Here Brown brought his squadron on the October 18th. The usual desultory and harmless bombardment followed, the Fram and the bombketch being equally inefficient. Then, when Brown suggested a landing party to storm the place, the officers refused to second him, and so, with some additional loss, the attack on Dioger came to an end. Not a word is said as to any assistance rendered by the Kempsant. At daybreak on the 21st, the whole squadron sailed northward, but the tale of Brown's incompetency was not complete. A little before noon next morning 4 strange sails were seen in the offing, which, before long, were made out to be the dreaded Madagascar pirates, with the Cassandra, Victory, and 2 prizes they had just taken. The sight of them struck Brown with terror, though a little reflection would have shown him that the pirates would have little or no inducement to attack armed ships carrying no valuable merchandise. He directed his whole squadron to anchor off Garaya, which must have appeared puzzling to his late antagonists in that place. Hoping to evade the pirate ships, anchor was weighed in the night, and the squadron sailed northward, no order being preserved, and the fleet getting much scattered. As it happened, the pirates had mistaken them for Angria's fleet, and were standing to the northward in search of prey, without any thought of attacking them. Without any hostile intention on either side, the 2 squadrons became intermingled. While it was still dark, the party on the London was startled by a cannon shot flying over them, and in the faint morning light they saw a large ship on their quarter. On hailing to ask her name, an answer came back that it was the Victory. Brown preferred to believe that it was his own ship of that name, but his answering hail, giving the name of the London, was replied to with a broadside, to which a smart fire was returned by the Revenge and the Defiance, that were close astern. On both sides there was no willingness to fight. The pirates were at first seized with consternation at discovering their mistake. They had turned their prizes adrift after throwing their sails overboard, and with only 300 men for their joint crews, 40 of them Negroes, were not strong enough to engage the Bombay squadron. But England was a man who preferred fighting to running, so putting a bold face on the matter, the Cassandra ran through the fleet, firing into the Victory, the Chandos, and the Fram. The Chandos, which was towing the Fram, at once cast it loose. The fleet scattered in all directions, like a flock of sheep when a strange dog runs through it. Upton, of the London, a chicken-hearted fellow, persuaded Brown that they ought not to engage, as Boone had sent them to attack Coria, but had given them no instructions about the Madagascar pirates. Brown seemingly did not want much persuading, and crowded all sail to escape, at the same time striking his flag to show that he did not intend fighting, which excited the indignation of his own sailors and the derision of the pirates. He next sent orders by a galavat for the Fram to be burned, and thus that useless machine, from which so much had been expected, and that had cost so much money and labor, came to an end. These foolish proceedings gave England the measure of his antagonists. Observing the indifferency of the fleet, the best way of saving himself was, he thought, to play the bull beggar with them, so he set to work to chase them northward. The superior sailing powers of the pirates enabled them to do as they pleased. When they overtook the rearmost of the ships Brown had still got with him, they backed their sails and fired into them till they had got well ahead again. In this ignominious fashion the greater part of the fleet was shuffled along for 2 days by the pirates, as a flock of sheep is driven by a couple of sheepdogs, till they at last found refuge in Goa. The soldiers on board the London improved the occasion by breaking into the lazaretto and getting drunk on the wine they found there. Part of the fleet made for Cawar, and others found safety under the guns of Angediva. The pirates, having effected their purpose of driving them off, turned south and took the Elizabeth at anchor off Honore. Before long, an indignant letter from Boone ordered Brown to cruise southward and engage the pirates at all hazards, so the unhappy Brown put to sea again. The news of the capture of the Elizabeth was enough for him. On the 3rd day he turned northward again and made for Bombay, to make his peace with the exasperated governor as he best could. It is not difficult to imagine Boone's disgust at the failure of his schemes, and the worthlessness of those he had to depend upon, but it must be admitted that these desultory attacks, first on one place and then on another, were not calculated to effect anything useful. Had he concentrated his efforts on Canary, he might have rendered the waters of Bombay more secure. Brown laid the blame of his failure on the disobedience of his officers, which had been so flagrant as to conceal his own incapacity. So, on the December 12th, Boone again dispatched him to search for the pirates, and give protection to the country vessels bringing up pepper from the southern factories. He took with him a fine squadron, the Greenwich, 42 guns, the Chandos, 40 guns, the Victory, 26 guns, the Britannia, 24 guns, the Revenge, 16 guns, and a fireship. The pusillanimous Upton was left behind, and next to himself in command of the expedition, but in reality the moving spirit, he took the gallant McCrae. England and Taylor had meanwhile been constrained to run down to the Laccadives, for want of water and provisions. Not getting what they wanted, they had come northward again to Cochin, where they were royally entertained by the Dutch authorities. They were supplied with everything they required, including a present, from the governor, of a boat loaded with arrack, and 60 bales of sugar, for all of which handsome payment was made, while handfuls of ducatoons were thrown into the boat for the boatmen to scramble for. A fine clock and gold watch, found in the Cassandra when captured, were sent as a present to the governor's daughter, and formal salutes were fired on both sides as they entered and left the harbor. No wonder that they were made welcome along the coast. On leaving Cochin, they took a small vessel from Tellicherry sailing under a Bombay pass. From the master they learned that the Bombay squadron, with McCrae in command, was cruising in search of them. They were roused to fury by this news of McCrae's ingratitude, and vied with each other in devising the tortures to which they would subject him if he fell into their hands again, while their anger was vented on England and all who had stood up for McCrae after the capture of the Cassandra. Before long they were sighted by Brown, who bore down on them and signaled them to heave to. This behavior, so different from their previous experiences, was little to their liking. They made sail for the southwards, and for 2 days were held in chase, till by superior sailing they lost their pursuers. Such an extraordinary change in the behavior of the Bombay squadron taught them that the Indian coast was no longer a safe place for honest rovers. It was expedient to take themselves elsewhere, so sail was made for Mauritius. Against McCrae their curses were loud and deep. A villain they had treated so well as to give him a ship and other presents, and now to be in arms against them. No fate was bad enough for such a man. They had been cruelly deceived. To appease their wrath, they turned upon England. But for his foolish championship of McCrae, this would not have happened. Taylor had been right all along. They would only follow him in future. In their rage, they first talked of hanging England, till more moderate counsels prevailed, and it was decided to maroon him at Mauritius, which was done. England and 3 others who had befriended McCrae were set on shore, among them, no doubt, the one-legged pirate, and in due course of time made their way over to St. Mary's. 5. At St. Mary's the command of the Victory was made over to Oliver La Bouche, or La Buse, whose efforts at shipbuilding had apparently not met with success, and the 2 ships, in company, before long took what was probably the richest prize that ever fell into pirate hands. The ex-viceroy of Goa, the Conde de Ericeira, had sailed for Lisbon, in January, in the Nostra Senhora de Cabo, a 70-gun ship, taking with him a rich consignment of jewels for the Portuguese government, and the proceeds of his own private trading during the 3 years of his viceroyalty. Off the Cape they encountered a heavy storm, which dismasted the ship, forced them to throw many of their guns overboard, and obliged them to put back to Bourbon to refit. Taylor and La Buse, learning the helplessness of the viceroy's ship, sailed into the anchorage under English colors. A salute from the viceroy's ship was answered with a shot broadside, and in the confusion that ensued, the Portuguese ship was boarded and carried almost without resistance. Seldom or never had such a prize fallen into pirate hands so easily. The booty in diamonds and money was in the shape most coveted by the rovers. The jewels alone were estimated at over $3 million. The hard cash was said to be 500,000 crowns, and the viceroy was forced to raise another 2,000 crowns as a personal ransom, which would have been higher, had he not convinced them that part of the jewels and money on board was his own property. Bourbon was a French possession, but the governor, M. de Forges, was obliged to observe en grande circumspection in his dealings with the pirates who came and went as they pleased. Bernardin de Estepierre, who visited Bourbon nearly 50 years later, repeats a tradition, how La Buse sat at table between the viceroy and the governor, and in an access of generosity remitted the viceroy's ransom. He further tells us that La Buse eventually settled down in the island, and was hung some years later. Taylor, continuing his cruise in the Cassandra, took a fine Ostend ship, and carried her to St. Mary's. While most of the pirates were on shore, the prisoners overpowered the few left to guard them, and carried off the ship. We get a last glimpse of the Cassandra in a private letter written to the directors in May, 1723, from Jamaica, in which it is stated that the Cassandra was lying at Portobello, while Taylor was engaged in negotiating with the captain of an English man-of-war for a pardon. The negotiations apparently fell through, as Taylor was eventually given a commission by the Spaniards. The letter relates how the crew boasted that they had, each man, 1,200 pounds in gold and silver, besides a great store of diamonds and many rich goods. Of the sharing of these diamonds, Johnson tells a story how one man, being given for his share one big diamond instead of a number of small ones, broke it up with a hammer, so that he might have as many sparks as the others. McCrae's defense of the Cassandra, and the boldness and ability he displayed in his dealings with the pirates, brought him into prominent notice. The son of a poor airship-cartager, he had worked himself up, from before the mast, to the command of a ship. Soon after his return to England, the directors appointed him to be their supervisor on the west coast of Sumatra, and before he sailed, a provisional commission was given him to succeed to the presidentship of Madras, on a vacancy occurring. 18 months later, he took his seat as governor at Fort St. George. His 6 years of office were distinguished by his efforts to put an end to many abuses that had grown up in the company's affairs. He left India with a fortune of £100,000, made by private trade, and settled down near his birthplace, which he had not revisited since he left it as a boy. He died in 1746. No doubt, the account of England's cruise in the Cassandra, given in Johnson's History of the Pirates, is evidently taken from Lazenby's narrative to the IC directors. McCrae's account of the capture of the Cassandra, given by Johnson, appears also to have been part of a similar report to the directors, but the report itself has disappeared. Additional information is to be found in the logs of the Greenwich and London. 1. Proclamation issued at Goa, July 19, 1720, Danvers. 2. This was Oliver Le Vasseur, otherwise La Buse of Calais, a noted French pirate. By the English he was called La Bouche, and in one ship's log Lepus. On Woodes Rogers assuming the governorship of the Bahamas, La Bouche and England sailed for Madagascar. 3. Stevenson, in Treasure Island, evidently took his idea of John Silver, the one-legged pirate, from this incident. Now what a ship was christened, he makes him say. So let her stay, I says. So it was with the Cassandra as brought us all home from Malabar, after England took the Viceroy of the Indies. First with England, then with Flint, that's my story. 4. Probably Stanton and Drage. 5. In Lazenby's narrative, England is mentioned as Seagar, which was probably his real name, England being only an alias. Chapter 8 Expedition against Calabar. Measures taken in England against pirates: Woodes Rogers at the Bahamas, Edward Teach, Challoner Ogle, Bartholomew Roberts killed, Matthews sent to the East Indies, naval officers' duels, Portuguese alliance, expedition against Calabar, assault, defeat, a split in the alliance, plot against Boone, his departure, Matthews' schemes, his insulting behavior, he quarrels with everybody, goes to Madagascar. The King of Ranter Bay, Matthews goes to Bengal. As long as their forces had been occupied with the French War and the Highland Rising, the English ministry had been powerless to check the depredations of the pirates, which had become intolerable both in the East and West Indies. Now Europe was at peace, and measures could be concerted to put a stop to the evil. As usual, the Peace of Utrecht was followed by an increase of piracy, through the privateersmen being thrown out of employment. On the September 5, 1717, a royal proclamation was published, offering a free pardon to all pirates on the American coast surrendering within 1 year, for all piracies committed before the January 5th. As rewards for the capture of pirate ships, to every captain £100, to other officers £40, to petty officers £30, and to ordinary seamen £20 were to be paid on conviction of the offenders. To pirates, a reward of £200 was offered for the surrender of a pirate captain or commander before the September 6, 1718. The effect of the proclamation, in conjunction with the measures taken in the Bahamas, was very great. By the July 1, 1719, to which date the time of grace was extended, all but 3 or 4 of the most desperate rovers had retired from business. But against the most audacious of them more vigorous measures were necessary. It was of little use to hunt down pirates at sea, so long as their haunts in the Bahamas and Madagascar were allowed to flourish, and, as the West Indian rovers were the most mischievous to European trade, the Bahamas were first taken in hand. During the war, the Bahamas had been twice taken and plundered by the French and Spanish. All semblance of authority had disappeared, and it was estimated that there were upwards of 2,000 pirates in and about Providence. In 1718, Captain Woodes Rogers leased the islands for 21 years, from the proprietors, and received a commission as governor. He sailed for Providence, with a naval force and powers to offer an amnesty to all who submitted. 5 or 6 well-known pirate captains made their peace with the government, and a number of their crews, though some of them went back to their old trade before long. England, La Buse, and others slipped away and made for Madagascar. A council was then formed, consisting of 6 of the adventurers and 6 of the inhabitants who had never been pirates themselves. This was followed by the submission of others, some were hung, and order of a sort was re-established in the Bahamas. The coasts of Virginia and North Carolina were at this time beset by a number of pirates, the most notorious of whom was Edward Teach, alias Blackbeard, a Bristol man, who had begun his piratical career in the spring of 1717, the most sinister figure in the annals of piracy. Pirate captains were, as a rule, chosen by their crews, and if their conduct was unsatisfactory to the rovers, they were deposed and sometimes put to death or marooned. But Teach, as fearless as he was merciless, ruled his crew by terror. As an instance of his savage humor, it is related that on one occasion, in a drinking bout, he blew out the light and fired 2 pistols among his companions, wounding Israel Hands, his sailing master, severely. On being asked why he did it, he damned them, and said if he did not kill one of them now and then, they would forget who he was. So impressed were his crew with his wickedness, that they believed they carried the devil on board, who appeared at intervals among them as one of the crew, but could not be identified as belonging to the ship's company. Once he fought the Scarborough, a man of war of 30 guns, and beat her off. He boldly went ashore when he pleased, forcing the governor of North Carolina to marry him, and to supply him with medicines for his crew. With his face covered with black hair, and a beard of extravagant length, fantastically tied up in ribbons, he presented a wild and truculent figure that was the terror of the coast. An extract of a journal he kept, found after his death, is given by Johnson. Such a day, rum all out, our company somewhat sober, a damned confusion amongst us, rogues applauding, great talk of separation. So I looked sharp for a prize, such a day took one, with a great deal of liquor on board, so kept the company hot, damned hot, then all things went well again. Eden, the governor of North Carolina, was suspected of sharing in Teach's plunder, and his conduct was so suspicious that it could only be set down to dishonesty or to extreme pusillanimity. So, in their distress, the North Carolina planters sought the assistance of the governor of Virginia. There were at this time 2 men of war, the Pearl and the Lime, lying in the James River, but their size was too great to permit of their searching the creeks and inlets frequented by Teach. Therefore, 2 small sloops, without guns, were fitted out and placed under command of Maynard, first lieutenant of the Pearl. At the same time a proclamation was published in Virginia offering rewards for the apprehension of pirates, with a special reward of £100 for Teach. Though the whole had been planned with great secrecy. Teach received warnings from friends on shore, but paid no attention to them, and Maynard surprised him at anchor in a small inlet. Teach cut his cable and tried to stand out to sea, but ran aground. Maynard anchored within half gunshot and set to work to lighten his sloops, while Teach roared out curses and threats, to which Maynard replied that he expected no quarter and would give none. Just as Maynard was ready to attack, Teach got afloat and bore down on the sloops, giving them a broadside that partially disabled one sloop, and killed or wounded 20 men in Maynard's. Nothing discouraged, Maynard kept his men under cover and ran the pirate aboard, and was at once attacked by Teach with 14 men. Teach and Maynard met hand to hand, and there was a desperate encounter, Teach fighting like a ferocious animal at bay. Maynard's sword broke, but he was saved by one of his men coming to his assistance, and Teach at last fell dead on the deck of the sloop with 25 wounds. The second sloop, meanwhile, had boarded and captured the pirate ship, and Maynard sailed back to the James River with Teach's head at his bowsprit. 15 of the pirates were taken alive, of whom 13 were hung. A year after Teach's death there appeared on the American coast Bartholomew Roberts, a Welshman from Haverfordwest, who, for over 2 years, was the scourge of the American and African traders. It was said of him that he was a sober man who drank tea constantly, which made him an object of suspicion to his crew. His temperance did not prevent him from being the most wantonly wicked pirate who sailed the seas. In a Newfoundland harbor, on one occasion, he burned and sank 21 vessels, destroyed the fisheries and stages, and wrought all the havoc he could, out of pure wantonness. On another occasion, he captured a slaver with 80 slaves on board, and burned it, slaves and all, because it would cost too much time and trouble to unshackle the unfortunate wretches. At the same time, he was a man of order and method. He drew up a set of rules, to which his crew subscribed, in which, among other things, it was laid down that no women should be allowed on board, dice and gambling were prohibited, lights were put out at 8 o'clock, and musicians were exempt from playing on Sundays. The chaplain of Cape Coast Castle having been captured, he was pressed to join the pirates, being promised that nothing would be required of him except to make punch and say prayers. On his declining the office, all church property was restored to him, except 3 prayer books and a bottle screw. In pursuit of Roberts, the British government dispatched Captain Challoner Ogle, with the Swallow and Weymouth. failing to find him in American waters. Ogle steered for the African shore, and on the February 5, 1722, when separated from the Weymouth, he came on the pirates at anchor off Cape Lopez. Putting the Swallow about, and handling his sails as if in confusion and alarm, Ogle stood out to sea, pursued by the Ranger. When well out of sight of land, the Ranger was allowed to draw up, and the pirate crews suddenly found themselves under the fire of a 60-gun ship, for which their own 32 guns were no match, and after a short engagement the black flag was hauled down. On the 10th, Ogle stood in again to engage the Royal Fortune, disposing his flags to make the pirates believe his ship had been captured by the Ranger. Roberts fought with desperation when he discovered the ruse. Dressed in rich crimson damask, a scarlet feather in his hat, a gold chain with large diamond cross round his neck, he made a resistance worthy of his reputation, determined to blow up his ship rather than yield. At the main he hoisted a black flag, on which were displayed a skeleton and a man with a flaming sword. The jack was black, showing a man standing on 2 skulls, and St. George's ensign was at the ensign staff. After a desperate encounter, Roberts was slain by a grapeshot, and the Royal Fortune carried by boarding, the pirates resisting to the last. Out of 276 men captured in the 2 ships, 52 were executed, all of them Englishmen. Ogle was knighted for his able and gallant conduct. The re-establishment of authority at the Bahamas had led to an increase in the numbers of the Madagascar pirates, so Commodore Thomas Matthews was dispatched to the East Indies with a strong squadron, consisting of the Lion, 50 guns, Salisbury, 40 guns, Exeter, 50 guns, and Shoreham, 20 guns. The company's ship Grantham was also placed under his orders, to act as a storeship. In Byng's successful action with the Spanish, off Cape Passaro, August, 1718, Matthews had commanded the Kent with credit, but with the exception of courage, he apparently failed to possess a single quality for independent command. Irascible, domineering to his subordinates, and insolent to all others he was brought in contact with, he was entirely devoid of judgment or discretion. 20 years later, when he became better known, Walpole wrote of his brutal manners, and Horace Mann nicknamed him Il Furibondo. There could not have been a worse selection for the work in hand. The desire of the directors was that the squadron should, before going to Bombay, proceed to St. Augustine's Bay and St. Mary's. Thence, that a ship should be detached to Bourbon, where it was supposed a new pirate settlement was being formed, after which, they wished the squadron to proceed to the mouth of the Red Sea, where pirates would in all probability be found waiting for the Indian ships in July and August. But Matthews had views of his own, and was not much concerned with the wishes of the directors, who had designs of opening up trade with Madagascar, and, as a preliminary step, desired to see the pirate settlements rooted out. In February, 1721, the squadron sailed from Spithead, with orders to rendezvous at St. Augustine's Bay. Soon after leaving the Channel, the Salisbury and Exeter were dismasted in a storm, and were obliged to put into Lisbon to repair damages. Matthews continued his voyage with the Lion and the Shoreham to St. Augustine's Bay. He found no pirate ships there at the time, and good policy demanded that he should await the Salisbury and the Exeter. Instead of doing so, he continued his voyage to Bombay, where he arrived on the September 27th. Before leaving, he entrusted to the natives of St. Augustine's Bay a letter for Captain Cockburn, of the Salisbury, in which a number of particulars were given of the squadron. The proceeding was so ill-advised and so well calculated to defeat the object of the squadron's coming into Indian waters, that it was believed in the squadron that Matthews had done it purposely to put the pirates on their guard. Whether this was his intention or not, it serves to show the opinion held of him by those under his command. Soon after Matthews' departure, Taylor and Labius reached St. Augustine's Bay, read the letter, and sailed at once for Fort Dauphin, in the southeastern end of Madagascar. The Salisbury and Exeter arrived soon afterwards, and getting no news either of Matthews or the pirates, sailed for Bombay. These proceedings were not of happy augury for the success of the expedition. The pirates had information of the squadron being in the Indian seas, and were doubtless kept henceforth informed, from time to time, of its movements through their various sources of intelligence. Taylor, satisfied with his gains, sailed for the West Indies and surrendered to the Spaniards, who gave him a commission. Matthew's first act on dropping anchor was to force the native vessels in harbor, belonging to Bombay traders, to strike the English colors they were in the habit of displaying, and he next embarked in a squabble with the governor as to who was to fire the first salute, a matter that was not settled without many messages to and fro. The officers of the squadron, taking their cue from Matthews, looked as much superior to us, Downing tells us, as the greatness of their ambition could possibly lead them. There were daily duels fought by one or other of them, and challenges perpetually sent round the island by the gentlemen of the navy. The duels seem mostly to have taken place among the naval officers, who must have been a quarrelsome lot. On the voyage from England, Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Sutherland, son of my Lord Sutherland, had quarrelled, and Mitchell, considering himself aggrieved, demanded his discharge on arrival at Bombay, which was granted. He then sent a challenge to Sutherland, who wounded and disabled him. But all duels were not so harmless. A few days afterwards, Sutherland and Dalrymple, grandson of Sir David Dalrymple, His Majesty's advocate for Scotland, both midshipmen, quarrelled over dice, and fought a duel, without seconds, the following morning, when Dalrymple was run through the body and killed on the spot, a fate that was apparently not altogether undeserved. Sutherland was tried by court-martial, found guilty of murder, and sentenced to death. But as it was necessary for the death warrant to be signed by the King, it was arranged to carry him a prisoner to England. Touching at Barbados, he made his escape, and remained there till a free pardon was granted him. Not long afterwards a duel, arising out of a quarrel about a lady's health, was fought between Stepney, the second lieutenant, and Berkeley, the third lieutenant of the Salisbury, in which both were badly wounded. Stepney died a fortnight after the duel, but, as the surgeon certified that he had not died of his wound, Berkeley was not brought to a court-martial. Meanwhile, great preparations were being made for a fresh campaign against Angria, and while these bickerings went on among the subordinates, the governor and Matthews were engaged in planning the attack. Long before Matthews' arrival, negotiations had been opened between the Portuguese viceroy, Francisco José de Sampaio y Castro, and the Bombay Council, for a joint attack on Calabar. Through the management of Mr. Robert Cowan, who had been deputed, in March, to Goa for the purpose, a treaty of mutual cooperation had been drawn up, by which the Bombay Council undertook to furnish 2,000 men and 5 ships. The Portuguese authorities undertook to furnish an equal force. The negotiation was not completed till the beginning of September, and Cowan, in recognition of the ability he had displayed, was given a seat in the council. The combined forces were to assemble at Chaul, then a Portuguese possession, and march overland to attack Calabar. Forgetting the old adage about selling the skin of the bear while the animal was still alive, it was further agreed that Calabar, after capture, was to be the property of Portugal, while Garaya was to be handed over to the English. The arrival of Matthews' squadron therefore brought a welcome addition to the Bombay armaments. A camp was formed for the expeditionary force, drilling was the order of the day, Cowan was named general, and various commissions as colonels, majors, and captains were granted to officers of the Navy who volunteered for land service. On the October 30th, a 7 days' fast was ordered, to secure the divine blessing on the undertaking, and the chaplain was directed to preach an appropriate sermon. On the November 29th, the expedition left Bombay, and anchored off Chaul, where the Portuguese force had already assembled. The English force consisted of 655 Europeans and Topasses, a troop of 40 horsemen, and 14 sepoys. Matthews also contributed 200 seamen, of whom 50 were to serve the guns. The artillery consisted of 2 24-pounders, 2 18-pounders, 4 9-pounders, 6 small field guns, 2 mortars, and 8 cohorns. The Portuguese force consisted of 1,000 Europeans, 160 horsemen, 350 volunteers, and 2,400 sepoys, with 6 24-pounders, 6 18-pounders, 10 field pieces, and 8 mortars, commanded by the General of the North. The Viceroy was also present. Such a force, combined with the men of war, was sufficient, under proper direction, to have destroyed all Angria's strongholds along the coast. Some delay was caused by the necessity of building a bridge over the Ragasam River, and then the army advanced, to be quickly brought to a standstill again till sufficient transport could be brought from Bombay. On the December 12th, after marching round the head of the Alibac River, the army encamped close to Alibac Fort, while the men of war anchored in the roads. During the march, a few of Angria's horsemen had been seen from time to time. On one occasion, while the Viceroy, accompanied by Matthews, Cowan, and other commanders, was riding to view the country, a horseman approached them under cover of a cactus hedge, and threw his lance, wounding Matthews in the thigh. Matthews vainly pursued him, beside himself with rage at his wound and at his pistols missing fire. On the 13th, an assault was made on the fort, though the heavy guns had not been landed. Outside the fort there were 1,500 horse and 1,000 foot sent by Sahuji to Angria's assistance. The Portuguese were to face them, while 500 English soldiers and marines, led by naval officers, were to force the gateway and scale the rampart. Common sense demanded that Sahuji's force outside the fort should be disposed of, and the heavy guns that had been brought with so much labor from Chaul should be mounted and used, before any attempt at an assault was projected. But there was a woeful absence of ordinary capacity among the commanders. At 4 in the afternoon, the little force under Brathwaite, first lieutenant of the Lion, who held the rank of colonel for the occasion, advanced to the assault. The gateway was blocked, and could not be forced. Many of the scaling ladders were too short, and the affair resolved itself into a struggle, by a small number who had gained the rampart, to maintain themselves, while the rest remained exposed to the fire from the walls. In the midst of it, Sahuji's force advanced on the Portuguese, who broke and fled in wild confusion, leaving the English, forced to their fate. The assaulting party, seeing their danger, drew off, leaving many of their wounded behind them. The whole force gave ground, and soon there was a wild rush for the camp, luckily not followed by the Maratha horsemen. 33 had been killed and 27 wounded, among the latter, Lieutenant Bellamy of the Navy, who had behaved with great dash and bravery. Matthew's marines suffered heavily. Though wanting in discipline, they displayed much courage. All the field guns and a great deal of ammunition fell into the hands of the Marathas. The whole blame was laid on the Portuguese, to whom treachery was imputed. Matthews, always violent, flew at the general of the north and assaulted him, won, and treated the viceroy not much better. A little more enterprise on the part of the Marathas would have destroyed the whole force. The following day some heavy guns were landed, and a 4-gun battery was constructed. But the Portuguese had had enough of it, and were determined to withdraw. From the beginning, there had been little cordiality between the ill-matched allies. In the English camp, Cowan was devoid of military experience or instinct, and commanded little confidence among men habituated to defeat in their attacks on Angrian strongholds, while Matthews, violent and overbearing, claimed a right to direct operations that he knew nothing about. The Portuguese, on their side, proud in the recollection of the great position they had once held on the Malabar coast, and which, though now fast falling into decay, was still immeasurably superior to that of the English merchants, were disgusted at the constant drunkenness, quarreling, and want of discipline among the English, and incensed at the charge of treachery, for which there was no justification. Feigning illness, the viceroy betook himself to his ship. Angria saw his opportunity of breaking up the alliance, and opened negotiations with him. On the 17th, the viceroy wrote to the English, proposing a suspension of arms. With a bad grace they were obliged to consent, seeing in the negotiation, which was against the compact that neither should treat separately, farther confirmation of their suspicion of treachery. Angria granted the Portuguese full reparation for injuries, and formed an offensive and defensive alliance with them. The English were left to shift for themselves. Full of wrath, they embarked at once, and sailed for Bombay on the 28th. While the force was engaged at Calabar, the Malwans, too, strove to make a diversion in Angria's favor by attacking English ships, under pretense that they were Portuguese vessels, they being at war with Goa at the time. The Sunda Raja also attacked a private English ship, but was beaten off. In the Gulf, the Bombay sloop Prince took a Muscat ship of 14 guns, but after some days was obliged to relinquish its prize to a Muscat squadron. It is impossible not to sympathize with Boone's disappointment at the failure of this long-planned expedition, which he had looked forward to as the crowning achievement of his presidentship. The time had come for him to return to England. His successor, Mr. William Phips, had arrived from Mocha in August and had taken the second seat in council, while awaiting Boone's departure. Boone's last year in Bombay was embittered by a dangerous intrigue against him, headed by Parker and Brattle, two of the council. Investigation showed that they had plotted to seize his person, and had even uttered threats against his life. Being arrested and ordered to leave Bombay, they fled to Goa. After a time, Brattle made his way in a small boat to Bombay, and sought protection on board the Lion, which was readily extended to him by Matthews. As Brattle's name appears among those present in council in Bombay, in 1723, he must have succeeded in making his peace with the company. Under the company's rule, in those days, all but the worst offenses were condoned, so long as they were not directly aimed at the company's trade. A plot against the governor's freedom might be pardoned, but for assistance given to the Ostenders there was no locus poenitentia. On the January 9th, Boone embarked on board the London, after making over the governorship to Mr. Phips, followed by the good wishes of the community. During his 6 years of office he had proved himself a faithful and zealous servant of the company, a gentleman of as much honor and good sense as any that ever sat in that chair, according to Hamilton. He had found Bombay with a languishing trade and open to attack. Under his fostering care, trade had improved, so that merchants from Bengal and Madras had found it profitable to settle there. A good wall had been built to guard the town against sudden raids, and a respectable naval force had been created to keep piracy in check. He deserves remembrance as the first Bombay governor who tried to put down the coast pirates by active measures. Though his expeditions against them had been uniformly unsuccessful, he had taught Angria that the company's trade could not be attacked with impunity, and his ill success was entirely due to the worthlessness of his instruments. At his departure, salutes were fired from every gun ashore and afloat, except from Matthews' squadron, which did not fire a gun. As he sailed down the coast, accompanied by the Victoria and Revenge, loaded with stores for Karwar and Anjango, he was attacked by Angria's squadron, but beat them off. Off Anjadiva he came on the Kempson's grabs plundering a ship, which he rescued. One of the grabs was taken and another driven ashore, and so he was gratified with a small success over his inveterate enemies, as he bid farewell to the Indian coast. As soon as Matthews had returned to Bombay, after the Alibac fiasco, he applied himself to what, to him, was the principal reason for his coming to India, viz. Private trade. For the company's interests he did not care a button. In fact, anything that injured the company found an advocate in him. As for the pirates, if they did not come in his way, he was not going to trouble himself much about them. To enrich himself by starting a private trade of his own was his one object, and with this end in view, he sailed for Surat. With him he took Mrs. Brattle and Mrs. Wyche, with sundry chests of treasure, in spite of Phips' remonstrances, the estates of both having been attached by the council. In Surat he tried to raise a large sum for a venture in the China trade, but the arbitrary conduct of the king's officers had raised so much distrust among the native merchants that he was unsuccessful. Within 3 weeks he was back again in Bombay, and was at once involved in an angry correspondence with the council. Not confining himself to an acrimonious exchange of letters, he affixed at the sea gate an insulting proclamation. Phips ordered it to be removed, on which Matthews wrote that, if it were not at once replaced, he would publish it by beat of drum through Bombay, and should any resistance be offered, he would not leave a house standing in the place. In this dilemma the council consented to replace it, but to save their dignity, added a notice that it was licensed by the secretary. It is difficult to see how this improved the matter. However, Matthews sailed the next day for Madagascar, so no doubt the proclamation did not long remain after his departure. His absence from Bombay, though doubtless felt as a relief by Phips and the council, was probably, before long, a cause of regret in the troubles that shortly beset them, but for the moment we will follow his movements. Not contented with his quarrels with the council, Matthews was soon at daggers drawn with his own captains. First he proposed to them to employ their ships in trading, on condition that 2/3 of the profits were to be his. The captains refused to have anything to do with the proposal. He had already had a quarrel with Cockburn, his second in command, the first of many that were to follow. Before leaving Bombay, a quarrel arose between him and Sir Robert Johnson, of the Exeter. Johnson threw up his command, and took passage for England in one of the company's ships, which was lost with all hands on the voyage. With Sir Robert Johnson, his son, a lieutenant in the navy, perished. Brathwaite was appointed to the command of the Exeter. It had already come to be widely known that anybody who was in trouble with the company would find countenance and protection from Matthews. He told the Portuguese officials that the company's vessels were only traders, and therefore not entitled to a salute, gun for gun. This matter of salutes was a very important one in Matthew's eyes. Every trading ship, however small it might be, carried guns, and there was a great deal of saluting. In acknowledging such salutes, Matthews always responded with 3 or 4 less guns than were given him. On one occasion there is a record of his replying with 1 gun only. 3. Wherever Matthews could find an opportunity for lowering the credit or hurting the interests of the company, he seized it. On reaching Carpenter's Bay in Mauritius, he found an impudent message from the pirates, writ on Captain Carpenter's tomb with a piece of charcoal, to the effect that they had been expecting him and had gone to Port Dauphin. The squadron next proceeded to Bourbon, where they sold some casks of arrack and Madeira to the French for a very good profit, and thence proceeded to Charnock Point, St. Mary's Island, Madagascar. Here they found the wrecks of several merchant ships that had been run ashore by the pirates. Scattered on the beach were lying their cargoes, chinaware, rich drugs and spices, cloth, guns, and other articles, lying where the pirates had cast them. Men waded knee-deep in pepper, cloves, and cinnamon, such was the quantity. In shallow water were lying the remains of a fine jettish ship that had been taken, with 13 locks of treasure on board, by a pirate named Condon, who commanded a ship called the Flying Dragon. Matthews at once began to transfer the guns and such commodities as were least damaged to his own ships. A flag of truce had been first sent ashore to communicate with England and the other pirates, but it was found that they had fled inland. A week later, a white man, accompanied by a well-armed guard of natives, made his appearance. He told them that he was a Jamaica man named John Plantin, that he had been a pirate, but was tired of the trade, and had settled down on the spot. This John Plantin was a man of some note in the piratical world. Every in England had sailed with him, and treated him with much consideration and some fear. He had made himself master of a considerable tract of country, so that the pirates had given him the name of the King of Ranter Bay. 4. He gave an invitation to Matthews to visit his castle, where he entertained some of the officers of the squadron. Matthews' first idea was to seize him, but finding that John Plantin had a good number of armed natives with him, besides a Scotchman and a Dane, and that his castle had plenty of guns mounted, he decided to trade with him instead. The pirates made no secret of having taken part in the capture of the Goa Viceroy's ship, and of a rich native vessel with 18 lakhs of rupees on board. So hats, shoes, stockings, wine, and arrack were made over to John Plantin, for which he paid a good price in gold and diamonds. In spite of his notions as to piracy, John Plantin showed himself an honester man than Matthews. Having paid liberally for the things he had bought, he left the hogsheads of wine and arrack on the beach under a small guard. As soon as his back was turned, Matthews manned his boats, brought off all the liquor he had been paid for, and some of the native guard as well. After which notable achievement he sailed away for Bengal, consoling himself with the thought that he was not like one of those vile pirates, who, after committing many evil actions, had settled down among a parcel of heathens to indulge themselves in all sorts of vice. 5. After a fortnight at Charnock's Point, the squadron made its way round the north of Madagascar to Manigaro, Manankara Bay, whence they steered for Johanna. As the directors afterwards remarked, Matthews ought to have divided his squadron, and searched both coasts of the great island, but his heart was not in the quest for pirates, he was bent only on trade. Sending the Salisbury and Exeter to cruise towards Socotra, he took the Lion and Shoreham to Bengal, and in the beginning of August, he was at anchor in the Hooghly, near Diamond Harbour. There he remained till the end of October. There were no pirates in the Bay of Bengal, but the sugar trade was very lucrative, and he wanted to invest in it. He was not long in Calcutta without coming to loggerheads with the council concerning Mrs. Gifford, who, as Mrs. Chown, has already been mentioned in these pages, 6, and whose third husband had perished in the Anjango massacre 18 months before. In flying from Anjango, she had carried off the factory books, together with all the money she could lay her hands on. As the company had large claims on Gifford's estate, the council was bent on making her disgorge. Matthews espoused her quarrel, as he did that of all who were in the company's bad books, and in defiance of the council, carried her off to Bombay, and eventually to England. 1. Thrust his cane in his mouth. Downing. 2. Malwan was a small fortified harbor belonging to Kolhapur, about 60 miles north of Goa. The Malwans were noted pirates. 3. When Watson came to India, he returned salutes gun for gun. 4. Perhaps Ottingel Bay. 5. This account of Matthew's visit to Madagascar rests to a great extent on the narrative of Clement Downing, who held the rating of a midshipman on board the Salisbury at the time. It is confirmed by the logs of the Lion and Salisbury. He makes no attempt to conceal his opinion of Matthew's misdoings. He also gives the history of John Plantin, who finally made his way to Garaya, and took service with Angria. 6. See page 80. Chapter 9. A troubled year in Bombay. Loss of the Hunter Galley, quarrel with Portuguese, alliance of Portuguese with Angria, war with both, a double triumph, Portuguese make peace, Angria cowed, Matthews reappears, trouble caused by him, he returns to England, court-martialed, the last of Matthews. The year succeeding Boone's departure was a stirring one in Bombay. On the February 27th, the Eagle and Hunter galleys, while off Bassein, convoying a Surat ship, were attacked by 4 of Angria's grabs. After a 5 hours' engagement, during which the Hunter made 3 attempts at boarding, an unlucky shot ignited some loose powder, and the galley blew up, every soul on board perishing. A similar explosion, though less serious, took place on board the Eagle, which forced her to take refuge in a shattered condition in Saragoon harbor. Here the Portuguese showed such unfriendliness that the council were obliged to send other galleys to protect and bring the Eagle away. Since the conclusion of the Portuguese treaty with Angria, an angry correspondence had gone on between Goa and Bombay, and soon the old causes of quarrel were revived. The chief of these was the levying of duties at certain places. The general of the North, who had tried to force on a quarrel a year before, smarting, doubtless, under the treatment he had received from Matthews at the siege of Alibac, began to levy duties on provisions coming from Bombay to Portuguese territory. Phipps retaliated by levying customs duties at Mahim, which the Portuguese had always claimed to be free to both nations. The quarrel grew hot. The general of the North forbade all communication with Bombay, and on the May 26th, a British gallivant was fired on at Mahim. The council resolved to uphold their rights, but were in a poor condition to do so. Meanwhile, it became known that Angria's assistance was being invited by the Portuguese. On the June 23rd, a party from Bombay landed and destroyed the Portuguese fort at Korlam, and shelled Bandara. Captain Loder, of the Revenge, without orders, burned the undefended village on Elephanta, for which he was suspended from his command, but at the end of a week he was reinstated. Want of shipping for a time prevented any vigorous prosecution of hostilities on the part of the council. They were obliged to remain on the defensive, while Portuguese galleys cruised off the island, making occasional raids, killing a militiaman or 2, and burning villages. Mahim, Riva, and Darvi were all raided, but with small benefit to the assailants. On the August 28th, at night, a Portuguese force landed and destroyed the fort at Worli, assisted by the treachery of a renegade Portuguese. On the 3rd and September 4th, 2 attempts to land at the breach were repulsed, and the council were cheered by the arrival of the Salisbury and Exeter from their Red Sea cruise. Cockburn, of the Salisbury, less churlish than Matthews, at once put 2 pinnaces and 76 men at the council's disposal. A small expedition of 11 gallivats under Stanton was also fitted out, and a battery erected by the Portuguese at Shuri to hinder provisions coming into Bombay was captured. One man of the Exeter was killed and another wounded. Just then came news that Angria was fitting out an expedition of 5,000 men to attack Carwar, and the Exeter sailed there to defend the factory. At the beginning of November, the tide turned. News having been received that some of Angria's grabs were cruising off Warley, the Victoria and Revenge, manned with crews from the Salisbury, were sent out. After a hot engagement, Angria's commodore, a Dutchman, was killed, and his ship, mounting 16 guns, taken. On the same day that the captured ship was brought into Bombay, 2 other captures entered the harbor. The directors had sent out from England 3 galleys, the Bombay, the Bengal, and the Fort St. George, manned with sailors from the Thames. As they were proceeding up the coast, they found themselves dogged for 2 days by 2 strange grabs showing no colors. Resolved to put an end to it, on the 3rd day, on the November 1st, off Cape Ramus, they shortened sail and called on the strangers to show their colors. They proved to be Portuguese, and the English hails were answered by threats and shouts of defiance. The Bengal then fired a shot across the bows of the leading grab, which was answered by a broadside, killing the second mate and 2 seamen. The Bombay closed in, while the Fort St. George turned its attention to the second grab. In half an hour both of the Portuguese vessels struck their colors, and the galleys continued their course for Bombay with their 2 prizes, each carrying 20 guns. Such was the difference made by having British seamen, instead of the miserable crews that had hitherto manned the company's ships. It was well for the Bombay Council that Matthews had been absent while this was going on. For 2 months and a half he had remained at anchor in the Hooghly. Early in December he reached Bombay, and at once recommenced his quarrels with the council and his captains. Cockburn, of the Salisbury, was placed under arrest, presumably for the assistance he had given to the council. After a time he was transferred to the Exeter, and ordered to proceed to England. In coming up the coast Matthews had touched at Goa, and informed the Viceroy of his disapproval of the company's actions, and that his squadron would soon be leaving the Indian seas. But the Viceroy had had enough fighting. The capture of his grabs had brought him to reason. He laid all the blame for recent hostilities on the General of the North, and a peaceful accommodation was come to with the council, Matthews being disregarded. In spite of Matthews' failure to destroy the Madagascar pirates, the presence of his squadron in Indian waters impelled them to seek safety in the West Indies, and henceforward they ceased to be dangerous to the trade ships of India. The Madagascar settlements lingered until they died a natural death. Angria, too, had been tamed by the slaying of his commodore and the capture of his ships. For years the sea-borne trade of Bombay had not been so little subject to molestation as it was for the next 3 or 4 years. Matthews had sent home 2 of his ships, remaining, himself, to do another year's trading, during which he lost no opportunity of worrying and insulting the company's officers. Everybody at variance with the council found an advocate in him. A Parsi broker, named Beaumanji, was under arrest for fraud. Matthews demanded his surrender. The council placed Beaumanji in close confinement in the fort, to prevent his being carried off. Matthews promised Beaumanji's sons he would take one of them to England, and undertook to make the director see things in a proper light. Men charged with abominable crimes received countenance from him. He told the council that they were only traitors, and had no power to punish anybody. The Crown alone had power to punish. He, Matthews, represented the Crown, and was answerable only to the King of England. One may picture to oneself the satisfaction with which, at the end of the year, the council learned that Matthews was really going. In December 1723, he set sail for England. During the 2 years he had been in the Indian seas he had accomplished nothing he ought to have done, and done almost everything he ought not to have done. He had been sent out to suppress the pirates, and to protect the company's interests. He had not captured a single pirate ship or rooted out a single pirate haunt. Claiming, as a king's officer, to be exempt from the provisions of the company's charter, he had indulged in private trade, and had even had dealings with the pirates. He had flouted the company's authority wherever it existed, and had encouraged others to resist it. Every person who had a dispute with the company received protection from him. He told the Goa authorities that the company's vessels were only traders, and therefore not entitled to the salutes they had always received. He had refused to give up the company's sailors whom he encouraged to desert to his ship. He forbade the Bombay traders to fly British colors, but allowed his own trading friends to do so. He had gone trading to Bengal and Mocha, where there were no pirates. 2 months and a half he had spent in the Hooghly, 3 months and a half he had spent at Madras and St. David's for trade purposes, and when the quarrel between the Bombay authorities and the Portuguese was going on, he gave out that he would send the Goa viceroy a petticoat, as an old woman, if he did not take every one of the company's ships. He had quarreled with all his captains, and one of them, Sir Robert Johnson, owed his death to him. At Surat he had found a discharged servant of the company, one Mr. Wyche, on whose departure the governor had laid an embargo till his accounts were cleared. Matthews took him and his 11 chests of treasure on board his ship, in defiance of the governor's orders, and put him ashore at Calicut, whence he escaped to French territory. From Surat also he carried to England the broker's son, Rustam G. Noriji, to worry the directors. He carried off Mrs. Gifford, and brought her to England in his ship. His last act on the coast was to call at Anjango, in order to obtain property she claimed there, but it is probable that he also secured a cargo of pepper. It is small wonder that, on his arrival in England, in July, 1724, the wrath of the directors was kindled against him, and an account of his misbehavior was forwarded to the Secretary of State. The naval authorities called on the directors to produce their witnesses for the charge of trading with the pirates. The difficulty of doing so was obvious, as the witnesses were all under Matthew's command, so the charge was dropped, and the directors sued him in the Court of Exchequer for infringing their charter by private trading. Meanwhile the naval authorities had their own account to settle with Matthews, Captain Mayne, of the Shoreham, having made various charges against him. In the last week of December, 1724, he was brought to a court-martial on board the Sandwich in the Medway, and the finding of the court was thus recorded. The court, having read the complaints of the directors of the E.I. Company of several irregularities said to be committed by Captain Thomas Matthews while Commander-in-Chief of a squadron of His Majesty's ships sent to the East Indies, a publication being made 3 several times, if any person or persons were attending on behalf of the said directors, in order to prove the several matters therein contained, and not any appearing. The court proceeded on the complaints exhibited by Captain Colville, Maine, and having strictly examined into the several particulars and matters therein contained and heard divers witnesses upon oath, they are unanimously of opinion, that the said Captain Matthews hath in all respects complied with his instructions, except that of receiving merchandise on board before the late Act of Parliament, instituted an act for the more effectual suppression of piracy, came to hand, but not afterwards, and it appearing to the court that he had sent men irregularly to merchant ships, and finding he falls under the 33rd Article of War, they have resolved he be mulcted 4 months' pay, and that the same be applied for the benefit of the chest of Chatham, and he is hereby mulcted accordingly. 6 weeks later, the directors obtained a decree against him in the Court of Exchequer, for £13,676 17 _s_. 6_d_. Which, according to Act of Parliament, was doubled as a penalty. In 1742, Matthews again found favour with an English ministry. He was appointed minister at Turin and commander-in-chief in the Mediterranean. In February, 1744, he encountered a combined French and Spanish fleet off Toulon. His behaviour to his subordinates had excited their ill will to such an extent that his second-in-command and many of the captains refused to follow him. The Allied fleet escaped with the loss of 1 ship only. Both admirals and 5 captains were cashiered, and that is the last we hear of Matthews. The remembrance of his behaviour long rankled in the minds of the directors, and 20 years elapsed before they could again bring themselves to apply for the dispatch of a royal squadron to the Indian seas. 1. The squadron under Barnet, which was sent out in 1744, on the declaration of war with France. Chapter 10 26 Years of Conflict. The case of Mr. Kirjangvan, death of Kanaji Angria, quarrels of his sons, Portuguese intervention, Samhaji Angria, political changes, disaster to Bombay and Bengal galleys, the Occam beats off Angria's fleet, the coolies, loss of the Derby, Marathas expel Portuguese from Salsette, Captain Inchbird, Manajee Angria gives trouble, Dutch squadron repulsed from Garaya, gallant action of the Harrington. Samhaji attacks Calabar, English assist Manajee, loss of the Antelope, death of Samhaji Angria, Tulagi. Angria, capture of the Anson, Tulagi takes the Restoration, power of Tulagi, Lyle's squadron, building of the Protector and Guardian. As an instance of the miseries to which men were exposed by Angria's piracies, may be mentioned the case of Mr. Kurjanban, a private merchant of Madras. Being bound on a trading voyage to China, he sailed from Surat in August 1720, in the Charlotte. Before he could get clear of the coast, he was captured by Angria's fleet and carried into Garaya. There he remained for nearly 10 years, during the whole of which time he was made to wear fetters and work as a slave. In spite of the letters he was able to send to Bombay, nothing appears to have been done to procure his liberty. At last, on payment of a ransom, he was set free, and joined his wife in England. But the fetters he had worn so long had injured one of his legs, and amputation was necessary. As he was recovering from the operation, an artery burst, and he died on the spot. With Boone's departure from India, the attacks on the Angrian strongholds came to an end. They were henceforth regarded as impregnable, and Boone's successors contented themselves with checking the Angrian power at sea. In June 1729, Kanajee Angria died. He left 2 legitimate sons, Sakaji and Samhaji, 3 illegitimate sons, Tulagi, Manajee, and Yesaji. Sakaji established himself at Calabar, while Samhaji Angria remained at Sevendrug, to carry on the predatory policy of their father. In March 1734, Sakaji died, and Manajee and Yesaji were sent to hold Calabar for Samhaji. Before long, Manajee quarreled with Samhaji and Yesaji, and fled to Chaul. The Portuguese espoused his quarrel, and furnished him with a force against Calabar, which was taken, Manajee gallantly leading the assault, sword in hand. He at once imprisoned Yesaji, and put out his eyes. As soon as the Portuguese force was withdrawn, Samhaji attacked Calabar. Manajee invoked the aid of the Peshwa, who compelled Samhaji to raise the siege, and received the Angrian forts of Kulta and Rajmukhi in return, while Manajee proclaimed his allegiance to the Peshwa, and henceforth was secure under his protection. The Portuguese, incensed against Manajee, who had broken his promises to cede them certain districts in return for their assistance in capturing Calabar, joined hands with Samhaji Angria against him. This brought down upon them the hostility of the Maratha court, who, after 2 years' severe fighting, expelled them from Salsette and all their possessions in the neighborhood of Bombay, while the English looked on at the contest waged at their doors with indifference. In order to strengthen themselves against the Dutch, the Portuguese had ceded Bombay to the English, and then, by their bad faith in retaining Salsette and Thana, they had opened a sore that never was healed. By espousing the quarrel of Manajee they had earned the enmity of Samhaji, and by joining in Samhaji's quarrel against Manajee they had brought down on themselves the formidable power of the Peshwa. Before long, Samhaji turned against them again, and they were left without a single ally to struggle as they could. Their intervention in Angrian quarrels was the final cause of the downfall of Portuguese power on the west coast. The old political landmarks were fast disappearing. Everywhere the Mughal power was crumbling to pieces, and new principalities were being formed. The Peshwa had shaken off his allegiance to Satara, and his armies were making his authority felt all over Hindustan and the Deccan, while Maratha rule was being established in Gujarat by the Gaekwar. The Dutch and French had ceased to make progress, the Portuguese power was on the wane, the Sidi was losing territory under the attacks of Manajee and the Peshwa, while the Angrian power was divided. Meanwhile, the company's position on the west coast was steadily improving. European pirates had ceased to haunt the Indian seas. Manajee Angria found it necessary to maintain good relations with the English, though occasional acts of hostility showed that he was not to be trusted, while the Peshwa, whose aims were directed inland, had no quarrel with them, and concluded a treaty with Bombay. Trade was flourishing, though the piracies of Samhaji Angria, in spite of his feud with Manajee, caused losses from time to time. The English ships, better manned and better found, no longer contented themselves with repelling attacks, but boldly cruised in search of some Hajji's vessels, capturing them or driving them to seek refuge in their fortified harbors. To relate in detail all the encounters that took place would be tedious, but some of them may be mentioned, in order to give an idea of the warfare that went on for 30 years after Boone's relinquishment of office. In October 1730, intelligence having been received of Angrian gallavats cruising north of Bombay, some Bombay gallavats were sent out, and after a smart action captured 3 of them, each carrying 5 guns. A month later, the Bombay and Bengal galleys were attacked off Calabar by 4 grabs and 15 gallavats. There was a calm at the time. The hostile grabs were towed under the galley's stern and opened a heavy fire. The galleys were only able to reply with small arm fire, and suffered severely. Several attempts to board were repelled, when an unlucky shot exploded 2 barrels of musket cartridges on board the Bengal. The quarterdeck was blown up, and, in the confusion, the enemy boarded and carried the ship. The first lieutenant, although wounded, jumped overboard and swam to the Bombay, which was also in evil plight. A similar explosion had occurred, killing the captain, the first lieutenant, and many of the crew. At this juncture came a welcome breeze, bringing up the Victory grab, which had witnessed the fight without being able to take part in it, and the Angrians drew off. No less than 80 Europeans were lost to the company in this action. In January 1732, the Occam, East Indiaman, coming up the coast with a light wind, was beset, off de Bull, by an Angrian squadron of 5 grabs and 3 gallavats. At sunset they came within shot, and a little harmless cannonading took place at long range, till dark. At 1 in the morning, the moon having risen, they bore down again and attacked the Occam in their favorite manner, astern. For some time the East Indiaman was exposed to the fire of 10 9-pounders, to which it could only reply with 2 stern chasers. Captain Jobson, finding his rigging much cut up, and seeing that the loss of a mast would probably entail the loss of his ship, determined to entice them to close quarters, in the good breeze that was springing up. The plan was explained to the crew, who were in good heart, and encouraged by a promise of 2 months' pay. Every gun was manned, while the fire of the 2 stern chasers was allowed to slacken, as if ammunition was running short. The bait took, the grabs drew up on the Occam's quarter, with their crews cheering and sounding trumpets. At a cable's distance the Occam suddenly tacked, and as she gathered way on her new course, she was in the midst of the grabs, firing into them round shot and grape, together with volleys of small arms. This unexpected maneuver made the Angrians draw off, and the Occam resumed her course. At daybreak, only 4 grabs were in chase, the 5th having evidently suffered severe injuries. A stiff breeze had sprung up, and the crew were eager for another bout, so the Occam tacked again, and stood for the grabs. But they had had enough of it, and evaded coming to close quarters. Their best chances of successes lay in calms and light airs. With an antagonist like Jobson, in a good stiff wind, the odds were against them. They had lost many men, so after hovering round for some hours they made off to Sevendrug. In 1734, the Coolie rovers, who infested the coast of Gujarat, gave much trouble. Their stronghold was at Sultanpur, on the river Korla, and they enjoyed the protection of several wealthy persons who shared in their plunder. A squadron under Captain Radford Nunn was sent against them, which captured 5 armed vessels and burnt 14 more. To save others from capture they burnt about 50 more small sailing boats themselves. 6 months later, 10 more of their boats were burnt and 2 captured. Under these blows they were quiet for a time. In December 1735, a valuable ship fell into some Haji Angria's hands, owing to the bad behavior of its captain. The Derby, East Indiaman, bringing a great cargo of naval stores from England, and the usual treasure for investment, was due to arrive in Bombay in November. The captain, Anselm, was a schemer, and wished to remain in India for a year, instead of returning to England at once, as had been arranged. Accordingly, he lingered a month in Johanna, and shaped his course northward along the African coast. Thence getting a fair wind which would have brought him directly to Bombay, without running the risk of working along the Malabar coast, he, instead, steered for the latitude of Goa, and thence crept northwards, making as much delay as possible, so as not to reach Bombay till January. On the December 26th, an Angrian squadron of 5 grabs and 4 gallavats bore down on the Derby, off Sevendrug, and engaged in their favorite way of attacking a big ship, astern. There was little wind, and the Derby would neither stay nor wear. Only 2 guns could be brought to bear at first. There were no guns mounted in the gunroom, and no encouragement was given to the crew. 2 years before, the directors had authorized the captains of outward-bound ships, when exposed to a serious attack, to hoist 2 treasure chests on deck for distribution, after the engagement, to the ship's company, in order to encourage them in making a good resistance. The captains of homeward-bound ships were empowered to promise £2,000 to their crews in the same circumstances. Nothing of the kind was done by Anselm. The crew, discontented, fought with little spirit. Many of them refused to stand to their guns. The main and mizzen masts were shot away. 7 men, including the first mate, were killed, 5 were dangerously, and a number more slightly wounded. Still, many of the officers and men were willing to continue the fight, but were overruled by the captain, who insisted on surrender, and the Derby, with 115 prisoners, of whom 2 were ladies, was carried into Sevendrug. No such loss had befallen the company for many years. The much-needed naval stores went to equip Angria's fleet, and the money for the season's investment was lost. The whole Bombay trade was dislocated. Angria, desirous of peace, opened negotiations. The council, wishing to redeem the prisoners, offered a 6 months' truce, and, after 11 months of captivity, the prisoners were sent to Bombay, with the exception of 3 who took service with Angria. In December 1736, the King George and 3 other vessels captured a large grab belonging to Samhanji Angria, together with 120 prisoners. A Surat ship that had been taken was also recovered. The year 1738 was an anxious one in Bombay. The Marathas were occupied with the siege of Bassein, which was defended with desperate valor by the Portuguese. Samhaji's vessels were active on the coast, and Maniji was restless and untrustworthy. Commodore Bagwell, with 4 of the company's best ships, the Victory, King George, Princess Caroline, and Resolution, was sent to cruise against Samhaji, while Captain Inchbird was deputed on a friendly mission to Maniji. On the December 22nd, Bagwell sighted Samhaji's fleet of 9 grabs and 13 gallavats coming out of Garaya. He gave chase, and forced them to take refuge in the mouth of the Rajapur River, where they anchored. Bagwell, ignorant of the navigation, and with his crews badly afflicted with scurvy, boldly bore down on them, on which they cut their cables and ran into the river. Before they could get out of shot, he was able to pour in several broadsides at close range, killing Angria's chief admiral, and inflicting much damage. Fearing to lose some of his ships in the shoal water, he was obliged to draw off, having had 1 midshipman killed. Maniji at once took advantage of Samhaji's temporary discomfiture to attack and capture Karanja from the Portuguese. Then, elated at his success, and in spite of his own professions of friendship, he seized 3 unarmed Bombay trading ships and 2 belonging to Surat. To punish him, Captain Inchbird was sent with a small squadron, and seized 8 of his fighting gallavats, together with a number of fishing boats. Negotiations were opened, broken off, and renewed, during which Maniji insolently hoisted his flag on the island of Elephanta. With the Maratha army close at hand in Salsette, the Bombay Council dared not push matters to extremity, so, invoking the help of Chamiji Appa, the Peshwa's brother, they patched up a peace with Maniji. At the same time, Bombay succeeded in making a treaty of friendship with the Peshwa, which secured, to the English, trading facilities in his dominions. While this was going on, a Dutch squadron of 7 ships of war and 7 sloops attacked Garaya, and were beaten off. A little later, Samhaji took the Jupiter, a French ship of 40 guns, with 400 slaves on board. To English, Dutch, French, and Portuguese alike, his fortresses were impregnable. In January 1740, a gallant action was fought by the Harrington, Captain Jenkins. The Harrington was returning from a voyage to China, and in coming up the coast, had joined company with the Pulteney, Ceres, and Halifax. Between Tellicherry and Bombay they were attacked by 15 sail of Angria's fleet. 4 grabs ran alongside the Harrington, but were received with such a well-directed fire that they dropped astern. The 4 companies' ships then formed line abreast, and were attacked from astern by Angria's ships. The brunt of the fight fell on the Harrington. Jenkins had trained his crew, and was prepared for this method of attack. After 5 hours of heavy firing, the Angrian ships drew off, showing confusion and loss. At daylight the next morning they attacked again. The Ceres had fallen to leeward, and 3 grabs attacked her, while 3 more bore down on the Harrington to windward. Disregarding his own attackers, Jenkins bore down on the assailants of the Ceres, and drove them off. Then, hauling his wind, he awaited the attack of the others. The 3 leeward grabs were towed up within range, and for the next 2 or 3 hours the Harrington engaged all 6, almost single-handed. The wind had fallen, the Ceres and Halifax were out of gunshot, the Pulteney alone was able to give assistance at long range. So well served were the Harrington's guns that she inflicted more damage than she received, and by 10 o'clock 4 of the grabs gave up the contest and were towed away to windward. The other 2 grabs continued the action for some time, till they also were towed out of action. The 2 squadrons, just out of gunshot of each other, consulted among themselves. Jenkins found he had only 7 rounds left for his big guns, and his consorts, which were more lightly armed, were in little better plight to renew the combat. Still, he put a good face on it, showing no unwillingness to continue the fight, and on a breeze springing up, the Angrians drew off, leaving the East Indiamen to pursue their voyage. Only 1 man on board the Harrington was wounded, though the ship was much knocked about. Jenkins was much commended for his skill and courage, and 2 years later we find him acting as Commodore of the company's fleet at Bombay. 3 weeks later, Samhaji's fleet of 5 grabs and some gallavats appeared off Bombay, and cruised off the mouth of the harbor, as if inviting attack. Commodore Langworth, with the Pulteney, Trial, Neptune's prize, a bombketch, and 5 of the largest gallavats, was sent out. The Angrian fleet stood away to the southward, followed by Langworth. The demonstration was a trick to draw off the Bombay fighting ships. When they were well out of the way, Samhaji made a sudden attack on Manajee's territories with 2,000 men and 40 or 50 gallavats. Samhaji had gained over a number of Manajee's officers, and Alabak, Thull, and Sagagar fell into his hands at once. He attacked Chaul, but was beaten off by the Portuguese, and then laid siege to Calabar. Manajee was at once reduced to great straits. Half his garrison were untrustworthy, and his water supply was cut off. In his distress he appealed to Bombay for assistance. Though the council bore him little goodwill, they recognized that it was better to maintain him in Calabar than to allow Samhaji to establish himself there. So, in great haste, the Halifax, a small country ship, the Futtah Dowlet Grab, the Triumph, Pram, and the Robert Galley were equipped and sent down, under Captain Inchbird, arriving just in time to save the place. Water was supplied to the garrison, and Bombardier Smith, together with gunner's mate Watson, a mortar and plenty of ammunition were put into the fort. Samhaji's batteries were much damaged by the shells from the mortar. His camp was bombarded by Inchbird, and his gallavats forced to run for Severndrag. This prompt action of the Bombay Council upset Samhaji's plans. He addressed remonstrances to the council, offering to restore the inn, which he had taken some months before. A week later, a Maratha force from Sulset, under the Peshwa's son, Balaji Baji Rao, appeared on the scene, attacked Samhaji's camp, destroyed some of his batteries, killing a number of his men, and taking prisoner his half-brother, Tulaji. In his distress, Samhaji tried to come to terms with Manajee. Each distrusted the other, and both were afraid of the Peshwa. At this juncture the death of the Peshwa was announced. Balaji Baji Rao was obliged to return to Satara, and Samhaji was allowed to retreat, after making peace with the Marathas. The promptitude and energy with which the English had come to the assistance of Manajee raised them greatly in the esteem of the new Peshwa, and strengthened the bonds of the alliance. Manajee now found it expedient to make a solid peace with the English. The new Peshwa had his hands full at Satara. The only power able to afford him ready protection against Samhaji was the English, the value of whose friendship he had lately experienced. So he sent agents to Bombay, offering to pay a sum of Rs.7500 on restitution of the gallivats taken from him by Inchbird the year before. On this basis a peace was made. At the same time, the Portuguese, whose power and resources were fast diminishing, recognized the difficulty of retaining the isolated fortress of Chaul. They offered it first to the Dutch, and then to the English, but the dangerous gift was refused by both. Finally they made it over to the Peshwa by agreement. 1. While these things were going on, the Antelope, Galavat, fell a prey to the coolie rovers of Sultanpur. Through the treachery of the pilot it was run ashore. The crew defended themselves gallantly, but in the course of the action the ship blew up, and 10 Europeans, 2 sepoys, and 2 Lascars were killed. In view of the losses he had sustained, Samhaji Angria now tried to patch up a peace with Bombay. In order to test his sincerity, he was required, as a preliminary step, to restore the English prisoners he held. Just then he scored a success against the Portuguese, from whom he captured 2 fine grabs and a convo, so the negotiation came to a standstill. But his fortunes were declining, his people were leaving his service, while Maniji, protected by the Peshwa and the English, was increasing in power, so he again addressed the Bombay governor, in a letter beginning, "For 30 years we have been at war." But it was soon discovered that his object was to have his hands free to attack Maniji, and his overtures came to nothing. In May 1743, he captured the Bombay ketch Salamander, off Calabar, but before it could be carried off it was rescued by some of Maniji's ships from Chaul, and restored to Bombay. Very shortly afterwards, Samhaji died, and was succeeded by his half-brother, Tulaji. The reputation of the English in Bombay was now so good, that a quarrel between Maniji and the Peshwa was referred to them for arbitration. The predatory policy of the Angrian family did not suffer in the hands of Tulaji. Within a few weeks of Samhaji's death, his squadron fought a prolonged action with the Warwick and Montague, East India men, and carried off 5 small vessels sailing under their convoy. Commodore Hoff in the Restoration, together with the Bombay grab, was at once sent down the coast, and found 7 Angrian grabs with a number of gallivats, which he forced to take shelter under the guns of Sevendrug. A year later, the Princess Augusta from Bencolen was captured by Tulaji, and taken into Garaya. After plundering it, Tulaji found it was too poor a sailor to be of use to him, so he allowed the Bombay Council to redeem it for Rs.8,000. Meanwhile, war with France had broken out, and the capture of Madras by La Bourdonnais dealt a severe blow to English prestige. The restless Maniji began stopping and plundering small native craft belonging to Bombay, with the intention, no doubt, of flying at higher game in time. Reprisals were at once ordered, and a vessel of Maniji's was captured. This brought him to reason, and the vessel was released on his signing a bond to make good the losses he had caused. The loss of Madras was telling against the English, everywhere. In Bengal the Marathas seized the Kasambazar flotilla bound for Calcutta, valued at 4 lakhs of rupees. Maniji still continued to be troublesome, till the CD, taking advantage of the situation, attacked and captured Thul, which kept him quiet for a time. Considerable anxiety was caused in Bombay, at this time, by the appearance of 3 French men-of-war cruising on the coast, with the evident intention of waylaying the company's ships from Europe. One of them was a 50-gun ship, and there was nothing in Bombay harbor to cope with her. To meet the difficulty, a large number of fishing boats were sent out, each with an English sailor on board, to creep along the coast and warn all incoming ships. In spite of these precautions, the Anson missed the boats sent to warn her, and was attacked by the French Apollo and Anglesey within sight of the harbor. Captain Foulis defended himself long enough to enable him to send off the dispatches and treasure he carried, in his boats, before he was forced to surrender. 2. The directors bestowed on him a gratuity of £400 for his able conduct. Fortunately for Bombay, Tulaji Angria's energies were at this time directed against Canara, where in 2 successive expeditions he sacked Mangalore and Honore, carrying off a large booty. In October 1749, Tulaji, who for some time had been giving little trouble, inflicted a severe loss on the Bombay Marine. The Restoration was the most efficient ship at the Council's disposal. It had been commanded by Captain Hoff, a bold and resolute man, who had done good service in her, attacking Angria's ships and chasing them into their fortified harbors. She carried 75 European seamen, 16 Lascars, and 30 soldiers, unruly fellows who wanted a firm hand over them. Hoff had fallen ill, and the command was given to Captain Thomas Leake, an irresolute man, not fitted to command such a crew. They very soon fell into disorder. While coming up the coast from Goa, they were attacked by Tulagé's fleet of 5 grabs, accompanied by a swarm of gallavats. From noon till dark the Restoration was surrounded and cannonaded. Her guns were so badly served that they inflicted little or no damage, while her own sails and rigging were badly cut about. During the night the action was fitfully continued, her ammunition being lavishly and uselessly expended. Tulagé himself was present, and had a number of European gunners with him. At noon the next day his grabs edged down again, fell aboard the Restoration, and boarded. On this, the colors were struck, Leake ran below, an example that was followed by his crew, and the ship was taken. When they were released, some months afterwards, the council, after due inquiry, decided that Leake and his officers should not serve the company again till the director's pleasure was known. Meanwhile, the coolies of Gujarat had become very troublesome. In 1749, they captured a Bengal ship with Rs.60,000 in hard cash on board, and a cargo of nearly equal value. Their depredations continuing, the Dutch proposed joint action against them, so, in December 1750, a joint Dutch and English squadron forced the defenses of the Koorla River, burnt and captured 23 of their vessels, and reduced them to quietness for a time. Tulagé had now become very powerful. From Kutch to Cochin his vessels swept the coast in greater numbers than Kanauji had ever shown, and cruised defiantly off Bombay harbor. But for the presence of 4 king's ships on the coast, Bombay trade would have suffered severely. When Boscawen left Indian waters, after receiving over Madras from the French, he detached 4 ships, the Vigilant, Tartar Ruby, and Siren, to cruise on the west coast, under Commodore Lisle. For 2 years, the protection afforded by Lisle's squadron gave some security to the Bombay coast trade. As the small sailing boats, in which the coast trade was carried on, made their way under convoy of the king's ships, Angria's squadrons hovered round to pick up stragglers, and several slight encounters took place. The superior sailing powers of the Maratha vessels enabled them to keep out of range of the big guns, while they snatched prizes within sight of the men of war. Thus, in February 1750, 3 small traders were snapped up, while under convoy of the Ruby, by an Angrian squadron that hung on their tracks for 4 days, between Bombay and Vingorla. In October, the Tartar, with 26 sail under convoy, was followed for 3 days, between Bombay and Surat, by 11 Angrian gallavats, and lost one of the number. 3 weeks later, the Siren's convoy was attacked in the same waters by 13 Angrian vessels, which were beaten off without loss. In March 1751, 36 trading vessels, under convoy of the Vigilant and Ruby, were attacked by 6 Angrian vessels, which behaved with great boldness. Instead of devoting themselves to the traders, they bore down on the Ruby, and opened fire at close range, with great guns and small arms. Before long an Angrian grab was seen to be on fire, and in a short time the after part blew up. Several pieces of mast were blown on board the Ruby, tearing her sails and wounding 2 men. The grab sunk, and her consorts made off. Hardly had Lisle's squadron sailed for England, for, when the council sustained a loss in the Swallow sloop, which was taken by Tulagé, together with a convoy of rice boats. The great benefit conferred on the coast trade by Lisle's squadron taught the directors the necessity of a change of policy. Hitherto their fighting ships had been utilized to carry cargoes along the coast, a practice that greatly hampered their action. They now determined on keeping ships for fighting only, so they ordered the building of the Protector, a 40-gun ship, and the Guardian, a sloop. The 2 new ships left Sheerness in the winter of 1751, commanded by Captains Shane and James, and the most stringent orders were sent with them that they were to carry no cargoes, and were to be kept on the Malabar coast as long as Angria should keep the sea. During the next 3 years, the Protector and Guardian did much useful work, convoying the coasting trade, and offering battle to Angria's ships whenever they met them. 1. September, 1740. 2. September 2nd, 1747. 3. November, 1749. 4. November, 1751. Chapter 11. The Downfall of Angria. Tulagi fights successful action with the Dutch. He tries to make peace with Bombay. Alliance formed against him. Commodore William James. Slackness of the Peshwa's fleet. Sevendrug. James's gallant attack. Fall of Sevendrug. Council postpone attack on Garaya. Clive arrives from England. Projects of the directors. Admiral Watson. Preparations against Garaya. The council's instructions. Council of war about prize money. Double dealing of the Peshwa's officers. Watson's hint. Ships engage Garaya. Angrian fleet burnt. Fall of Garaya. Clive occupies the fort. The prize money. Dispute between council and Puna Durbar. Extinction of coast piracy. Sevendrug Tower. In the beginning of 1754, the Dutch suffered a severe loss at Tulagi's hands. A vessel loaded with ammunition was taken, and 2 large ships were blown up after a stiff fight, in which Tulagi had 2 3-masted grabs sunk and a great number of men killed. 6 months later, Tulagi sent an agent to Bombay to propose terms of accommodation. They were terms to which a conciliatory answer, at least, would have been returned in Kanaji Angria's time. The council's reply betrays a consciousness of increased strength. Can you imagine that the English will ever submit to take passes of any Indian nation? This they cannot do. We grant passes, but would take none from anybody. Tulagi was told that if he was in earnest in desiring peace, he should return the vessels he had taken, and send men of figure and consequence to treat, instead of the obscure individual through whom his overtures had come. In spite of this peremptory reply, Tulagi continued to make half-hearted proposals for peace. The fact was that he was now at open war with the Peshwa, who had made himself master of the Konkan, with the exception of the coastline. According to Orme, Tulagi had cut off the noses of the agents sent by the Peshwa to demand the tribute formerly paid to Satara. The Puna Durbar were so incensed against him that they were determined on his destruction, though without the assistance of the English they had little expectation of success against his coast fortresses. The Bombay Council was ready enough to join in the undertaking, but was unwilling to take immediate action. This unwillingness was apparently due to their desire to see order first restored in Surat, where affairs had fallen into great disorder in the general break-up of Mughal rule. The Maratha court at Pune had been close observers of the long war waged in the Carnatic between the English and French. They had seen Madras taken, only to be regained by diplomacy, and after the English had been foiled at Pondicherry. They had witnessed the rise of French power under Dupleix, rulers deposed and others set up, in the Deccan and the Carnatic, by French arms, and then, when Muhammad Ali, the rightful ruler of the Carnatic, was at his last gasp, they had seen his cause espoused by the English, and one humiliation after another inflicted on French armies, till at last the French were forced to recognize Muhammad Ali's title, while a powerful English squadron and a king's regiment had been sent out to make good the claim. The good relations established between the Peshwa's government and Bombay by the Treaty of 1739 had been strengthened since the arrival of Mr. Richard Borgia as governor in 1750. The fighting in the Carnatic had raised the military reputation of the English, while their support of Muhammad Ali, whom the Marathas styled their master, had greatly increased the esteem in which they were held. When it was definitely known that hostilities between the English and French were at an end, Ramaji Punt, the Sursuba of the Konkan, was dispatched to Bombay to concert measures against Tulagi. Mr. Borgia was urged to summon the king's ships from Madras to cooperate with the Peshwa's forces. To await the arrival of Watson's squadron from Madras would have lost the favorable season before the monsoon, so it was determined to fit out at once what ships were in the harbor, and send them under Commodore William James. Articles of agreement were drawn up, by which it was settled that Sevendrug, Engineville, and Jayagur should be attacked by the Marathas, while the English engaged to keep the sea, and prevent Tulagi's fleet from throwing succors into the places attacked. A division of the spoils between the victors was agreed on, by which the English were to receive Bangkok and Himikar, with 5 villages, in perpetual sovereignty. The Peshwa's fleet was to be under James's orders, and he was instructed to give all the assistance in his power, but not to lend any of his people, except a few to point the guns. Very little is accurately known of James's career before his entry into the East India Company's service. He was born in Pembrokeshire in humble circumstances, and went to sea at an early age. According to one account, he served in Hawke's ship, but wherever his training was received, it had made him a first-rate seaman. In 1747, he entered the company's marine service, being then about 26 years of age. In 1751, he sailed from England in command of the Guardian sloop, one of the 2 men-of-war built by the directors for the protection of Bombay trade. His services against the coast pirates, during the next 2 years, procured his advancement to the post of Commodore at Bombay, and it was soon remarked that the sailing of the Protector, on which his flag was now hoisted, had greatly improved by the changes he had made. By his capture of Sevendrug, now to be related, he became famous. He played his part at the capture of Garaya, and in the following year, when the news of the disaster at Calcutta became known in Bombay, he was sent down in the Revenge, with 400 men, to join the force sent up from Madras under Watson and Clive. Off Calicut he encountered the French ship Indian, carrying 24 guns and over 200 men, and captured her. He afterwards joined the board of directors, was created a baronet, had a seat in Parliament, and in time, became chairman of the company. Sterne, in the last year of his life, formed a close friendship with Mr. and Mrs. James, and a few days before he died, recommended his daughter Lydia to their care. On the March 22, 1755, James sailed from Bombay in the Protector, 40 guns, having with him the Swallow, 16 guns, the Viper bombketch, and the Triumph prom. The following day, he sighted an Angrian squadron of 7 grabs and 11 gallivats, which he chased for a couple of hours without success. 2 days later, he was joined off Chaul by the Peshwa's fleet, consisting of 7 grabs, 2 batelas, and about 40 gallivats. To James's annoyance, he found his allies in no hurry to get on. Twice they insisted on landing, lingering for over 3 days in one place. On the 29th, Sevendrug was sighted, and Angria's fleet of 7 grabs and 10 gallivats was observed coming out. The signal to chase was made, but obeyed with little alacrity by the Peshwa's people, though experience had shown that they could outsail the Bombay ships. James gave chase with his little squadron, his Maratha allies being left, by evening, hull down, astern. The Angrians made prodigious exertions to escape, hanging out turbans and clothing to catch every breath of air. All the following day the ineffectual chase continued, the Protector outsailing its own consorts, and losing sight altogether of its Maratha allies. Finding it useless to persevere, James hauled his wind, and stood to the northward for Sevendrug, which he had left far behind in the chase. Here he found Ramajee Punt, who had landed a few men, and entrenched himself at about 2 miles from the nearest fort, with a single 4-pounder gun. The harbor of Sevendrug, 1, is formed by a slight indentation in the coast and a small rocky islet about 1/4 mile from the mainland, on which was the Sevendrug fort, with walls 50 feet high, and in many places, parapets cut out of the solid rock, the whole armed with about 50 guns. On the mainland, opposite to Sevendrug, was another fort, Fort Gova, armed with about 44 guns, while southwards of Gova were 2 smaller forts on a small promontory, Futtadrug and Canik Drug, armed with 20 guns each. James at once saw that the reduction of the different forts by the Peshwa's troops would be a matter of months, even if he was able to keep out succors from the sea, which the monsoon would render impossible. So, in spite of the council's orders, he resolved on taking matters into his own hands. He had been brought up in a good school, and knew that, to match a ship against a fort with success, it was necessary to get as close as possible, and overpower it with weight of metal. After taking the necessary soundings, on the April 2nd he stood into 4-fathom water, taking with him the Viper and Triumph, and bombarded Sevendrug fort. The Maratha fleet gave no assistance, so the Swallow was detached to guard the southern entrance. All day long the cannonade continued, till a heavy swell setting into the harbor, in the evening, obliged a cessation of fire. The fort fired briskly in return, but did little damage, while the Maratha fleet lay off out of range, idle spectators of the conflict. At night came Ramajee Punt on board the Protector, bringing with him a deserter from the fort, who reported that the governor had been killed and a good deal of damage done. He told them that it was impossible to breach the side on which the Protector's fire was directed, as it was all solid rock. In the morning, the Protector weighed and ran in again, James placing his ships between Sevendrug and Gova. The flagship engaged Sevendrug so closely that, by the small armed fire of men in the tops, and by firing 2 or 3 upper-deck guns at a time instead of in broadsides, the Sevendrug gunners were hardly able to return a shot. With her lower-deck guns on the other side, the Protector cannonaded the mainland forts, which also received the attention of the Viper and Triumph. It would be difficult to find a parallel to this instance of a single ship and 2 bomb catches successfully engaging 4 forts at once, that far outnumbered them in guns. But so good were James's arrangements that neither his ships nor his men suffered harm. Soon after midday a magazine exploded in Sevendrug. The conflagration spread, and before long, men, women, and children were seen taking to their boats and escaping to the mainland. Numbers of them were intercepted and taken by the Swallow and the Mahratta Galavats. The bombardment of the mainland forts was continued till night, and resumed the following morning, till about 10 o'clock, when all 3 hauled down their colors. Thus, in 48 hours, did James by his vigorous action reduce this Angrian stronghold that was second only to Garaya in strength. The Mahrattas were never slow at seizing any advantage that had been won by others, as was shown a few months later at Garaya. But on this occasion they were so struck by James's intrepidity that they refused to enter Gova without him. The English flag was hoisted in all 3 forts, amid the cheers of the English sailors. It was then found that, by mismanagement, the governor of Gova had been allowed to escape over to Sevendrug, and gallantly reoccupied it, with a small body of sepoys, hoping to hold out till assistance could reach him from Dabul. So the Protector's guns were set to work again, and under cover of their fire, a party of seamen was landed, who hewed open the sally port with their axes and made themselves masters of the fort. Thus, in a few hours, and without losing a single man, had the spirited resolution of Commodore James destroyed the timorous prejudices which had for 20 years been entertained of the impracticability of reducing any of Angria's fortified harbors. The whole success of the expedition had been due to James, and the Peishwa's officers ungrudgingly acknowledged the fact, as well as the bad behavior of their own people. I have learnt with particular satisfaction that the fleet your honor sent to the assistance of Ramajee Punt have by their courage and conduct reduced Sevendrug, the suddenness of which transcends my expectations, and I allow myself incapable of sufficiently commending their merit, wrote the Peishwa's commander-in-chief to Boeotia. Ramajee Punt wrote in similar terms, and sent a dress of honor to James. In their elation, the Peishwa's officers wished to complete the destruction of Angria without delay. Bangkot was surrendered to them without firing a shot, and a demonstration was made against Ratnagiri. But the council was cautious, and forbade James to risk his ships. The Mahrattas offered him 2 lakhs of rupees if he would support them in attacking Dabul, but he dared not exceed his orders again, and returned to Bombay. The success of a second coup de main could not be relied on, and a repulse would have restored Tulaji's drooping spirits, and made future success more difficult. The soldiers Bombay had lent to Madras were no longer required, so James was sent there in the Protector, to bring them back after the monsoon. In the end of October, an unexpected accession of force, from England, reached Bombay. In the suspension of arms that had been concluded at Madras between the English and French, Carnatic affairs alone were made the subject of agreement. Bussy, with a French force, remained in the Deccan, engaged in extending the Nizam's influence, a proceeding that was viewed with alarm by the Peishwa. With the object of expelling the French from the Deccan, the English government sent out to Bombay a force of 700 men, to act against Bussy, in concert with the Mahratta government. The command was to be taken by Lieutenant Colonel Scott, the company's engineer-general at Madras. The directors had also sent Clive to Bombay to act as second in command to Scott. But Scott had died, in the meantime, and the Doddington, East Indiaman, bringing the directors' instructions to the Bombay Council, had been wrecked near the Cape. Before the middle of November, Watson's squadron arrived, in furtherance of the Deccan project, together with James, in the Protector, bringing 255 Bombay soldiers from Madras. Clive, alone, knew of the director's plan for the Deccan, and urged it on the council. Ramajee Punt was in Bombay urging them to complete the destruction of Angria, and inviting them to take possession of Bangkok wink with a frown too, so they decided to devote themselves to Garaya, on the grounds that the Deccan expedition would be an infringement of the late agreement with the French. Seeing that nothing was to be done in the Deccan, Watson tendered the services of his squadron to assist in the reduction of Garaya, and Clive offered to command the land forces. James was sent down in the Protector, with the Revenge and Guardian, with Sir William Hewitt, Watson's flag lieutenant, to reconnoiter and take soundings. Nothing was known of Garaya. It was supposed to be as high and as strong as Gibraltar. Like that celebrated fortress, it stood on rocky ground at the end of a promontory, connected with the mainland by a narrow neck of ground, at the mouth of a small estuary. James found that it was less formidable than it had been represented, and that large ships could go close in. To prevent Tuileries' ships from escaping, the Bridgewater, Kingfisher, and Revenge were sent to blockade the place till the expedition was ready to start. On the February 11th, the whole force was assembled off Garaya, a greater armament than had yet ever left Bombay harbor. In addition to Watson's squadron of 6 vessels, 4 of them line-of-battle ships, and displaying the flags of 2 admirals, the company's marine made a brave show of 18 ships, large and small, carrying 214 guns, besides 20 fishing boats to land troops with, each carrying a swivel gun in the bows. Between them they carried 800 European and 600 native troops. With Watson also went Captain Hoff, superintendent of the company's marine, as representative of the council. Part of the instructions given to Clive and Hoff by the council will bear repeating. It is probable that Tuileries Angria may offer to capitulate, and possibly offer a sum of money, but you are to consider that this fellow is not on a footing with any prince in the known world, he being a pirate in whom no confidence can be put, not only taking, burning, and destroying ships of all nations, but even the vessels belonging to the natives, which have his own passes, and for which he has annually collected large sums of money. Should he offer any sum of money, it must be a very great one that will pay us for the many rich ships he has taken, which we can't enumerate, besides the innumerable other smaller vessels. But we well remember the Charlotte bound from hence to China, belonging to Madras, the William belonging to Bombay, from Bengal, the Severn, a Bengal freight ship for Bassora, value 9 or 10 lakhs of rupees, the Derby belonging to the Honourable Company, with the Grab Restoration, value Rs.5, 22, 743-4-6. The sloop Pilot and the Augusta, also the Data Boy from Surat, Rose from Mangalore, Grab and from Gombrun, Benjimali from the Malabar coast, and Phut Dawat from Muscat. The council were desirous of getting Tuileries into their own custody, fearful that, if left in Maratha hands, he would be set free before long, and the work would have to be done over again. Before the expedition left Bombay, a council of war was held, to decide on the division of spoils, between the sea and land forces. Such agreements were common enough, on such occasions, in order to prevent subsequent disputes and individual plundering. In settling the shares of the officers, the council decided that Clive and Chalmers, who was next to Clive in command of the troops, should have shares equal to that of 2 captains of King's ships. To this Clive objected that, though as lieutenant colonel, his share would, according to custom, be equal to that of a naval captain. On this occasion, as commander-in-chief of the troops, it should be greater, and ought not to be less than that of Rear Admiral Pocock. The Council of War refused to agree to this, as the naval officers, who formed the majority, could not be brought to consent. Like Drake, who would rather diminish his own portion than leave any of his people unsatisfied, Watson undertook to give the colonel such a part of his share as will make it equal to Rear Admiral Pocock's, and this was duly entered in the proceedings. In the division of spoils, no mention is made of their Maratha allies. They were left out of account altogether, and the reason is not far to seek. Experience had shown that, in the coming military operations, the Marathas would count for nothing. All the hard knocks would fall on the English, and it was but fair that they should have the prize money. The Marathas would gain a substantial benefit in the possession of Garaya, which was to be made over to them after capture. The arrangements for the command of the troops showed that the lessons of the last 10 years of warfare against the French had borne fruit. The command was left to those who made it their profession. Henceforth we hear no more of factors and writers strutting about in uniform, calling themselves colonels and captains for a few weeks, and then returning to their ledgers. We have done with the Mitfords and the Browns. Out of the 13 years he had served the company, Clive had been a soldier for 11. He had definitely abandoned his civil position, and had embraced a military career, and his merits had been recognized by the grant of a lieutenant colonel's commission from the king. The subordinate military officers also had improved. The worst of them had been weeded out, and many of them had learned their business under Lawrence in the Carnatic. Though much unnecessary interference still went on in quarters, they were left unfettered in the command of their men in the field. A few hours after leaving Bombay, the expedition was overtaken by dispatches from Borshia, with intelligence that the Marathas were treating with Tulagi. On reaching Garaya, they found the Maratha army encamped against it, and Ramajee Punt himself came off to tell the commanders that, with a little patience, the fort would surrender without firing a shot, as Tulagi was already in their hands and ready to treat. Alarmed at the great armament coming against him, and cowed by recent reverses, Tulagi had come as a suppliant into the Maratha camp to try if, by finesse and chicanery, he might escape utter destruction, while, in Garaya, he had left his brother-in-law with orders to defend it to the last. The Peshwa's officers, on their side, were anxious to get the place into their hands without admitting the English to any share of the booty, a design that was at once seen through by Hough and Watson. Ramajee promised to bring Tulagi with him the following day, to show that he was not treating separately. Instead of doing so, he sent some subordinate officers, together with some of Tulagi's relations, with excuses, to keep Watson in play, while a large bribe was offered to Hough to induce him to persuade the admiral to suspend operations. Watson, who had already summoned the fort to surrender, let them know that he would not wait very long. They were taken to view the ship with its tiers of heavy guns, and, as a grim hint of what might be expected, he presented Tulagi's friends with a 32-pound shot as they left the ship. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the flag of truce having returned with the governor's refusal to surrender, signal was made to weigh, and the whole fleet stood into the harbor in 3 divisions, led by the Kingfisher sloop and the Bridgewater. The inner line, nearest to the fort, was formed by the line of battleships and the Protector, the company's grabs and bomb-ketches, with the Guardian, formed the second line, while the Galavats and small vessels formed a third, outer line. As the Kingfisher came opposite the fort, a shot was fired at her. The signal was made to engage, and as each ship reached its station it came to an anchor, the inner line being within musket shot of the fort. Across the mouth of the river, Tulagi's grabs were drawn up, among them being the Restoration, the capture of which, 6 years before, had caused so much heart-burning in Bombay. As the heavy shot and shell came pouring in from over 150 guns at close range, the Garaya defenders manfully strove to repay the same with interest. But so terrific was the fire brought to bear on them, that it was impossible for them to lay their guns properly. In that February afternoon many a cruel outrage was expiated under that hail of iron. After 2 hours' firing, a shell set the Restoration on fire. It spread to the grabs, and before long the Angrian Fleet 3, that had been the terror of the coast for half a century, was in a blaze. The boats were ordered out, and, as evening came on, Clive was put on shore with the troops, and took up a position 1.5 miles from the fort. The Marathas joined him, and Tulagi, from whom the Peshwa's people had extorted a promise to surrender the fort, found means to send a letter into the place, warning his brother-in-law against surrender to the English. In the fort all was terror and dismay, though the governor manfully did his duty. From the burning shipping the flames spread to the bazaars and warehouses. All night the bomb-ketches threw in shells, while the conflagration continued. One square tower in the fort burned with such violence as to resemble a fabric of red-hot iron in a smithy. Early next morning, Watson sent in a flag of truce again, but surrender was still refused, so the line of battleships were warped in and recommenced firing, while Clive, who had approached the fort, battered it from the land side. At 4 in the afternoon a magazine in the fort blew up, and a white flag was hoisted. An officer was sent on shore, but the governor still attempted to evade surrender. He consented to admit 5 or 6 men into the fort to hoist English colors, but would not definitely surrender possession till next day. So fire was reopened, and in 20 minutes more the Angrian flag was hauled down for the last time, and the last shred of Angrian independence had ceased to exist. 60 men, under Captains Forbes and Buchanan, were marched up to hold the gate for the night. A body of the Peshwa's troops tried to gain admission, and offered the officers a bill on Bombay for a lakh of rupees to allow them to pass in. The offer was rejected, but the Peshwa's officer still continued to press in, till Forbes faced his men about, and drawing his sword, swore he would cut him down if he persisted. The following morning, the fort was taken possession of by Clive. The success had been gained at the cost of about 20 men killed and wounded. Ramajee Punt at once made a formal demand for the fort to be given up to him. Watson, in return, demanded that Tulagi should be made over into English custody. Meanwhile, a hunt for the treasures secreted in different places went on. Every day hitherto has been productive of some new discoveries of treasure, plate, and jewels, etc., wrote Hoff 3 days later. Altogether about £130,000 worth of gold, silver, and jewels were secured, and divided between the land and sea forces. True to his promise, Watson sent Clive £1,000 to make his share equal to Pocock's. Clive sent it back again. He was satisfied with the acknowledgement of his claim, but would not take what came out of Watson's private purse. Thus did these 2 gallant officers endeavor to outfly each other in mutual proofs of disinterestedness and generosity, wrote Ives in his narrative. £1,000 was a larger sum then than it would be now, and Clive was a poor man at the time, but he was never greedy of money. The incident justifies his boast, long afterwards, of his moderation when the treasures of Bengal were at his mercy. It is allowable to suppose that it strengthened the mutual respect of both, and facilitated their cooperation in Bengal, a year later. It was a fortunate thing for England that Watson was not a man of Matthew's stamp. The Europeans in Tulagi's service appear to have left him before the attack began, as no mention is made of them, but 10 Englishmen and 3 Dutchmen were found in the place, in a state of slavery, and released. In delivering over Bangkok, the Marathas had failed to give, with the fort, the 5 villages according to agreement. The council were desirous of having Tulagi in their own keeping, so they refused to give over Garaya, and for some months a wrangle went on concerning the points in dispute. The council proposed that they should retain Garaya and give up Bangkok. The Peshwa taunted the council with breach of faith, and refused to give up Tulagi. The squabble was at last settled by the Marathas engaging to give 10 villages near Bangkok, and that Tulagi should not receive any territory within 40 miles of the sea. On these conditions Garaya was delivered over. Tulagi, instead of being given any territory, was kept a prisoner for the rest of his life. Some years afterwards, his sons made their escape, and sought refuge in Bombay. With the fall of Garaya, the heavy cloud that had so long hung over Bombay trade was dispelled. Thenceforward none but the smallest vessels had anything to fear on the coast south of Bombay, though another half-century elapsed before the Malwans were compelled to give up piracy. The Sanganians continued to be troublesome, at times, till they too were finally reduced to order in 1816, after more than one expedition had been sent against them. Persian Gulf piracy continued to flourish till 1835, when it was brought to an end by a happy combination of arms and diplomacy. On Shooter's Hill, adjoining Woolwich Common, the Tower of Sevendrug, erected by James's widow to commemorate his great achievement, forms a conspicuous landmark in the surrounding country. Here, in sight of the spot where the bones of Kidd and his associates long hung in chains as a terror to evildoers, there still lingers a breath of that long struggle against the Angrian pirates, and of its triumphant conclusion. This far-seen monumental tower records the achievements of the brave, and Angria's subjugated power, who plundered on the eastern wave. Walks through London. David Hewson. 1. Properly Savarna Drug, the Golden Fortress. 2. Bangkok was made over on the December 6th, and the British flag hoisted there on the January 10th, 1756. 3. 3 three-masted ships carrying 20 guns each, 9 two-masted, carrying from 12 to 16 guns, 13 gallivats, carrying from 6 to 10 guns, 30 others unclassed, 2 on the stocks, one of them pierced for 40 guns. An Englishwoman in India 200 years ago. On the March 9, 1709, the Loyal Bliss, East Indiaman, Captain Hudson, left her anchorage in the Downs and sailed for Bengal. As passengers, she carried Captain Gerard Cook, his wife, a son and 2 daughters, together with a few soldiers. For many years Cook had served the company at Fort William, as gunner, an office that included the discharge of many incongruous duties. After a stay in England, he was now returning to Bengal, as engineer, with the rank of captain. The Loyal Bliss was a clumsy sailor, and made slow progress, so that August had come before she left the Cape behind her. Contrary winds and bad weather still detained her, and kept her westward of her course. By the middle of September, the southwest monsoon, on which they depended to carry them up the bay, had ceased to blow, so, our people being a great many down with the scurvy and our water being short, we called a consultation of officers, it being too late to pretend to get Bengali, the season being come that the any trade wind being set in and our people almost every man tainted with distemper. It was determined to make for Karwar and endeavor to get refreshments there. On the October 7th, they came to anchor in the little bay formed by the Karwar River. The next day, hearing of a French man-of-war being on the coast, they procured a pilot and anchored again under the guns of the Portuguese fort on the island of Anjadiva, where lay the bones of some 300 of the first royal troops ever sent to India. 26 soldiers were sent on shore, most of them not being able to stand. The chief of the company's factory at Karwar at that time was Mr. John Harvey, who entertained Captain Hudson and all the gentlemen and ladies on board in a splendid manner. One may picture to oneself the pleasure with which they escaped for a time from the ship and its scurvy-stricken crew. To Mr. Harvey and the company's officials they were welcome as bringing the latest news from England. They were able to tell of Marlborough's victory at Oudenarde, and the capture of Lille and Minorca, while Harvey was able to tell them of Captain Kidd's visit to Karwar 12 years before, and to show them where the freebooter had careened his ship. But Mr. John Harvey found other matter of interest in his visitors. There were few English women in India in those days, and the unexpected advent of a fresh young English girl aroused his susceptibilities to such an extent that he forgot to report to Bombay the arrival of the Loyal Bliss, for which he, in due time, received a reprimand. He quickly made known to Captain Cook that he had taken a very great liking to his eldest daughter, Mistress Catherine Cook, a most beautiful lady, not exceeding 13 or 14 years of age. Cook was a poor man, and had left 2 more daughters in England, so, as Mr. Harvey proffered to make great settlements provided the father and mother would consent to her marriage, Mistress Catherine Cook, to oblige her parents, consented also. There was little time for delay, as the captain of the Loyal Bliss was impatient to be off. The company's ship Tankerville was on the coast, bound southward, and it was desirable they should sail in company for mutual protection. So, on the October 22nd, the Loyal Bliss made sail for Bengal, where she safely arrived in due time, leaving behind the young bride at Karwar. To the lookers on, the marriage was repugnant, and can hardly have been a happy one for the young girl, as Harvey was a deformed man and in years. He had been long on the coast, and by diligent trading had acquired a little money, but he had other things to think of besides his private trade, as we find recorded at the time that the Rajah of Karwar continues ill-natured. By the end of 1710, he made up his mind to resign the company's service, wind up his affairs, and go to England, so Mr. Robert Mentz was appointed to succeed him at Karwar, and in April, 1711, Harvey and his child wife came to Bombay. But to wind up trading transactions of many years' standing was necessarily a long business, and there was no necessity for hurry, as no ship could leave for England till after the monsoon. As always happened in those days, his own accounts were mixed up with those of the company, and would require laborious disentanglement. Before leaving Karwar, he had leased to the company his trading grab, the Salamander, and had taken the precaution to pay himself out of the company's treasure chest at Karwar. Before long, there was an order to the Karwar chief to recharge Mr. Harvey 402 pagodas, 17 jet, and 4 ps he had charged to the company for the use of the Salamander, the account having been liquidated in Bombay, from which it would appear that he had been paid twice for his ship. The accounts of those days must have been maddening affairs owing to the multiplicity of coinages. Pounds sterling, pagodas, rupees, phantoms, zirafins, laris, huddles, mat, reis, reals, cruzados, sequins, ps, bajruks, and dollars of different values were all brought into the official accounts. In 1718, the confusion was increased by a tin coinage called Deccanese. 1. The conversion of sums from one coinage to another, many of them of unstable value, must have been an everlasting trouble. 2. In August we find Harvey writing to the council to say that he had at Tellicherry a chest of pillar dollars weighing 289 pounds, 3 ounces 10 dwts, which he requests may be paid into the company's cash there, and in return a chest of dollars may be given him at Bombay. His young wife doubtless assisted him in his complicated accounts, and gained some knowledge of local trade. It must have been a wonderful delight to her to escape from the dullness of Karwar and mix in the larger society of Bombay, and she must have realized with sadness the mistake she had made in marrying a deformed man old enough to be her grandfather, at the solicitation of her parents. She made, at this time, 2 acquaintances that were destined to have considerable influence on her future life. On the August 5th, the Godolphin, 21 days from Mocha, approached Bombay, but being unable to make the harbor before nightfall, anchored outside, a proceeding that would appear, even to a landsman, absolutely suicidal in the middle of the monsoon, but was probably due to fear of pirates. 3. That night heavy weather came on, the ship's cable parted, and the Godolphin became a total wreck at the foot of Malabar Hill. Apparently, all the Englishmen on board were saved, among them the second supercargo, a young man named Thomas Chown, who lost all his possessions. There was also in Bombay, at the time, a young factor, William Gifford, who had come to India, 6 years before, as a writer, at the age of 17. We shall hear of both of them again. In October came news of the death of Mr. Robert Mentz at Karwar. Though his time there was so small we find he had misapplied 1,700 and odd pagodas to his own use. The Bombay Council reported to the directors in London. In his place was appointed Mr. Miles Fleetwood, who was then in Bombay awaiting a passage to the Persian Gulf where he had been appointed a factor. With him returned to Karwar, Harvey and his wife, to adjust some depending accounts with the country people there. We get an account of Karwar 30 years before this, from Alexander Hamilton, which shows that there was plenty of sport near at hand for those who were inclined for it, and it is interesting to find that the Englishmen who now travel in search of big game had their predecessors in those days. This country is so famous for hunting, that 2 gentlemen of distinction, viz., Mr. Lemberg of the House of Lemberg in Germany, and Mr. Goring, a son of my Lord Goring's in England, went incognito in one of the East India Company's ships for India. They left letters directed for their relations, in the hands of a friend of theirs, to be delivered 2 or 3 months after their departure, so that letters of credit followed them by the next year's shipping, with orders from the East India Company to the chiefs of the factories, wherever they should happen to come, to treat them according to their quality. They spent 3 years at Karwar, viz., from anno 1678 to 1681, then being tired with that sort of pleasure, they both took passage on board a company's ship for England, but Mr. Goring died 4 days after the ship's departure from Karwar, and lies buried on the island of St. Mary, about 4 leagues from the shore, off Batacala, and Mr. Lemberg returned safe to England. 4 months after his return to Karwar, Harvey died, leaving his girl wife a widow. She remained at Karwar, engaged in winding up the trading affairs of her late husband, and asserting her claim to his estate, which had been taken possession of by the company's officials, according to custom. According to the practice of the day, every merchant and factor had private trading accounts which were mixed up with the company's accounts, so that on retirement they were not allowed to leave the country till the company's claims were settled. In case of death, their estates were taken possession of for the same reason. 2 months later, Mr. Thomas Chown, the late supercargo of the Godolphin, was sent down to Karwar as a factor, and a few weeks after his arrival, he married the young widow. Application was now made to the council at Bombay for the effects of her late husband to be made over to her, and orders were sent to Carwar for the late Mr. Harvey's effects to be sold, and 1/3 of the estate to be paid to Mrs. Chown, provided Harvey had died intestate. The Carwar factory chief replied that the effects had realized 13,146 rupees 1 phantom and 12 bajrooks, that Harvey had left a will dated the April 8, 1708, and that therefore nothing had been paid to Mrs. Chown. It was necessary for Chown and his wife to go to Bombay and prosecute their claims in person. The short voyage was destined to be an eventful one. On the November 3, 1712, Chown and his wife left Carwar in the Nketch, having a cargo of pepper and wax on board, to urge their claim to the late Mr. Harvey's estate. The coast swarmed with pirate craft, among which those of Kanaji Angria were the most numerous and the most formidable. It was usual, therefore, for every cargo of any value to be convoyed by an armed vessel. To protect the N, Governor Illaby's armed yacht had been sent down, and a small frigate, the Defiance, was also with them. The day after leaving Carwar they were swooped down upon by 4 of Angria's ships, and a hot action ensued. The brunt of it fell on the governor's yacht, which had both masts shot away and was forced to surrender. The ketch tried to escape back to Carwar, but was laid aboard by 2 grabs, and had to surrender when she had expended most of her ammunition. In the action, Chown had his arm torn off by a cannon shot, and expired in his wife's arms. So again, in little more than 3 years from her first marriage, Mrs. Chown was left a widow when she could hardly have been 18. The captured vessels and the prisoners were carried off, the crews to Garaya and the European prisoners to Calabar. To make matters worse for the poor widow, she was expecting the birth of an infant. Great was the excitement in Bombay when the news of Mrs. Chown's capture arrived. The governor was away at Surat, and all that could be done was to address Angria. So a letter was written to him in English and Gentius, asking for the captives and all papers to be restored, and some medicine was sent for the wounded. Just at this time also news was received of the Indiaman New George having been taken by the French near Don Mascarenes. 5. Sir John Gayer, who was on board, finished his troubled career in the East by being killed in the action. After keeping them a month in captivity, Angria sent back his prisoners, except the captain's ransom. In acknowledgment of kindness shown to the released prisoners by the C.D., that chief was presented with a pair of musketoons, a fowling piece, and 5 yards of embossed cloth. But in the governor's absence the council could do nothing about payment of ransom. When he returned, negotiations went on through the European prisoners in Calabar. Angria being sincerely anxious for peace with the English while he was in arms against his own chief, terms were arranged, and Lieutenant Mackintosh was dispatched to Calabar with Rs.30,000 as ransom for the Europeans, and the sealed convention. On the February 22, 1713, he returned, bringing with him Mrs. Chown and the other captives, the captured goods, and the Nketch, but the yacht was too badly damaged to put to sea. According to Downing, Mrs. Chown was in such a state that Mackintosh was obliged to wrap his clothes about her to cover her nakedness. But her courage had never forsaken her. She most courageously withstood all Angria's base usage, and endured his insults beyond expectation. Shortly afterwards she was delivered of a son. Out of her first husband's estate 1,000 rupees were granted her for present necessities, with an allowance of 100 zirafim a month. Very shortly afterwards we find her being married for the 3rd time, to young William Gifford, with the governor's approval. According to the statute law of Bombay, no marriage was binding, except it had the governor's consent. Hamilton tells us how on one occasion a factor, Mr. Solomon Lloyd, having married a young lady without the governor's consent, Sir John Gayer dissolved the marriage, and married the lady again to his own son. In October, 2 years and a half after her first husband's death, 7,492 rupees, being 1/3 of his estate, were paid over to her. It is carefully recorded that neither of her deceased husbands had left wills, though the existence of Harvey's will had been very precisely recorded by the council, 15 months before. Young Gifford, who was then 25, appears to have been a favorite with the governor, and had lately been given charge of the Bombay market. 18 months after his marriage, we find William Gifford appointed supercargo of the Catherine, trading to Mocha. The office was a most desirable one for a young factor. It afforded him opportunities for private trade at first hand, instead of through agents, that in the mind of an adventurous young man quite outbalanced the perils of the sea. In spite of small salaries, a goodly appearance was made by the company's servants in public. At the public table, where they sat in order of seniority, all dishes, plates, and drinking cups were of pure silver or fine china. English, Portuguese, and Indian cooks were employed, so that every taste might be suited. Before and after meals silver basins were taken round for each person to wash his hands. Arrack, Shiraz wine, and pale punch, a compound of brandy, rosewater, lime juice, and sugar, were drunk, and, at times, we hear of Canary wine. In 1717, Boone abolished the public table, and diet money was given in its place. Boone reported to the directors that, by the change, a saving of nearly Rs.16,000 a year was effected, and the company's servants better satisfied. On festival days the governor would invite the whole factory to a picnic in some garden outside the city. On such an occasion, a procession was formed, headed by the governor and his lady, in palanquins. 2 large ensigns were carried before them, followed by a number of led horses in gorgeous trappings of velvet and silver. Following the governor came the captain of the peons on horseback, with 40 or 50 armed men on foot. Next followed the members of the council, the merchants, factors, and riders, in order of seniority, in fine bullock coaches or riding on horses, all maintained at the company's expense. At the Duli festival every servant of the company, from the governor to the youngest rider, received a peshkush from the brokers and bunyas, which to the younger men were of much importance, as they depended on these gifts to procure their annual supply of clothes. Of the country, away from the coast, they were profoundly ignorant. The far-off king of Dili was little more than a name to them, and they were more concerned in the doings of petty potentates with strange names, such as the Zamarin, the Zamaluk, the Kemsant, and the Sauraja, who have long disappeared. They talked of the people as Gentus, Moors, Malwans, Sanganians, Jenims, Worrels, Kuli, Patanis, etc., and the number of political, racial, religious, and linguistic divisions presented to their view must have been especially puzzling. Owing to the numerous languages necessary to carry on trade on the Malabar coast, they were forced to depend almost entirely on untrustworthy Portuguese interpreters. Their difficulties in this respect are dwelt on by Hamilton. One great misfortune that attends us European travelers in India is the want of knowledge of their languages, and they being so numerous, that 1 entire century would be too short a time to learn them all. I could not find 1 in 10,000 that could speak intelligible English, though along the sea coast the Portuguese have left a vestige of their language, though much corrupted, yet it is the language that most Europeans learn first, to qualify them for a general converse with one another, as well as with the different inhabitants of India. After 2 years' work, as supercargo, on different ships, Gifford was sent down to Anjango as chief of the factory. Anjango was at that time one of the most important factories on the Malabar coast, though of comparatively recent establishment. It was first frequented by the Portuguese, who, after a time, were ousted by the Dutch. It belonged to the Rani of Atinga, who owned a small principality extending along 60 miles of coast. In 1688-6, Rani Ashur invited the English to form a trading settlement in her dominions, and 2 were formed, at Vidor, Ritura, and Villenjuin, Brinjon. But for some reason, she became dissatisfied with the English, and the hostility of the Dutch, in spite of the alliance between the 2 countries in Europe, caused great trouble. In November 1693, John Brabourne was sent to Atinga, where, by his successful diplomacy, the sandy spit of Anjango was granted to the English, as a site for a fort, together with the monopoly of the pepper trade of Atinga. Soon, the Dutch protests and intrigues aroused the Rani's suspicions. She ordered Brabourne to stop his building. Finding him deaf to her orders, she first tried to starve out the English by cutting off supplies, but as the sea was open, the land blockade proved ineffectual. She then sent an armed force against Brabourne, which was speedily put to flight, and terms of peace were arranged. The fort was completed, and a most flourishing trade in pepper and cotton cloths speedily grew up. Anjango became the first port of call for outward-bound ships. The Anjango fortification appeared so formidable to the Dutch that they closed their factories at Cochin, Quilon, and Cananore. About 1700, Rani Ashur died, and the little principality fell into disorder. It was a tradition that only women should reign, and Ashur's successor was unable to make her authority felt. The Polas, who governed the 4 districts into which the principality was divided, intrigued for power against each other, and before long the Rani became a puppet in the hands of Pola Venjamutta. In 1704, a new governor, Sir Nicholas Waite, was appointed to Bombay. For some reason he left Brabourne without instructions or money for investment. 8. Their small salaries and their private trading seem to have made the company's servants very independent. We constantly find them throwing up the service and going away, without waiting for permission. Brabourne went off to Madras, after delivering over the fort to Mr. Simon Cowes, who had long resided there, apparently as a private merchant, and who proved, as times went, a good servant to the company. The company's service in those days was full of intrigue and personal quarrels. The merchant second in rank at Anjango, John Kiffin, intrigued against Cowes so successfully that Cowes was deposed, and Kiffin was made chief of the settlement. He appears to have been a thoroughly unscrupulous man. To enrich himself in his private pepper trade he stuck at nothing. He took part in the local intrigues of Atinga, from which his predecessors had held aloof, played into the hands of Pola Venjamutta, quarreled with the other local officials, and behaved with great violence whenever there was the slightest hitch in his trade. Kiffin's want of loyalty to the company was still more clearly shown by his friendly dealings with their rivals, a proceeding that was strictly forbidden. In June, 1717, Kiffin made known to the council at Bombay his wish to retire, and William Gifford was appointed to succeed him as soon as the monsoon would permit. So, in due course of time, Gifford and his wife went to Anjango, but, in spite of his resignation, Kiffin stuck to his office, and evidently viewed Gifford with unfriendly eyes. In the following April, intelligence reached the council at Bombay that Kiffin had had dealings with the Ostenders, and had been very assisting to them, so, a peremptory order went down from Bombay, dismissing him from the company's service, if the report of his assisting the Ostenders was true. If the report was not true, no change was to be made. A commission to Gifford to assume the chiefship was sent at the same time. Interlopers and Ostenders, he was told, were not to receive even provisions or water. So Kiffin departed, and Gifford reigned at Anjango in his stead. But the follies of Kiffin had roused a feeling against the English that was not likely to be allayed by Gifford, who exceeded Kiffin in dishonesty and imprudence. He threw himself into the pepper trade, using the company's money for his own purposes, and joined hands with the Portuguese interpreter, Ignacio Malheiros, who appears to have been a consummate rogue. Before long, religious feeling was aroused by the interpreter obtaining possession of some pagoda land in a money-lending transaction. Gifford also aroused resentment, by trying to cheat the native traders over the price of pepper, by showing fictitious entries in the factory books, and by the use of false weights. The only thing wanting for an explosion was the alienation of the Mohammedan section, which, before long, was produced by chance and by Gifford's folly. It happened that some Mohammedan traders came to the fort to transact business with Cowes, who had resumed business as a private merchant, but he was not at leisure, so they went to the interpreter's house, to sit down and wait. While there, the interpreter's strumpet threw some holy powder on one of the merchants. Stung by the insult, the man drew his sword, wounded the woman, and would have killed her, if he and his companions had not been disarmed. Gifford, when they were brought before him, allowed himself to be influenced by the interpreter, and ordered them to be turned out of the fort, after their swords had been insultingly broken over their heads. The people of Atinga flew to arms, and threatened the fort. For some months there were constant skirmishes. The English had no difficulty in defeating all attacks, but nonetheless trade was brought to a standstill, so Mr. Walter Brown was sent down from Bombay to put matters straight. Pola Venjamutta, who had all the time kept himself in the background, was quite ready to help in accommodation, as open force had proved useless. Things having quieted down, Gifford, flushed with the hopes of having peace and pepper, devoted himself to trade. He had at this time a brigantine called the Thomas, commanded by his wife's brother, Thomas Cook, doing his private trade along the coast. The year 1720 passed quietly. Force having proved unavailing, the Atinga people dissembled their anger, and waited for an opportunity to revenge themselves. So well was the popular feeling against the English concealed, that Cowes, with his long experience and knowledge of the language, had no suspicions. There had been an old custom, since the establishment of the factory, of giving presents yearly to the Rani, in the name of the company, but for some years the practice had fallen into abeyance. Gifford, wishing to ingratiate himself with the authorities, resolved on reviving the custom, and to do so in the most ceremonious way, by going himself with the presents for 7 years. Accordingly, on the April 11th, 1721, accompanied by all the merchants and factors, and taking all his best men, about 120 in number, and the same number of coolies, Gifford started for Atinga, 4 miles up the river. Here they were received by an enormous crowd of people, who gave them a friendly reception. The details of what followed are imperfectly recorded, and much is left to conjecture, but Gifford's foolish overconfidence is sufficiently apparent. In spite of their brave display, his men carried no ammunition. Pola Venjamutta was not to be seen. They were told he was drunk, and they must wait till he was fit to receive them. He was apparently playing a double part, but the blame for what followed was afterwards laid on his rival, Pola Kadaman Pillay. Cowes' suspicions were aroused, and he advised an immediate return to Njengo, but Gifford refused to take the advice. He is said to have struck Cowes, and to have threatened with imprisonment. The Rani also sent a message, advising a return to Njengo. It was getting late, and to extricate himself from the crowd, Gifford allowed the whole party to be inveigled into a small enclosure. To show his goodwill to the crowd, he ordered his men to fire a salvo, and then he found that the ammunition carried by the coolies had been secured, and they were defenseless. In this hopeless position, he managed to entrust a letter addressed to the storekeeper at Njengo, to the hands of a friendly native. It reached Njengo at 1 o'clock next day, and ran as follows. Captain Sewell, we are treacherously dealt with here, therefore keep a very good lookout of any designs on you. Have a good look to your 2 trankers. 9, we hope to be with you tonight. Take care and don't frighten the women, we are in no great danger. Give the bearer a chaqueen. 10. But none of the English were to see Njengo again. That night, or the next morning, a sudden attack was made, the crowd surged in on the soldiers, overwhelmed them, and cut them to pieces. The principal English were seized and reserved for a more cruel death. In the confusion, Cowes, who was a favorite among the natives, managed to disguise himself, got through the crowd, and sought to reach Njengo by a little frequented path. By bad luck he was overtaken by a Mohammedan merchant who owed him money. Cowes offered to acquit him of the debt, but to no purpose. He was mercilessly killed, and thus the debt was settled. Stone dead hath no fellow, as the chronicler of his death says. The rest of the English were tortured to death, Gifford and the interpreter being reserved for the worst barbarities. Ignacio Malheiros was gradually dismembered, while Gifford had his tongue torn out, was nailed to a log of wood, and sent floating down the river. It is easy to picture to oneself the consternation in Njengo, that April 12th, when, soon after midday, Gifford's hasty note was received, and the same evening, when a score of wounded men, Topasses, straggled in to confirm the worst fears, all miserably wounded, some with 12 or 13 cuts and arrows in their bodies to a lower number, but none without any. Gifford had taken away all the able men with him, leaving in the fort only the dregs, old men, boys, and pensioners, less than 40 in number. At their head were Robert Sewell, who describes himself as storekeeper, captain and adjutant by order of Governor Boone, Lieutenant Peter Lapthorne, Ensign Thomas Davis, and Gunner Samuel Ince. The first 3 of them were absolutely useless, and Gunner Ince, whose name deserves to be remembered, was the only one of the 4 who rose to the situation. His first care was for the 3 English women, whose husbands had just been killed. By good fortune there happened to be in the road a small country ship that had brought a consignment of cowries from the Maldives. Mrs. Gifford, for the third time a widow, Mrs. Cowes with 4 children, and Mrs. Burton with 2, were hastily put on board, and sailed at once for Madras. No mention appears of Mrs. Gifford having any children with her, but she carried off the factory records and papers, and what money she could lay her hands on. She was no longer the confiding girl who had given herself to Governor Harvey 11 years before. She had learned something of the world she lived in, and intended to take care of herself as well as she could. She even tried to carry off Peter Lapthorne with her, but Sewell intervened and prevented it. So, giving him hasty directions to act as her agent, she passed through the dangerous Anjengo surf and got on board. A letter to her from Lapthorne, written a few weeks later, relates that the only property he could find belonging to her were 2 wigs and a bolster, and some opium in the warehouse. Having got rid of the white women, Sewell and his companions set to work to hold the fort against the attack that was inevitable. From the old records we get an idea of what the fort was like. As designed by Brabourne, it covered a square of about 60 yards each way, but this did not include the 2 trankers, palisade outworks, alluded to in Gifford's note. 10 years before, the attention of the council at Bombay had been drawn to the bad condition of the fort house, being no more than timber covered with palm leaves, kajans, so very dangerous taking fire, and the chief of the factory was ordered to build a small compact house of brick with a hall, and conveniencies for half a dozen company's servants. And being advised that for want of a necessary house in the fort, they keep the fort gate open all night for the guard going out and in, which irregularity may prove of so pernicious consequence as the loss of that garrison, especially in a country where they are surrounded with such treacherous people as the natives and the Dutch. It was ordered that a necessary house over the fort walls should be built, and the gates kept locked after 8 o'clock at night. How far these orders had been carried out does not appear, but the company's goods were still kept in a warehouse outside the walls. Some of the company's servants also had houses outside, and the palm leaf roofs were still there. For garrison they only had about 35 boys and pensioners, whereof not 20 fit to hold a firelock, and for want of a sufficient garrison, it was necessary to withdraw from the trankers, which were thought to be so important for the safety of the place. Desperate as was the outlook, Gunnerance exerted himself like a man, animating everybody by his example. By his exertions, 700 bags of rice, with salt fish for a month, and the company's treasure were gotten from the warehouse, and an urgent appeal was sent to Calicut. The surgeon had been killed with Gifford, they had no smith or carpenter or tools, except a few hatchets, and the Atinga people swarming into Anjengo burned and plundered the settlement, forcing a crowd of women and children to take refuge in the small fort. Though no concerted attack was made at first, the assailants tried with fire arrows to set fire to the palm leaf roofs, which had to be dismantled. And all through the siege, which lasted 6 months, the sufferings of the garrison were increased by the burning rays of a tropical sun or the torrential rains of the monsoon. On the April 25th, they were cheered by the arrival of 2 small English ships from Cochin, where the intelligence of the disaster had reached, and received a small reinforcement of 7 men with a consignment of provisions. A message of condolence also had come from the Rajah of Quilon, who offered to receive the women and children, so 150 native women and children, widows and orphans of the slain, were sent off. On the May 1st, an ensign and 51 men, collected by Mr. Adams from Calicut and Tellicherry, joined the garrison, and gave some relief from the constant sentry duty that was necessary. The enemy, meanwhile, had contented themselves with harassing the garrison by firing long shots at them, but it was rumored that the Rajah of Travancore was sending troops, and then they would have to sustain a serious attack. Gunnerance, on whom the whole weight of the defense rested, let it be known that in the last extremity he would blow up the magazine. It is cheering to find that there was at least one man who was prepared to do his duty. Sewell and Lapthorne got drunk, and joined with the warehouseman, a Portuguese named Rodriguez, in plundering the company's warehouse and sending goods away to Quilon. The soldiers followed the example, and plundered the rooms inside the fort, while the late interpreter's family were allowed to send away, to Quilon, effects to the value of 100,000 phantoms, though it was known that the company had a claim on him for over 2/3 of the amount, on account of money advanced to him. Davis was dying of a lingering illness, to which he succumbed in the beginning of July. On the June 24th, a vigorous attack was made on the fort from 3 sides at once. On one side the enemy had thrown up an entrenchment, and on the river side they had effected a lodgment in Cow's house, a substantial building close to the wall of the fort. This would have soon made the fort untenable, so a small party was sent to dislodge the occupants. At first they were repulsed, but a second attempt was successful. Marching up to the windows, where they were as thick as bees, they threw hand grenades into the house, which was hurriedly evacuated, numbers of the enemy leaping into the river, where some of them were drowned. Ince then bombarded them out of the entrenchment, and the attack came to an end. Several of the garrison were wounded, but none killed, but what chiefly mortified them was that the arms of the men slain with Gifford were used against them. After this the land blockade lingered on, but no very serious attack seems to have been made. A second reinforcement of 30 men was sent down by Adams from Calicut, and the Rani and Pola Venjamutta sent refreshments, and promised that the attacks of their rebellious subjects should cease. The Rani also wrote to the Madras Council, and sent a deputation of 100 Brahmins to Tellicherry, to express her horror of the barbarities committed by her people, and her willingness to join the company's forces in punishing the guilty. Intelligence of the disaster at Anjengo did not reach Bombay till the beginning of July. The monsoon was in full force, and no assistance could be sent till it was over. Men and supplies were gathered in from Karwar and Surat, and on the October 17th, Mr. Mitford, with 300 men, reached Anjengo. His report on the state of affairs he found there makes it a matter of surprise that the place had not fallen. The safety of the fort had been entirely due to Gunner-Ince. Sewell's behavior was that of a fool or a madman. Together with Lapthorne, he had set the example of plundering the company, and their men had done as much damage as the enemy. Sewell, as storekeeper, had no books, and said he never had kept any. Lapthorne had retained 2 months' pay, due to the men killed with Gifford, and asserted his right to it. Much of the company's treasure was unaccounted for, and Mrs. Gifford had carried off the books. Mitford sent Sewell and Lapthorne under arrest to Bombay, where they were let off with a scolding, and proceeded to restore order. The Rani and Venjamutta were friendly, but told him he must take his own vengeance on the Nairs for their inhuman action. So he commenced a series of raids into the surrounding country, which reduced it to some sort of subjection. Soon there came an order for most of his men to be sent back to Bombay, where warlike measures against Angria were on foot. A cessation of arms was patched up, and Mitford installed himself as chief. He proved to be no honester than his predecessors. He monopolized the pepper trade on his own private account, making himself advances out of the company's treasury. In less than a year he was dead, but before his death Alexander Orme, 11, then a private merchant on the coast, was sent to Anjengo as chief of the factory, at the special request of the Rani. Before long, Orme had to report to the council that there were due to the company, from Gifford's estate, 559,421 phantoms, and that 140,260 gold phantoms had disappeared during Mitford's chiefship, which could not be accounted for. Mitford had also drawn pay for 20 European soldiers who did not exist. The council ascribed Mitford's misdeeds to his unaccountable stupidity, and the directors answered that the charges against Mr. Mitford are very grievous ones. In September 1722, the council received from Orme a copy of the treaty he had made with the Rani. The following were the chief provisions. The ringleaders in the attack on Gifford were to be punished and their estates confiscated. All Christians living between Etowah and Brinjone were to be brought under the company's protection. The Rani was to reimburse the company for all expenses caused by the attack on Anjengo. The company was to have exclusive right to the pepper trade, and were empowered to build factories in the Rani's dominions wherever they pleased. The Rani was to return all arms taken in the late outbreak, and to furnish timber to rebuild the church that had been burned. The treaty was guaranteed by the Rani's brother, the Raja of Chinganada. By the directors it was received with mixed feelings. Last year's letters took some notice about the affair at Anjengo, We had not then the account of the treaty Mr. Orme made with the Queen of Atinga and King of Chinganeti. We are sorry to find it included in the treaty, that we must supply soldiers to carry on the war against her rebellious subjects for which she is to pay the charge, and in the interim to pawn lands for answering principal and interest. Because it will certainly involve us in a trouble if we succeed, and more if we don't. Add to this, the variable temper and poverty of those people may incline them to refuse to refund, and in time they may redemand and force back their lands. If the articles are fully complied with, they seem to be for the company's benefit, but we fear we shall have the least share of it. To what purpose is her grant to us of all the pepper in her country, if our unfaithful people there get all for themselves and none for us? As you charge Mr. Midford with doing, we don't want an extent of lands if we could but obtain pepper cheap and sufficient, and what benefit will it be to us to have the liberty of building factories, which in event is only a liberty to lavish away our money, and turning quick stock into dead, unless you could be morally certain it would be worth while to get a small residence in the King of Chenjudi's country, where it is said the Dutch make great investments of paste goods cheaper and better than they used to do at Negapatam, and therefore have deserted it. We consider further, if such goods as are proper for our Europe market were procurable, how comes it we have had none hitherto? It is true we have had cloth from Anjango good of the sorts, but it was so dear that we forbade sending more unless to be purchased at the prices we limited. Since then we have heard no more about it, but we are told it is traded into Bombay to some profit. What profit will the putting the Christians between Idova and Brinjan under our jurisdiction yield to us, and what security can you have that the King of Chenganati's guaranteeship will answer and give full satisfaction? These are what appear to us worthy your serious and deliberate consideration, to be well thought of before you come to a determination what orders to give. We find by your consultations in January 1722/23 you had sent down treasure to Anjango, to enable the chief to levy soldiers to revenge the murder of the English, since you could not spare forces, which, as there expressed, is absolutely necessary. For else the natives will have but contemptible thoughts of the English, who will then lose their esteem. Had we ever found a benefit by their esteem, something might be said for it, but in the present case we fear we shall buy our esteem at too dear a rate. We should be extremely glad to be mistaken and to find in effect what your 120th paragraph says in words, that you hope to make it a valuable settlement. 12. We left Mrs. Gifford flying from Anjango in a small country ship, with 2 other English women and 6 children. The misery that the 3 poor widows must have endured for a month, crowded into a small country boat, without preparation or ordinary comforts, at the hottest time of the year, must have been extreme. On the May 17th, the fugitives landed at Madras. The council there granted them a compassionate allowance, of which Mrs. Gifford refused to avail herself. After a time she made her way to Calcutta and joined her father's family, leaving, with an agent in Madras, the Anjango factory books, which, after repeated demands, were surrendered to the Madras Council. From Madras to Calcutta she was pursued by the demands of the Bombay Council. The books had been restored at Madras, and the Bengal government extracted Rs.7312 from her, but in reply to further demands she would only answer that she was an unfortunate widow, struggling with adversity, whose husband had met his death serving our honorable masters, and that it was shameful to demand money from her, when she herself was owed large sums by the company. She could only refer them to her agents at Madras and Anjango. Still, she was in a considerable dilemma, as she could not get out of the country without a full settlement of accounts, and if resistance was carried too far, her father might be made to suffer. At this juncture an unexpected way of escape presented itself. 12 months before this, Commodore Matthews had arrived in Bombay with a squadron of the Royal Navy for the suppression of piracy. But Matthews was more bent on enriching himself by trade than on harrying pirates, and, as his own trading was inimical to the company's interests and certain to set the company's servants against him, he had from the first assumed a position of hostility to the company. Every opportunity was seized of damaging the company's interests and lowering the company's authority. All who were in the company's bad books found a patron and protector in Matthews. So, when in September 1722 the flagship appeared in the Hooghly, Mrs. Gifford was quick to grasp the opportunity that presented itself of bidding defiance to her pursuers. She at once opened communication with Matthews, and besought his protection. She was an unfortunate widow who had lost 2 husbands by violent deaths in the company's service, and now that she was unprotected, the company was trying to wring from her the little money she had brought away from Njango, while she herself had large claims against the company. This was quite enough for Matthews. Here was a young and pretty woman with a good sum of money, shamefully persecuted by the company, to which he felt nothing but hostility. At one stroke he could gratify his dislike of the company and succor a badly treated young woman, whose hard fate should arouse sympathy in every generous mind, so the Bengal Council were told that Mrs. Gifford was now under the protection of the Crown, and was not to be molested. In the hope of securing some portion of the money due to the company, the Council attached the brigantine Thomas, commanded by Mrs. Gifford's brother. A letter was at once forthcoming from Matthews to say that he had purchased Mrs. Gifford's interest in the vessel. Finding themselves thus forestalled, the Council begged Matthews not to take her away from Calcutta till she had furnished security for the company's claim of Rs.50,000. Matthews replied that he should take her to Bombay, where she would answer anything that might be alleged against her. As soon as he had completed his trading in Bengal, Mrs. Gifford, with her effects, embarked on board the Lion, and so returned to Bombay. There, in January 1723, we find her living under Matthew's roof, much to the wrath of the Council and the scandal of her former acquaintances. By this time, the Council had received from Njango more precise details as to what was due to the company from Gifford's estate. All the cowries, pepper, and cloth that were said to belong to Gifford had been bought with the company's money, and the company's claim against his estate was nearly £9,000. A stringent order was sent to Mrs. Gifford, forbidding her to leave Bombay till the claim was settled. Matthews at once put her on board the Lion again, and there she remained, not venturing to set foot on shore, lest the Council should lay hands on her. By the end of the year, Matthews was ready to return to England. Intent to the last on trade, he touched at Carwar, Tellicherry, and St. David's, and in Mrs. Gifford's interests, a visit was also paid Njango, to try and recover some of the property she claimed to have left there. She was not going to be put off with Lapthorn's 2 wigs and a bolster. In July 1724, the Lion reached Portsmouth, and was put out of commission. At first the directors appeared to have paid little attention to Mrs. Gifford, perhaps not thinking her worth powder and shot. Their principal anger was directed against Matthews, against whom they obtained a decree in the Court of Chancery for unlawful trading. But Mrs. Gifford would not keep silence. Perhaps she really believed in the justice of her claims. She bombarded the directors with petitions, till at last, 2 years after her arrival in England, they tardily awoke to the fact that they themselves had substantial claims against her. They offered to submit the claims to arbitration, to which Mrs. Gifford consented, but as she still refrained from coming to close quarters, they filed a suit against her in the Court of Chancery, nearly 4 years after her arrival in England. Mrs. Gifford promptly replied with a countersuit, in which, among other things, she claimed £10,000 for presents taken by Gifford to the Rani of Atinga on that fatal April 11th, 7 years before. 4 years later, she was still deep in litigation, having quarreled with her agent, Peter Lapthorn, among others. It is to be hoped, for her sake, that Chancery suits were cheaper than they are now. Here we may say goodbye to her. For those who are curious in such matters, a search among the Chancery records will probably reveal the result, but it is improbable that the company reaped any benefit from their action. And so she passes from the scene, a curious example of the vicissitudes to which English women in India were exposed, 200 years ago. 1. They were issued at the rate of 65 for a rupee. Before long, their value was reduced to 72 for a rupee, at which price they were much in request, and the governor reported that he expected to coin 16 tons of them yearly. 2. In October 1713, the Bombay Council decided that the ziraphims, being much debased with copper and other alloy, their recognized value should in future be half a rupee, or 2 laris and 40 reis. The ziraphim was a Goa coin, originally worth less than 1 and 6 pence. The name, according to Yule, was a corruption of the Arabic ashrafi. 3. The year before, the Godolphin had escaped from an Angrian fleet, after a 2 days' encounter within sight of Bombay. 4. The records are silent as to the defiance, but it is mentioned by Downing, who says that, instead of doing his duty, the captain made the best of his way to Bombay. The story seems to be borne out by a faded letter from the captain to the directors, appealing against dismissal from the service. 5. The name is now given to the group of islands to which Bourbon and Mauritius belong. At that time it generally applied to Bourbon, and especially to St. Paul's Bay, which was a favorite place of call for ships to water at. 6. According to some accounts, the first settlement was a few years earlier, but the dates of the early travelers are very unreliable. Hamilton says that a present was sent in 1685 to the Queen. A beautiful young English gentleman had the honor to present it to her Black Majesty, and as soon as the Queen saw him, she fell in love with him, and next day made proposals of marriage to him, but he modestly refused so great an honor. However, to please Her Majesty, he stayed at court a month or 2 and satisfied her so well that when he left her court she made him some presents. 7. Bruce. 8. This is the reason given by Bruce for Brabourne leaving Anjango, but the death of Brabourne's wife, in 1704, probably had a good deal to do with his leaving the place. Her tomb still exists. 9. Tranquilla Port, a palisade. 10. Meaning sequin, the origin of the modern Anglo-Indianism, chick. 11. The father of Robert Orme, the historian, who was born at Anjango. 12. Letter from Court of Directors to Bombay, March 25, 1724. A. Abdul Ghaffar, his ship seized off Surat, his ship, Futteh Mahmud, taken by Evry, incites the natives of Surat against the English. Adams, Mr., sends relief to Anjango. Addison, the East Indiaman, commanded by Boone, against Kennery, consultation on board. Adventure Galley, the fitted out as a privateer, commanded by Kidd, size and defensive, anchors off Johanna, anchors at Perim, flies English colors at Carwar, sails to Calicut, chased by 2 Portuguese vessels, chases the Sedgwick. Her crew divide the spoil of the Quedagh merchant, becomes unseaworthy, her owners not inculpated by Kidd. Advice, the King's ship, under Warren. Affleck, Mr., owner of the London. Illaby, William, President of Bombay, his negotiations with Angria, sails for England, begins building the church at Bombay, his armed yacht taken by Angria. Algerine, the Sea Soldado, the Alibac Fort, unsuccessfully assaulted by the English and Portuguese, taken by Samhaji Angria. Anglesey, the man of war. Anglesey, the French man of war, attacks the Anson, Angria, Kanaji, Kanhoji, pirate, rise of the power of, succeeds to the command of the Maratha navy, styled Darius Ranga, destroys the Bombay frigate, fortifies Kennery, attacks the Godolphin, concludes a treaty with the Marathas, becomes an independent chief, captures the Nketch, his ships attack the Somers and Grantham, captures a Portuguese armado, opens negotiations with the English, articles of agreement delivered to by Lieutenant Mackintosh, his territory a refuge for desperadoes, defies Governor Boone, fruitless attack made on his fort at Garaya, offers terms to Governor Boone, negotiates with the English through Sahuji, his ships burnt in Garaya harbor, makes a treaty with the Portuguese, fits out an expedition against Carwar, his commodore killed and ship taken, his power weakened, his treatment of Kirjanvan, his death. Angria, Manaji, illegitimate son of Kanaji Angria, quarrels with Samhaji, takes Kalaba, imprisons Yesaji, his relations with the English, captures Karanja, seizes Bombay ships, Captain Inchbird sent to punish, his territories attacked by Samhaji, increase of power of Angria, Sakaji, son of Kanaji Angria, establishes himself at Kalaba, dies. Angria, Samhaji, son of Kanaji Angria, quarrels with Manaji, his Galaveda captured, captures the Derby, opens negotiations with Bombay, his fleet chased by Bagwell, takes the Jupiter, attacks Manaji's territories, his camp bombarded by Inchbird, retreats from Kalaba, makes overtures of peace to Bombay, captures the Salamander, dies. Angria, Tulaji, illegitimate son of Kanaji Angria, taken prisoner by Marathas, succeeds Samhaji, captures the Princess Augusta, sacks Mangalore and Honore, captures the Restoration, captures trading boats, chases the Tartar, attacks the Ruby, takes the Swallow, proposes terms to the Bombay Council. The English cooperate with the Peshwa against his fleet chased by James, his fort at Sevendrug bombarded. The council's orders as to terms of capitulation with, leaves Garaya and treats with the Marathas, warns his brother-in-law against surrendering Garaya, his person demanded from the Marathas, his fleet destroyed at Garaya, imprisoned for life by the Marathas, escape of his sons from captivity. Angriya Yesaji, illegitimate son of Kanaji Angriya, imprisoned by Manaji. Anjadiva Island, part of Brown's fleet, finds refuge at Portuguese fort on Anjango. The Dutch oust the Portuguese from English factory and fort at unrest at massacre of the English at state of the garrison at fort at besieged. The company's goods at plundered. Monopoly of pepper trade at secured to the company. The company's remarks on trade at and the grab taken by Tolaji Angriya. And catch the sails for Bombay. How protected, attacked and captured by Angrian ships, recovered from Angriya, taken by Samhaji Angriya. Annesley Daniel, president of Surat, imprisoned Anselm, captain, commander of the Derby, purposely delays his ship, surrenders the Derby to Angriya. Anson, the East Indiaman, attacked by French man-of-war. Antelope, the taken by the Coolie rovers. Apollo, the French man-of-war, attacks the Anson. Arabs, the of Muscat pirates, attack the company's ship President, ravage Salsette. Armenian merchants, their complaints of pirates. Armenian ships, plundered by pirates. Ashur, Rani of Atinga, the English settle in her territory, dies. Atinga, monopoly of the pepper trade at, granted to the English. Internal divisions in, massacre of the English from Anjango at. Atinga, Rani of the blockades the English at Anjango, makes peace with the English, yearly presents to, sends food to the besieged at Anjango, disclaims participation in the massacre of the English, requests Orm to be chief at Anjango, to compensate for attack on Anjango. See also S.V. Ashur. Augusta, the taken by Tolaji Angriya. Ongir Gerald, president of Bombay, quells mutiny among the soldiers. Aurangzeb, Mughal emperor, his ship, Gunj Sawai, taken by Evri, story of the capture of his granddaughter, his order to imprison the English in Surat and Bombay, holds the English responsible for loss of the Quetta merchant, reverses his order to stop European trade, death of B. Babington, Philip, Irish pirate, commands the charming Mary. Babs Kisi Perim. Bagwell, Commodore, chases Samhaji Angriya's fleet into Rajapur River. Bahama Islands, a haunt of pirates. Balaji Baji Rao, the Peshwa's son, attacks Samhaji Angriya's camp, his alliance with the English. Balaji Rao. See Peshwa, the Bandara, shelled by the English. Banco to be made over to the English, surrender of, to the Marathas, surrender of, to the English. Bassein besieged by the Marathas. Bellamont, lady, kids present to. Bellamont, lord, supports syndicate to send out a privateer against French commerce. Appointed governor of New York. Obtains a commission for Kidd. Arrests Kidd, said by Kidd to have French passes of captured ships. Accused of complicity in Kidd's piracies. Bellamy, lieutenant, killed before Alibac. Bengal galley, engages Portuguese grabs. Attacked off Calabar and boarded by Angrian ships. Benjamin yacht, unmolested by pirates. Benjimali, taken by Tolaji Angriya. Berkeley, lieutenant, fights a duel with Lieutenant Stepney. Berlu? Bellu, captain, directs attack on Garaya, bait pirates from Bairapunt. See Peshwa, Blackbeard. See Teach Edward. Bomanji, a Parsi broker. Arrest for fraud, his cause espoused by Matthews. Bombay, its defenseless position, seized by Keigwin for the king, surrendered to Grantham. Boone builds a wall round, conditions imposed by the Portuguese at the cession of, increased reputation of the English at, council of war held at, freed from the pirates, state kept up by the company's servants at Bombay Council, conclude a 6 months' truce with Samhaji Angria, send warning to merchantmen of French man-of-war, their reply to Tulaji Angria's overtures, cooperate with the Peshwa against Tulaji Angria, terms of agreement between the Marathas and their instructions to Olive and Hoff, proceed against Mrs. Gifford. Bombay frigate, the destroyed by Angria's vessels. Bombay galley, the engages Portuguese grabs, attacked off Calabar by Angrian ships, sent against the Angrian fleet. Bombay Marine Battalion, formation of Bunnell and Canaston, partners of Porter, action brought against, by the East India Company. Boone, Charles, President of Bombay, his character and capacity, fleet organized by, failure of his attempt on Bingorla, sends an expedition to Garaya, plans an attack on Kennery, his opinion of the company's military, rejects Angria's terms, builds the Fram, a floating battery, builds a wall round Bombay, his trouble with the Portuguese, plans a second expedition against Garaya, orders Brown to engage the Madagascar pirates, plans a fresh attack on Angria, his disappointment at failure of the expedition against Calabar, intrigues against, embarks for England, attacked on his homeward journey by Angria, rescues a ship from the Kempson's grabs, succeeded by William Phipps, abolishes the public table at Bombay. Boscawen, Admiral, leaves 4 ships to protect the coast of India. Bourbon, Isle of the Nostra Senorade Cabo taken by pirates at, Governor of, compelled to countenance pirates, Matthews trades at. Borgia, Richard, President of Bombay, strengthens alliance with the Peshwa. Bowen, pirate, commands the speedy return. Brabourne, John, procures grant of Anjengo for the English, completes the fort at Anjengo, leaves Anjengo. Braddoll, Mr., member of Bombay Council, intrigues against Boone, is protected by Matthews. Braddoll, Mrs., taken to Surat by Matthews. Brathwaite, lieutenant, of the Lion leads the assault on Alibac, made captain of the Exeter. Bridgewater, the blockades Garaya. Bridgeman, Henry. C. Every, Henry. Brinjone. C. Villendrin. Bristol, the taken to Sumatra on a piratical cruise. Britannia, the company's armed ship, built at Karwar by Boone's orders, sent to attack Vingorla, takes part in the attack on Kennery, sent in search of pirates. Brown, Walter, factor, commands company's troops, serves on the Addison against Kennery, commands the expedition against Garaya, cowardice and incompetency, plans a night surprise on Garaya, abandons the attack on Garaya and Diogar, his fleet chased by the pirates, orders the Fram to be burned, sent in search of pirates, chases the Cassandra and Victory, sent to Anjengo to accommodate matters. Buchanan, captain, holds Garaya after its capture. Burton, Mrs., escapes from Anjengo. Byng, Sir George, first lieutenant of the Phoenix. C. Caesar, the engages with pirates. Calicut, Kidd's letter of protest to the factory at, relief sent to Anjengo from Carolina, north, pirates off the coasts of, governor of, intimidated by Teach, planters at, seek assistance from Virginia. Carpenter's Bay, Mauritius, message from the pirates found at Karwar, Kidd's visit to, factory at, besieged by the Sunda Raja, part of Brown's fleet escapes to, threatened by Angria's forces, Captain Hudson entertained at, Hamilton's account of Cassandra, the company's ship, later a Madagascar pirate ship, her fight with pirates, taken by England, falls in with Brown's fleet, chases the English fleet to Goa, spoil from, presented to the daughter of the governor of Cochin, chased by Brown and McRae, with the Victory, takes the Nostra Senora de Cabo, takes an Ostend ship, McRae's defense of, booty acquired by the crew of Catherine, the trades to Mocha. Ceres, the company's ship, attacked by Angrian pirates. Chalmers, lieutenant colonel, commands troops at Garaya. Chandos, the employed in the attack on Garaya, fired on by the Cassandra, sent with Brown in search of pirates. Charles II, the seized by Every and mutineers, renamed the Fancy. Charlotte, the Madras ship, taken by Angria's fleet. Charming Mary, a pirate ship. Charnock's Point, St. Mary's Island, a pirate settlement, wrecks of merchant ships at Matthews takes booty at Chaul, the rendezvous for the Calabar expedition. Manaji Angria escapes to, attacked by Samhanji Angria, made over to the Peshwa. James joined by the Maratha fleet at Shane, captain, commands the protector child, Sir John, president of Surat, attempts to pacify the native governor, compared with Governor Boone. His intrigues at Surat, endeavors to re-establish the company's authority at Bombay. Child, Sir Josiah Chimniji the Peshwa's brother, his aid invoked against Manaji Angria. Chinganada, the Raja of, guarantees the treaty at Anjango. Chivers, a Dutchman, commands the Soldado or Algerine, captures and releases the Sedgwick, promises submission to Warren. Chown, Catherine née Cook, sails for Bombay on the N. Her second husband killed, is captured by Angrian pirates, taken prisoner to Calabar, a ransom demanded for birth of her son, marries William Gifford. See also S.V. Cook, Catherine, Gifford, Catherine, Harvey, Catherine. Chown, Thomas, supercargo of the Godolphin, wrecked, goes to Karwar as factor, marries Catherine Harvey, sails for Bombay to prosecute his wife's claims, killed in action with Angria's fleet. Clive, Robert, Lord, commands land forces against Garaya. Bombay council's instructions to dispute as to his share of spoil at Garaya, his capacity as a soldier. Cobb, captain, commands the Samaritan and Roebuck, captures 2 Mughal vessels. Cockburn, captain, commander of the Salisbury, Matthews' letter to, Matthews quarrels with, assists the council at Bombay, placed under arrest by Matthews, transferred to the Exeter. Coins, multiplicity of, at Bombay. Calabar, granted to Kanaji Angria by treaty. Lieutenant Mackintosh goes to, with articles of treaty, fired on by the English. English and Portuguese make an unsuccessful attack on, appropriated by Sakaji Angria, taken by Manaji Angria, attacked by Samhanji Angria, engagement between Angrian ships and Bombay gallavats off. Kanaji Angria. See Angria Kanaji. Konkan, the coast of, harried by Savaji's fleet, the Peshwa becomes master of. Condent, pirate, his headquarters, Madagascar, commands the Flying Dragon. Tsong, plundered by pirates. Cook, Catherine, daughter of Captain Cook, gunner, marries John Harvey. See also S.V. Chown, Catherine, Gifford, Catherine, Harvey, Catherine. Cook, Captain Gerard, gunner at Fort William, made engineer and captain, father of Catherine Gifford, marries his daughter to Harvey. Cook, Thomas, Gifford's brother-in-law, commands the Thomas, his ship attached by the Bengal Council. Coolie rovers, the Korla River, defenses of, forced by the English and Dutch. Corlem, Portuguese fort at, destroyed by the English. Crewerton, Sir William, his attempt to establish a separate trade in the East Indies. Cowan, Robert, factor, commands company's troops, negotiates treaty between English and Portuguese at Goa. His services recognized, made a general in the expedition against Calabar. His military incapacity. Cowes, Mrs., escapes from Anjango. Cowes, Simon, Anjango left in charge of by Brabourne, deposed by Kiffin, resumes business as private merchant. His advice to Gifford, killed in escaping to Anjango. The enemy occupy his house at Anjango. Coxage, captain, takes part in the attack on Kennery. Cruff, James, armorer, recaptures the Josiah Ketch. Cudlow, establishment of a factory at Culliford, mutineer and pirate, succeeds Stent as commander of the defense, renames her the Resolution, attacks the Doral, 50, promises submission to Warren, Kidd's dealings with, trial, condemnation and respite of. Kirgenvan, Mr., private merchant, sails for China on the Charlotte, captured by Angria's fleet, a prisoner for 10 years. D. De Bull, the Occam attacked off, by Angrian pirates, the Marathas offer James a reward to attack. Dada Boy, taken by Tulaji Angria. Dalrymple, Mr., killed in a duel with Mr. Sutherland. Danes, their supposed piratical outrages, implicated in the capture of Abdul Guffar's ship. Dartmouth, the East India man, takes part in the attack on Kennery. Daria S. Ranga. See Angria Kanaji. Davis, Thomas, besieged in Anjango, dies at Anjengo. Deccanese tin coins value of defense. The formerly the Mocha frigate, QV, becomes a pirate, renamed the Resolution. Defiance Grab, the present at the attacks on Canary, present at Garaya, engages the Victory, pirate ship. Defiance, the frigate, attacked by Angria's ships. Derby, the company's ship, taken by Tulaji Angria. Diogar or Taumana, granted to Kanaji Angria by treaty, Angria's southernmost stronghold, attack on, abandoned. Derby, the East Indiaman, taken by Samhaji Angria's ships. De Forges, M., governor of Bourbon. Diego Suarez, pirate settlement of Libertatia at Doddington, the East Indiaman, wrecked. Doril, the company's ship, attacked by the Resolution. Dove, the company's grab, captured by Maratha fleet. Downing, Clement, takes part in the attack on Canary. Dutch, the torture and execute Captain Towerson, obstruct the English at Surat, protect pirates at the Cape, entertain England and Taylor at Cochin, unite with the English against Coolie rovers, their disastrous engagement with Tulaji Angria, their hostility to the English at Anjengo, their investments in Chinganada. Varka pirates at Eagle Galley, the attacked by Angria's grabs, takes refuge in Saragon harbor. East Hope, Captain Jeremiah, dies of fever, before Garaya. East India Company, their servants at Surat imprisoned, bring in action against Bonnell and Canaston, grant commissions to seize interlopers and pirates, offer a reward for every's apprehension, untrustworthiness of their crews, petition the Admiralty for a ship to deal with pirates, their trade in India ruined by pirates, character and pay of their servants, incompetence of their military. Send out a guardship to Bombay, their action with regard to Matthews, build the Guardian and Protector for protection of coast trade, complicated accounts of, in India, state kept up by their servants at Bombay, their remarks on the treaty with the Rani of Atinga, file a suit against Mrs. Gifford. East India Merchant, the company's ship. Etowah. Eden, governor of North Carolina, suspected of complicity with Teach. Edgar, the Every serves in. Edgecombe, captain, commander of the Mocha frigate, his crew mutiny, stabbed. Egmont, Earl of, his estimation of the company's military officers. Elephanta, island, Portuguese village on, burned, Manaji Angria hoists his flag on. Elizabeth, the private ship, plundered by the Sundaraja, taken by pirates off Honore. England, Edward Pirate, his headquarters, Madagascar, commands the Victory, his engagement with the Cassandra, entertains McRae on board the Cassandra, engages Brown's fleet and chases it to Goa, entertained at Cochin by the Dutch, his crew incensed against McRae, marooned at Mauritius, goes to St. Mary's. English, the in ill odor at Surat, blamed for piracy of other nations. Suffer for every seizure of the Gunj Saway. Ericeira, Conde de, ex-viceroy of Goa, his ship boarded by pirates, forced to ransom himself. Every, Henry, alias Bridgman, his career as a pirate, parentage of, seizes the Charles II and renames her, his piratical outrages on the Guinea coast, his friendly warning to the English, establishes himself at Madagascar, takes the Futtah Mahmud, takes the Gunj Saway, his reported abduction of Aurangzeb's granddaughter, captures the Rampura, retires to England, reward for his apprehension offered. His reported flight, to Ireland, and death in Devonshire, compared with Kidd. Every John. See Every Henry. Execution dock, Kidd hanged at Exeter, the king's ship, sent out against pirates, dismasted, her captains, takes part in the expedition against the Portuguese, goes to the defense of Cawar. F. Fake, corporal, mutinies and is shot. Fame, the company's armed ship, built at Surat by Boone's orders, sent to attack Vingorla, takes part in the attack on Canary. Fancy, the pirate ship, commanded by Taylor, her engagement with the Cassandra, given to McRae. Fancy, the formerly the Charles II QV pirate ship, commanded by Every, takes the Futtah Mahmud, takes the Gunj Saway. Farrell, captain, pirate. Fleetwood, Miles succeeds Mentz as chief at Cawar. Flying Dragon, the pirate ship. Forbes, lieutenant, communicates with the besieged in Carwar factory, holds Garaya after its capture. Fort St. George, the galley, engages Portuguese grabs. Foulis, captain, commander of the Anson, his bravery against the French. The at Surat, their men of war menace the company's ships. Their defeat in the Carnatic, take the New George, East Indiaman. Fuddha Dullet Grab, the, sent by Bombay Council to assist Manaji Angria, taken by Tulaji Angria. Fuddha Drug, Angrian fort, bombarded by James. Fuddhagar, granted to Kanaji Angria by treaty. Fuddha Mahmud, the, taken by Every. G. Galavat's large rowing boats. Gayer, Sir John, president of Surat, receives news of Every, delivers French pirates to the governor of Surat, offers to convoy the Red Sea fleet, harassed by untrustworthiness of English crews, disclaims responsibility with regard to the Quetta merchant, hands over to the Portuguese their ship taken by pirates, Harland and Richard's quarrel with, compared with Governor Boone, killed in action on the New George. Annuls a marriage. Garaya or Viziadrug, granted to Kanaji Angria by treaty, account of attack on Angria's fleet from, menaces Bombay, second expedition against, its fate settled, attacked by a Dutch squadron, capture of, attacked by Allied forces, reported impregnability of, blockaded by James, division of spoil taken at, European slaves at, surrendered to the Marathas. Gilliam, James, pirate, seized and imprisoned at Mungro, sent to Aurangzeb's camp. Goa, proclamation issued from, to the Portuguese at Bombay, viceroys of. Godolphin, the attacked by Angria's ships wrecked outside Bombay. Gordon, captain, takes reinforcements to Carwar, is wounded, his fruitless action at Garaya. Goring, Mr., his visit to Orwar, dies at sea. Gova fort bombarded by James, governor of, escapes to Sevendrug. Grabs two-masted ships, description of. Grantham, the East Indiaman, attacked by Angria's ships, placed under Matthew's orders against pirates. Grantham, Sir Thomas, Keigwin surrenders Bombay to. Green, pirate, takes the speedy return, hanged. Greenwich, the company's ship, leaves the Cassandra in her contest with pirates, sent in search of pirates. Guardian, sloop, the man-of-war, built to protect the Malabar coast, commanded by James, takes part in the combined attack on Garaya. Julium, pirate, hanged. Gunj Saway, exceeding treasure, the, taken by Every. Gujarat, coast of, infested by coolie rovers. Gifford, captain, commander of the Sydney, distrusts Kidd. Gifford, Catherine, née Cook, a third of Harvey's estate paid to, her third husband killed at Anjengo, escapes from Anjengo, carries off factory records from Anjengo, appoints Lapthorne her agent, lands at Madras, goes to Calcutta, declines to satisfy claims against her husband, Matthews espouses her quarrel with the Bengal Council, is carried off to Bombay by Matthews, attempts to secure her effects at Anjengo, is brought to England by Matthews, petitions the directors for redress, files a suit against the company, quarrels with Lapthorne. See also S.V. Chown, Catherine, Cook, Catherine, Harvey, Catherine. Gifford, William, factor at Bombay, marries Catherine Chown, appointed supercargo of the Catherine, chief of Anjengo factory. His dishonesty, insults Mohammedan traders, his private trade, goes to Atinga with presents for the Rani, is inveigled into an ambush and tortured to death, his estate a debtor to the company. H. Halifax, the company's ship, attacked by Angrian pirates. Halifax, the country's ship, sent to assist Manaji Angria. Halsey, pirate. Hamilton, Alexander, his defense of Littleton, his account of the engagement between the Phoenix and a Sanganian pirate, commands the Morning Star, is attacked by pirates, made commander-in-chief of the company's frigates, sent to relieve Carwar factory, resigns his post as commander-in-chief, brings charges against Taylor, his account of Carwar. Hand John, master of the Bristol, interloper. Hands Israel, wounded by Teach. Harland, captain, quarrels with Sir John Gayer, succeeds Richards as commander of the Severn and the Scarborough. Harrington, the company's ship, engages pirate ships. Harris, president at Surat, declines to interfere to procure Gilliam's release. Harvey, Catherine née Cook, goes to Bombay, returns to Karwar, asserts her claim to Harvey's estate, marries Thomas Chowne, sails for Bombay. See also S.V. Chowne, Catherine, Cook, Catherine, Gifford, Catherine. Harvey, John, chief of Karwar factory, demands the surrender of Parker by Kidd, entertains Captain Hudson, marries Catherine Cook, his deformity, resigns the company's service, goes to Bombay to wind up his affairs, returns to Karwar, dies. Harwich, the man-of-war, under Warren, attacked by a pirate vessel. Hastings, the man-of-war, under Warren, Hewitt, lieutenant, sent to reconnoiter at Garaya. Hill, sergeant, wounded in the attack on Karwar. Himmadgar, to be made over to the English. Honoré, seizure of a pirate ship at. Pirates provision their ships at. Attacked by Arab pirates. Sacked by Tulagi Angria. Hublin, Sir James, his ships hired by the Spanish government. Hoff, Commodore, drives Angrian grabs to Sevendrug. His ability, present at the attack on Garaya. Hudson, captain, commands the Loyal Bliss. Hunter reinforces the Revenge, takes part in the attack on Kennery, present at Garaya, attacked by Angria's grabs. Ibrahim Khan, captain of the Gunj Sawai, cowardice of. Ince Samuel, gunner, defends Njango, is reinforced from Cochin, his bravery. Inchbird, captain, sent on a mission to Managi Angria, seizes Managi Angria's galavats, commands ships sent to the relief of Managi Angria at Calabar. Indian, the French ship, captured by Commodore James. Interlopers, unlicensed merchant adventurers. Ireland, John, pirate, commissioned to Kidd to apprehend. Idamad Khan, governor of Surat, protects the English. Character of J. James, the one of Hublin's squadron. Her men join the mutineers on the Charles II. James, Commodore William, commands the Guardian, commands a squadron against Garaya. His early life, his capacity, captures the Indian, his success at Sevendrug, director of the East India Company, baronet, and member of Parliament, sent to Madras. Jenkins, captain of the Harrington, his conflict with Angrian pirates, his courage commended. Ginjira, the CD of, complains of English outrages. Jobson, captain, commander of the Occam, beats off Angrian pirates. Johnson, Sir Robert, captain of the Exeter, Matthews quarrels with, perishes at sea, Matthews answerable for the death of. Jolly Roger, the hoisted by mutinous ships. Jose, Francisco de Sampaio y Castro, viceroy of Goa, unites with Boone in the expedition against Calabar, treatment of by Matthews, comes to terms with the council at Bombay. Josiah Ketch, the taken by her crew, recaptured by Cruff and carried to Achin, attacked by the Sanganians. Juniger, imprisonment of Gilliam and his followers at Jupiter, the French ship, taken by Samhaji Angria. Jayagur, granted to Kanaji Angria by treaty, the Marathas to attack. K. Cannock-Drug, Angrian fort, bombarded by James. Keigwin, Captain Richard, sent to Bombay, his troop disbanded, again sent out to Bombay, distrusts the company, takes possession of Bombay, his good government and popularity, surrenders Bombay to Sir Thomas Grantham, his death at St. Christopher's, fights the Maratha fleet in the Revenge. Kemsant, the Salwant wary chief at Vingorla, quarrels with Angria, proposes an alliance with the English, his attitude at the attack on Diogar. Kennery, occupied by Savaji, blockaded by the company's ships, seized and fortified by Kanaji Angria, granted to Kanaji Angria by treaty. The CD and Marathas struggle for the possession of, reinforced and provisioned by Angria. Boone commands an expedition against, failure of attack on. Kent the East Indiaman, sent in search of Danish pirates, commanded by Matthews in the action off Cape Passaro. Kidd, William, account of his career, commands the Adventure Galley, commissions granted to, against pirates, excites Warren's suspicion, his piratical intentions discussed, attacks the Mocha fleet, takes the Mary Brigantine, his cruelty to the natives of the Laccadives, chases the Sedgwick, captures the Quedagh merchant, attitude of the English government towards, fraternizes with Culliford, abandons the adventure, sails to Boston on the Quai Merchant, hides his plunder, arrested by Lord Bellamont, tried at the Old Bailey, found guilty on several charges, hanged, a contemptible character. Kidd's Island, why so named? King George, the company's ship, captures an Angrian grab, sent against Sumhaji Angria. Kingsfisher, the sloop, blockades Garaya. Kirby, captain, commander of the Greenwich, his cowardice. Kulta, fort, ceded to the Peshwa. Kiffin, John, second at Anjengo, intrigues against Cowes, chief at Anjengo. His disloyalty to the company, dismissed the company's service. Canaston and Bonnell, partners of Porter. L. La Buse, Oliver, La Bouche, Levasseur, French pirate, loses his ship off Mayotta, made commander of the Victory. Tradition of his life at Bourbon, and his end, at Madagascar, escapes Matthew's squadron. Laurie, the coin value of. Lavender, captain, commander of the Thomas, perishes with his ship. Langworth, commodore, sent against Sumhaji Angria's fleet. Lapthorne, Lieutenant Peter, besieged in Anjengo, agent for Mrs. Gifford's affairs, his drunkenness and dishonesty, sent under arrest, to Bombay. Leightonby, Richard, carpenter's mate of the Cassandra, his account of his enforced cruise with the pirates. Leake, Captain Thomas, succeeds Hoff as Commodore of the Restoration, his ship taken by Tulagi Angria, his incapacity punished. Lemberg, Mr., his visit to Carwar. Levasseur, La Bouche, Oliver. See La Buse, Oliver. Libertatia, model pirate settlement, history of. Lyme, the man of war, sent in search of Teach. Lyle, Commodore, his squadron protects Bombay coast trade. Littleton, Commodore, succeeds Warren, suspected of dealings with the pirates. Hamilton's defensive, quarrels with Sir Nicholas Waite, effect of the presence of his squadron. Lizard, the man of war, under Warren. Loader, captain, of the Revenge, burns a village in Elephanta. London, the seized by Muscat Arabs, her crew forced to fight with the Portuguese, acts as flagship in the attack on Garaya. Fired on by the Victory, pirate ship, her crew break into the Lazaretto at Goa. Boone sails for England in. Loth, captain, of the Loyal Merchant, seizes the Margaret, prevented by the Dutch from seizing the Vine. Loyal Bliss, the East Indiaman, her voyage to Bengal, puts in at Karwar. Loyal Merchant, takes the Margaret, a pirate ship. Lloyd, Solomon, his marriage annulled. Lion, the king's ship, sent out against pirates, taken by Matthews to Bengal. Mrs. Gifford sails to England on, put out of commission. Mace, William. C. Mays, William. Mackintosh, lieutenant, goes to Calabar with articles of treaty with Angria. McRae, Captain James, commander of the Cassandra, his ship attacked and taken by pirates off Madagascar, escapes with his crew, communicates with the pirates. The fancy given to, serves under Brown in the expedition in search of pirates, chases the Cassandra and Victory, his parentage and character, becomes governor of Fort St. George. Madagascar, a pirate resort. Madras, capture of, by La Bourdonnais. Madras merchant, the company's ship, joins the Sydney at Johanna. Mahim, freedom of trade at, claimed by the Portuguese, raided. Mahomed Ali, his power re-established by the English. Marathas, their fleet repulsed by Minchin and Keigwin, rise of the power of, besiege Bassein, attack Sumhaji Angria's camp, seize a flotilla bound for Calcutta, their respect for English arms, articles of agreement between the English and their inefficiency as allies, treat with Tulagi Angria, encamp against Garaya, dispute with the English as to Tulagi Angria, Garaya delivered over to Maine, Captain Coville, of the Shoreham brings charges against Matthews. Malheiros, Ignacio, Portuguese interpreter at Anjengo, insults Mohammedan traders, seized by Atingan natives and tortured to death. Malwans, the pirates, attack English ships. Mangalore, attacked by Arab pirates, sacked by Tulagi Angria. Manicdrug, granted to Kanaji Angria, by treaty. Manaji Angria. C. Angela, Manaji. Manuel de Castro, Portuguese renegade, appointed Commodore of the company's Galavats, distrusted by English captains, permits Angria's Galavats to reinforce Canary, treachery of, punished, foments a mutiny at St. Helena, returns to Angria. Margaret, the of New York pirate ship seized by Captain Loth. Mary Brigantine, the taken by Kidd off Sunjun, her master imprisoned on the Adventure. Matthews, Commodore Thomas, sent with a squadron against Madagascar pirates, his character, suspected of complicity with pirates, his quarrels in India, takes part in the expedition against Angria, his conduct at Alabac, his private trade, his disloyalty to the company, espouses Mrs. Gifford's cause, effect of his squadron on Madagascar pirates, the directors bring in action against. Tried by court-martial for irregularities, appointed commander-in-chief in the Mediterranean. May, captain, commander of a pirate ship, taken by Every. Maynard, lieutenant of the Pearl, commands sloops sent in search of Teach, engages, and kills Teach. Mays, or Mace, William, pirate, commissioned to Kidd to apprehend. Mecca, pilgrims from, taken in the Gunj Saway, pilgrims to, protected by the Dutch. Mence, Robert, succeeds Harvey as chief at Orwar, embezzles the company's money, dies at Orwar. Midford, Mr. Factor, commands the land force sent to relieve Cawar, commands company's troops, keeps back soldiers' pay, his incapacity, sent to the relief of Anjengo, his punitive expeditions in Atinga, becomes chief at Anjengo, his dishonesty, death of Minchin, Commodore, repels Mahratta ships. Minims, John, appointed engineer for the attack on Garaya. Misson, French pirate, establishes the settlement of Libertatia, is drowned on the way to America. Mitchell, Mr., fights a duel with Mr. Sutherland. Mocha fleet, the Kidd's attack on. Waylaid by Arab pirates. Mocha frigate, the crew of Mutiny off Achin, renamed the Defense, renamed the Resolution. Montague, the East Indiaman, attacked by Tulagi Angria's fleet. Moore, gunner of the Adventure, murdered by Kidd. Morning Star, the private ship, commanded by Alexander Hamilton, her encounter with pirates, hired by the council at Bombay, sent to relieve Cawar. Morris, the East Indiaman, takes part in the attack on Canary, in danger from Angria's fleet. Mungrol, seizure of Gilliam at Muscat, Arabs of seize the London to avenge their losses. N. Nagatna River blockaded by English ships. Neptune's prize, the bombketch sent against Samhanji Angria's fleet. New George, the East Indiaman, taken by the French. North, pirate, commands the Pelican, recants his submission to Warren, is killed by natives of St. Mary's. Nostra Senhora de Cabo, the Portuguese ship, taken by the Cassandra and Victory. None, Captain Radford, sent against the Coolie rovers. O. Occam, the East Indiaman, fierce engagement between Angrian pirates and Ogle, Captain Challoner, sent in pursuit of Roberts, engages the Ranger and Royal Fortune, knighted for bravery against pirates. Oachidgar, granted to Kanaji Angria by treaty. Orford, Lord, head of the Admiralty, refuses a ship to repress pirates, supports syndicate to send out a privateer against French commerce, secretly interested in Kidd's mission, impeachment against, prepared. Orm Alexander becomes chief at Anjengo, reports defalcations in accounts at Anjengo, provisions in his treaty with the Rani. Ostend ships. Ostenders, the Kiffin's dealings with, peremptory orders regarding. Otter, the Bengal ship, taken by Angria's forces. P. Parker, lieutenant, deprived of his commission. Parker, Mr., member of the Bombay Council, intrigues against Boone. Parker, Thomas, master of the Mary, his ship captured by Kidd, imprisoned on the Adventure. Passmore, sergeant, punished for cowardice. Pearl, the man-of-war, sent in search of Teach. Peshwa, the defeated by Kanaji Angria's forces, makes terms with Kanaji Angria, assists Manaji Angria, Angrian fort ceded to, shakes off his allegiance to Satara, concludes a treaty with Bombay, death of Chaul resigned to the new, by the Portuguese, his agents mutilated by Tulagi Angria, invokes assistance of Bombay against Angria, his friendly relations with Bombay, His fleet takes part in the attack on Sevendrug. His troops take part in the attack on Garaya. Pelham, the employed in the attack on Garaya. Pelican, the pirate ship, gets provisions at Honore. Perim, its value as a trading port. Permission ships imitate pirates. Persian Gulf, piratical outrages in the. Phipps, William, succeeds Boone as governor of Bombay, remonstrates against Matthews, levies customs duties at Mahim. Phoenix, the man of war, goes in search of Danish pirates, attacked by Sanganian pirates. Fram, the floating battery, designed by Boone, employed against Garaya, her uselessness, casualties on, fired on by the Cassandra, her ultimate fate. Pilot sloop, the taken by Tulagi Angria. Pirates, earliest mention of, in India, their efficiency as seamen, extent of their raids from Madagascar, in India, whence recruited, their treatment of English prisoners, their cruelty to native merchants, commissions issued to Kidd for capture of, warrants sent with a squadron against, royal squadrons sent from Europe to extirpate, pardon offered to, for voluntary surrender of, acts passed for repression of, rewards for capture of, execution of, Matthews sent against, cessation of danger from. Pitts, lieutenant, commander of the Josiah, perishes with his ship. Planton, John, ex-pirate, entertains Matthews. Pocock, here admiral, his share in the spoil of Garaya. Paul Academon Pillay, blamed for the massacre at Anjango. Polas, their intrigues in Atinga. Paul of Venjamutta usurps power in Atinga, intrigues with Kiffin, treats with Walter Brown, plays a double part, sends food to the besieged at Anjango, friendly to the English. Port Dauphin, a pirate settlement. Porter, Endymion, licensed with Bonnell and Canaston to prey on ships of non-friendly nations. His association with Sir William Courtin. Portuguese, the crew of the London compelled to attack, their armado captured by Angria, refused to allow Savaji to land at Thana, friction with, at Bombay, their cooperation secured against Angria, attacked at Alibac by Sahuji's forces, ill feeling between the English and Angria opens negotiations with, their general of the north insulted by Matthews, 2 of their grabs captured by English galleys. Come to terms with the council at Bombay, espouse the cause of Manaji Angria, ally themselves with Samhaji Angria, expelled from Sulsat by the Marathas, effect of their intervention in Angrian quarrels, besieged at Bassein, Karanja taken from, by Manaji Angria, drive Samhaji Angria from Chaul, resign Chaul to the Peshwa, employed as interpreters. President, the company's ship, attacked by Muscat Arabs. Prince, the Bombay sloop, takes a Muscat ship. Princess Augusta, the captured by Tulagi Angria, redeemed. Princess Caroline, the company's ship, sent against Samhaji Angria. Protector, the sloop, man of war, built to protect the Malabar coast from Angrian pirates, commanded by James, takes part in the attack on Sevendrug, sent to Madras, returns to Bombay, takes part in the combined attack on Garaya. Proud, John, master of the Swan, attacks the Roebuck. Providence Island, a pirate resort. Pulteney, the company's ship, attacked by Angrian pirates, sent against Samhaji Angria's fleet. Q. Quayle, captain, commands the Seahorse. Queda merchant, the country's ship, captured by Kidd. Queen, the East Indiaman. Quemar Santo, the Saint Burner. Sikemp Sant. Quilin, the Raja of, succors the Anjango garrison, plundered goods from Anjango sent to R. Rajmaki fort, ceded to the Peshwa. Ramaji Punt, Sir Suba of the Konkan, concerts measures against Tulagi Angria, assists in the attack on Sevendrug, urges the English to complete Angria's destruction, treats with Tulagi Angria, promises to surrender Tulagi Angria, his ill faith with the English, demands surrender of Garaya to the Marathas. Rampura, the captured by Every. Ramus, Cape, engagement between the English and Portuguese off. Ranger, the pirate ship, taken by Ogle. Red Sea, a favorite resort of pirates. Resolution, the alias the Mocha and the Defense, QV, pirate ship commanded by Culliford, attacks the Doral, at Honore, at Madagascar. Resolution, the company's ship, sent against Samhaji Angria. Resolution, the king's ship, every serves in. Restoration, the sent against Angrian grabs, taken by Tulaji Angria, is opposed to the English at Garaya. Ritura. C. Vitor. Revenge, the company's grab, built at Bombay, by Boone's orders, sent to attack Vingorla, sent to blockade Canary, engaged by the Maratha fleet, takes part in the attacks on Garaya, engages the Victory, pirate ship, sent in search of pirates, accompanies Boone in the London, attacks Angria's grabs, goes to the relief of Calcutta. Reynolds, Mr., protests against Kanaji Angria's actions. Richards, Commodore, quarrels with Sir John Gayer, commands the Severn and Scarborough, dies at Johanna. Robert Galley, the sent to assist Manaji Angria. Roberts, Bartholomew, pirate, scours the American coast, his cruelty and strict rule, Captain Ogle sent in search of, slain on the Royal Fortune. Rodriguez, a Portuguese, plunders the company's warehouse at Engengo. Roebuck, the fitted out by Porter, Bonnell, and Canaston. Rogers, Captain Woods, his description of the pirate settlers at Madagascar, governor of the Bahamas. Rose, the taken by Tulaji Angria. Royal Fortune, the pirate ship, taken by Ogle. Ruby, the king's ship, placed under Lyle's command, her convoy attacked by Angrian vessels. Ruby frigate, the longboat of, stolen by John Steele. Russell, Gideon, May of the Morris, leads volunteers in the attack on Canary, is wounded and dies. Rustamji Noriji, son of Bomanji, taken to England by Matthews. Rutnagiri, Angrian stronghold, attacked by the Marathas. S. Sacrifice Island, why so called? Sagagar, taken by Samhaji Angria. Sahuji, Sivaji's grandson, dissensions in his kingdom, called the Sao Raja by the English, treats with Boone in Angria's behalf, sends a force to Alibac to assist Angria. St. Augustine's, a pirate settlement. St. George, the sent out by the company as a guard ship, wrecked. St. Mary's Island, a pirate settlement. Sakaji Angria. C. Angria, Sakaji. Salamander, the Bombay ketch, captured by Samhaji Angria, rescued by Manaji Angria. Salamander, the trading grab, leased to the company by Harvey. Salisbury, the king's ship, sent out under Matthews against pirates. Selset, attacked and plundered by Muscat Arabs, the English renounce all claim on, the Portuguese expelled from. Samaritan, the fitted out by Porter, Bonnell, and Canaston, wrecked. Sandwich, the Matthews court-martialed on. Sanganiana, the pirates, attacked the Josiah, attacked the Phoenix, reduced to order. Satara, Sahuji proclaimed at Kanaji Angria's relations with the Raja of, treats with Keigwin. Sawbridge, captain, seized by pirates. Scarborough, the man of war, beaten off by Teach. Scepter, the sent as a convoy for the Mocha fleet. Scott, lieutenant colonel, the company's chief engineer at Madras. Seahorse, the sent to the Red Sea. Sedgwick, the captured off Cape Comorin. C.D., the ordered to march on Bombay and imprison the English, plunders towns on the Malabar coast. Kanaji Angria makes war on, sends a deputation to Keigwin, offers to cooperate with the English, loses territory, captures Stull, his kindness to English prisoners. Severn, the Bengal freight ship, taken by Tulaji Angria. Severn, the man of war, effects nothing against the pirates. Severndrug, granted to Kanaji Angria by treaty, Samhaji Angria's headquarters, attacked and taken by the English and Marathas, under James. Severndrug, Tower of, why erected. Sewell, Robert, Gifford's letter to, storekeeper at Engengo, his drunkenness and dishonesty, sent, under arrest, to Bombay. Shaxton, captain, commands the company's military at Bombay, tried for complicity with mutineers. Shoreham, the king's ship, sent out under Matthews against pirates. Sydney, the company's ship, threatened by Kidd. Sivaji, his fleet harries the Konkan coast, his agreement with the English, occupies and fortifies Canary, plans an attack on Bombay, concludes peace with the English. Smith, bombardier, sent to assist Manaji Angria at Calabar. Smith, captain, succeeds Gordon as commander of the force sent to relieve Cawar. His cowardice. Soldado, Algerine, the pirate ship, commanded by Chivers. Summers, the East Indiaman, attacked by Angria's ships. Summers, Lord, secretly interested in Kidd's mission, impeachment against, prepared. Speedy Return, the pirate ship, commanded by Bowen. Stanhope, the East Indiaman, takes part in the attack on Kennery. Stanton, Major, commands sepoys sent to attack Vingorla. Quarrels with Weeks, commands the land force sent to relieve Cawar. Takes part in the attack on Kennery. Commands the landing party against Garaya. Commands the expedition against the Portuguese. Steele, John, deserts the company's service and turns pirate. Arrest and release of Steele, John, carpenter's mate of the Morris, his prowess before Kennery. Stepney, lieutenant, on the Salisbury, fights a duel with Lieutenant Berkeley. Stout, mutineer, commands the defense, accounts of his end. Strutt, Mr., private merchant, owner of the Elizabeth. Success, the East Indiaman, taken by Angria's fleet, indemnity for. Sultanpur, headquarters of the Coolie rovers. Samhaji Angria. See Angria, Samhaji. Sundaraja, refuses dealings with Kidd, attacks English ships, seizes the Elizabeth, besieges Cawar factory, comes to terms with the English. Cruelty of Surratt, the company's servants at, imprisoned, populace of, influenced against the English. Trade at, crippled, owing to piracy. 14 lakhs of rupees demanded from Europeans at, combined to suppress piracy. Disorders at Shuri, Portuguese battery at, captured by Stanton. Circile, title given to Kanaji Angria. Sutherland, Mr., fights duels with Mitchell and Dalrymple, sentenced to death, pardoned. Swallow, the king's ship, commanded by Captain Ogle, engages pirate ships, takes part in the attack on Sevendrug. Swallow, the sloop, taken by Tulaji Angria. Swan, encounters the Roebuck. Siren, protects the Bombay coast trade, her convoy attacked by Angrian vessels. Tamana. C. Dioger. Tankerville, the company's ship, sails with the Royal Bliss. Tartar, the king's ship, protects the Bombay coast trade, her convoy chased by Angrian vessels. Taylor, pirate, his headquarters at Madagascar, commands the Fancy, engages the Cassandra, prevented from murdering McRae, resigns the Fancy to McRae, commands the Cassandra, takes the Nostra Senorade Calo and an Ostend ship, negotiates for a pardon, escapes Matthews' squadron, surrenders to the Spaniards and obtains a commission. Taylor, George, chief of the factory at Cawar, charged with indiscretion by Hamilton, cautioned by the Bombay Council. Teach, Edward, pirate, alias Blackbeard, his fearlessness and cruelty, reward offered for his capture, killed in hand-to-hand encounter. 2. Thomas, English pirate, allied with Misson, escapes from Libertatia, killed in action, commissioned to Kidd to apprehend. The Vanapatam, establishment of a factory at Thomas, attacked by 4 bait ships. Thomas, the brigantine, owned by Gifford, attached by the Bengal Council. Thull, taken by Samhaji Angria, captured by the C.D. 2 Thomas. C2 Thomas. Tolaji Angria. C. Angria, Tolaji. Topasses, mutilated at Karwar, nucleus of the Bombay Marine Battalion, many, burned on the Fram before Garaya. Tower Son, captain, torture and execution of. Trial, sent against Samhaji Angria's fleet. Triumph, prom sent to assist Manaji Angria, takes part in the attack on Sevendrug. Tolade, Mr. Soldier, killed on board the Fram. Tiger, the king's ship, under Warren. Tyrrell, captain, commander of the Phoenix, sent in search of Danish pirates, sinks a Sanganian pirate ship. Upton, captain, commander of the London, his cowardice. Utrecht, peace of, effect of on piracy. Van Broek, his account of every. Vane, major, chief engineer to the company. Venjamutta. Cipolla Venjamutta. Viceroys of Goa. Sierra Serra, Jose, Francisco de Sampaio. Victoria, the accompanies the London, attacks Angria's grabs. Victory, the company's armed ship, built by Boone's orders, takes part in the attack on Canary, present at Garaya, fired on by the Cassandra, sails in search of pirates, comes to the relief of the crews of the Bengal and Bombay galleys, sent against Samhaji Angria. Victory, the pirate ship, commanded by England, engages the Cassandra, mistaken for the company's ship, La Buse made commander of. Vigilant, the king's ship, protects the Bombay coast trade, attacked by Angrian vessels. Villenjuin Brinjon, in Atinga, trading settlement at. Vincente Soder, an early pirate. Vine Pink, the pirate ship, the Dutch prevent Captain Loath from seizing. Vingorla, pirates at. Viper, the bombketch, takes part in the attack on Sevendrug. Virginia, pirates off the coasts of, governor of, sends ships in search of Teach. Vidor, Ritura, in Atinga, trading settlement at. Viziadrug. Sigaraya. Vulture, the king's ship, under Warren. W. Waite, Sir Nicholas, president of Surat, compared with Governor Boone, appointed governor of Bombay. Wake, Captain Thomas, commander of a pirate ship taken by Everill commissioned to Kidd, to apprehend. Ward Mr., deputy governor of Bombay, seized by Keigwin. Warley Fordet, destroyed by the Portuguese, engagement with Angria's grabs off. Warren, Commodore, commands a royal squadron against the pirates, suspects Kidd's intentions, returns from his first cruise, commands a squadron in 1699 to extirpate pirates, reaches Tellicherry and dies. Warwick, the East Indiaman, attacked by Tulagi Angria's fleet. Watson, Admiral, commands a squadron in the attack on Garaya. His generosity to Olive, his reception of Tulagi's friends, demands Tulagi Angria from the Marathas. Watson, gunner's mate, sent to relieve Manaji Angria at Calabar. Weeks, Commodore, commands the Fame and the Britannia against Vingorla. Quarrels with Stanton, deposed. West Indies, character of settlers. Weymouth, the king's ship, sent in pursuit of pirates. White, pirate, his headquarters at Madagascar. White, captain, commander of the Hastings, arrested by Littleton. William, the Bombay ship, taken by Tulagi Angria. Williams, pirate. Windsor, the king's ship, under Warren. Wise, lieutenant, directs the Fram's guns. Drunkenness of. Woodward, captain, commands the landing party at Garaya, commander of the Revenge. His cowardice punished. Wright, captain, commands the Caesar, engages 5 pirate ships. Wright, captain of the Quaden merchant. Weish, Mr., discharged the company's service. His escape connived at by Matthews. Weish, Mrs., taken to Surat by Matthews. X. Xeraphim's value of. Y. Yesaji Alignasi Angria Yesaji. Yeswendrug, granted to Kanaji Angria by treaty. The end.